All right. Good morning, everybody. This is Mitch Feek here with Build Your Empire. I just want to welcome you all to the evolution of the mortgage industry virtual event. We have a treat for you today. We have some amazing speakers that are going to be joining us. We're going to be starting off with David Lykken. We're going to be having Chad Lubin, Brian Covey, Phil Treadwell, Holly Quinn, Michelle Berman-McKell. Going to have Cindy Ertman, Thomas Clifford. We're going to have some great and amazing speakers for you today, as well as our sponsors. So I want to thank everybody for joining us. And if you guys have any questions, be sure to drop them in the chat on Facebook there, and we will get those over to our speakers. And I will go ahead and bring on David, our first speaker. So give me just a second to do that. Hey, good morning, David. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning from Louisville, Kentucky. I've been at a conference here and in my hotel room, and I'm glad I'm able to join you.
Yeah, man, I'm excited to have you. We chatted a couple of years ago, I think back, maybe around COVID. We had you on the podcast, Laura and I, and I really enjoyed having you on. So, I reached out and I was happy to have you join us here today.
Well, it's good to be here with you. It's a real honor. I appreciate it. Looking forward to sharing a lot of great information this morning. I think you'll find interesting.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We're in a unique situation in this industry, and a lot of people have since left the industry, unfortunately. And there's a lot of ups and downs. And a guy that's been in the industry for 50 years, I think you can definitely shed some light on how we can survive and make it through this time of year in this industry. So I'm excited to bring you on, and it looks like you do have some slides to share. So I'll bring those on, and then I will get out of your way. And then at the end here, we will have questions that we can, direct them to you. So.
Perfect. Let's see if we can get these done, and looking forward to it. First of all, thanks so much for the opportunity to be here. I'm going to bring my screen up full size so I can look at you all, or see it so I can see my slides real well. This is unusual times. We're preparing for the future of mortgage lending. I've been in it, as you said, Mitch, for 50 years, started in 1973. And so got a few cycles I've been through. This one has been one of the most unusual and one of the most challenging, if not one of the most pronounced cycles. And it's only because of where we were. So I want to get into that. And what I want to do is talk about market momentum. The market momentum is something that is really interesting. And I want to compare it to, so I'm starting off with one of the MBA economics slides. The part that I want to pay most of your attention to is the 10-year treasury and where the direction is. This is the latest forecast that Mike Fratantoni, chief economist, Dr. Mike Fratantoni, I should be respectful to him. Mike's a good friend, so I speak well of him, and I speak to him so much I get a little informal. But Dr. Michael Fratantoni prepared this latest information. It's going to show you that we should see the 10-year continue to go down in the trajectory. It's anticipated to go down. That's consistent with Fannie Mae's presentation. But here's what's really causing for so much trouble. This shows the blue line is the fully loaded production expenses. The dark blue is fully loaded revenue. We have had, and never have we ever seen this in the industry, have we had this many back-to-back, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 back-to-back quarterly losses. We've never experienced that ever until this latest cycle. And what happened was, when we had the good times, these good times where we were making huge volumes and huge amounts of money, we are fortunately giving a lot of that back right now. And what does that mean? I'll share another. This is a slide that kind of gets really into it. Look at the income, net pre-tax income. Now, this is for independent mortgage bankers. We're talking about this. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, that's through Q4 of 2023. Q1 is going to be also a loss, and it's highly anticipated that Q2 will be a loss. So what does that mean for us as an industry? I've got some good news in here, so I think this is all gloom and doom. That's not. It's looking at it for where it's at. How does a GPS system? GPS first has to know where you're at and then you put in the address of where you want to go or the coordinates, and it'll get you. But you can't get to where you want to go unless you first know where you're at. So we're talking about where we are at. These kind of losses are epic. These kind of losses that you're seeing in here, these kind of back-to-back losses, and add 2 more quarterly losses in here, means that we are way over capacity as an industry. Now, what does overcapacity mean? Overcapacity means we have way more people trying to originate loans, do loans in the industry than there's loans being originated. So we're going to see a lot of fallout. This means, again, that we're going to have this losses. It means people are bleeding, companies are bleeding out on the playing field. And the consequence doesn't mean the industry is going away. It just means there's going to be a contraction, still even further contraction, on who's playing in the game. When I take a look at the 50-year where interest rates are at right now, you look at over this period of time, and you look at really where we're at. Look at this. I mean, it's really at a particular place where we're still at low rates. I was originating loans. I started in 1973. Look what the market I entered the industry at. Look what kind of climb we were dealing with back then, as opposed to the climb. Now, this is a pretty steep one. It's very pronounced. So what we're seeing going on, no question about it. But still, we'll look at where we're at and how much higher it has been. Take another look at this. The biggest issue that we're facing, and we all know this here in the industry, is the housing undersupply. We just do not have enough homes for sale, and it's the lowest it's ever been in recorded history to have this few homes on the market. When you're looking at this is where I really want to spend some time, is that our mortgage origination dollar volume has increased in 22% in 2024. And I want to look at these numbers right here. So for those that are on the mortgage industry, I know we have some realtors here, and we're going to talk about where the real estate trends are and what's going on there. But look at this. From in 2024, we are at the same dollar funding levels as we were for this 10-year period from 2008 to 2018. It crept up in 2019 with some anomalies in here in 2021. Granted, unusual year in response to COVID. They dropped interest rates to the levels that were just insane, unheard of. We saw the pop there and refinances and a lot of activity. But look at where we're at right now. We are still at a place where volume levels are continuing to increase, going to be increasing. This, again, statistics from, or the projections from the Mortgage Bankers Association of America. But the attitude that we need to realize is this is where the market has been. It was there. We just cannot continue to focus on this anomaly in the market, this unusual event where we had extraordinary amount of dollar fundings in the industry. If you keep that in mind and you quit getting your focus off of this and you get your mindset on where we're at in relation to history, it will help you. When you look at the number of units that are being produced, again, same kind of thing. Now, what is interesting, we were actually producing more units back in 23 million loans were produced versus 14 million loans at the high. So we still aren't even come up to the previous highs of 2003. That was when we had the greatest number of units that we originated. Again, the volume is projected to be coming up and consistently going up. And the units are not quite where they have been, but again, not at the worst. And we're seeing that increase. There is some significant headwinds that we are facing right at the moment that are out there. We're looking at the National Association of Real Estate settlement that just happened. What does that mean? A lot of people are, again, there's a lot of hand wringing going on. What is this going to mean for the future? There's a guy by the name of James Dwiggins that I'd encourage you all to listen to. He has a podcast. If you Google podcast, James Dwiggins, Dwiggins, it is probably one of the best perspectives on this. What this is going to cost for the realtors and then on the call is this. Number one, you're going to have to get better if you're operating as a selling agent. You're representing the buyer. You're the one that's going in and showing, we should say buyer agent. You're going to have to do a better job of justifying what you're doing and sell it. And we're going to see various commission levels. The listing agent, they're still going to be doing what they're doing. There's not a lot of change to that part of it, other than you cannot specifically put in there what you're going to pay the buyer's agent. That is one of the most significant aspects of it. You can write in, if it's a negotiated, you can write there's aspects of approaching that, and there's some clarity that's going to be coming out in the lawsuit. Again, remember, this has been the settlement has been reached, but it hasn't not yet been finalized. DOJ has got their finger on the scale a little bit still. That is going to be happening. But the bottom line, what we're seeing and anticipating, and the leaders in the realtor industry, the NAR, that we're seeing, are saying business is going to settle back down, and we're actually going to have a healthier real estate, a professional, healthier, more professional real estate industry as a result of this. So I actually, as painful as this has been to go through, and for many, this is actually going to help clean up and create a healthier National Association of Realtors, and the realtors are going to have the ones that are going to do well, are going to be professional, are the ones that are going to prosper and do really well. I think this is a huge opportunity, is what I've been saying for some time. This is a real opportunity for us to come in as mortgage lenders. We've always, as mortgage lenders, have been selling and justifying, explaining why you should be doing business with us, or myself, or with yourself. And so I think this is a real opportunity for us to partner. What does this mean? Does this mean more realtors are going to be becoming loan originators? There is certainly some momentum of that taking place, but I still believe at the end of the day, this will be, we're going to return back to what has been more normal. What's really a big issue is what the Supreme Court of the United States is. The court is divided over the funding mechanism, and we're seeing the decision is going to be announced here anytime. It would definitely be announced before June. But what does that mean when you look at the CFPB? What are we going to have as far as a regulatory body? We do not anticipate CFPB going away. That is one thing that's not going to happen. I don't believe that will happen. But what will be is how it's funded will be changing, and that is going to have the potential of how that interaction overseas our industry is going to be dramatic. And so we'll be waiting to see that one. Let's talk about market fundamentals. Oops, I just resized that. I realized when I sent this over, it just changed that over. So anyway, this is why you should be encouraged what's going on. This is a slide I spend more time on than anything else. It speaks to the pent-up demand that is in the marketplace. Look at demographics. Demographics is a study of human population, and this is where we see the population and the age group. The age group that is highlighted here is shows the size of that group, and it's the largest demographic group that's out there. And if you look at that rate of home ownership, it's at 38.7%. Look at all the other generational groups that are out there, and you look at the ages down here. So the under 35s those are the ones that were only sitting at 38.7% of home ownership. The good news about that is that normally at this point in their stage of career should be closer to 50%. And what is that subject? What's driving a lot of that? Well, millennial behaviors are certainly a factor in that. We're looking at the mobility factor. They want to be able to move around a lot. But I'll tell you, I have two millennial. I have one Gen Z daughter and who's married with a baby and with our first granddaughter. And then we have a second one who's a millennial. And guess what? They were perfectly content living and being able to stay flexible and where they lived, where they moved, and how all that until that baby arrived. And all of a sudden, we need to buy a house. Both of them own homes now, and they are part of this percentage of homeowners. But there's a whole group of them. One of the things that I encourage everyone to look at is household formation. When you look at the number of people getting married and having babies, that is a life-changing event that is going to cause for this demand to only increase. Again, we definitely have some other issues, and that is the availability of homes. At this conference, I just heard Julia Gordon, FHA commissioner, talking about people building and FHA helping finance a second home, basically a rental unit on the property, or even a unit where you can go in and create extra income for that. They're trying to look at how to meet the demand. Like in Austin, Texas, where I live, again, I'm in Louisville for a conference, but in Austin, the amount of apartments that are being overbuilt is actually causing rents to come down. So there's a little easing of the pressure, but that's not the situation in many parts of the country. Prices of cost of rent is going up a lot because there's just not enough apartment complexes. Again, Austin, Texas market is a bit unusual of that. Let's take a look at where does housing and the demand for this really fit? This is Maslow's hierarchical needs for housing, or for hierarchical needs. And it really talks about self-actualization. We talk about esteem, love and belonging to somewhere. Look at where physical needs, shelter fits. It's in the hierarchical needs. Housing is not going to be going away. When you look at this demand that's right here, based on the hierarchical needs of the human race, we're going to continue to see housing. The demand is not going to be changing. So I'm looking at this as a really big, we have our best years in housing ahead of us. I want to look at what I believe is going to be the most important things that we be talking about. The things that you need to be focusing in on is your mindset, your skill set, and your activities. I don't want to spend a little time on this. Your mindset is going back, and you should be taking some of the slides that I'm presenting here and be looking at them and go, what is it that I believe? What you believe in your heart will come out of your mouth. How you speak. I just did a podcast. I have the Lykken and Lending podcast. I encourage you to check it out. We have over 1 million downloads. We're having as many as 18,000 listens per day of our podcast. It's because of the content that we're putting out to help you. It's downloadable. You can listen to it at any time through iTunes, but just put in Lykken, Lykken, onlending.com, and you'll find our website, or you can go on your favorite streaming device and put in Lykken on Lending, and you will find it. What we're talking about there is helping people on their beliefs. What someone says, there's a proverb that says, out of the heart, the mouth speaks. What do you believe? What's in your heart? Do you believe that we're in trouble, that you're in trouble, that there's opportunity? I'm just talking to a particular top loan originator that is absolutely crushing it. She believes that this is the best time to be in the business because of everyone's mindset. She has differentiated herself, says this is the best time to buy houses there. I can get you pre-approved. And she has got a belief system that is making just phenomenal results to happen. Again, a lot of it is your belief that affects your attitude, which is going to have your impact on your perspective and your viewpoint. Again, when you go back and look at these slides, this is one of the slides that I read that she carries with her all the time. And she says, this is something, this gap is going to fill in. And when it does, it's going to be significant. So when you look at the need and where we're at, it's really exciting. I want to take a look at one other thing just so I can just look at where I'm at on my slides and the time frame I have here to speak. Mitch, how much time did you have for me to slate it for me? I had it down for us about 20 to 30 minutes. Is that correct?
We got until 9:40.
All right, good. So we're doing fine. Good, because I want to spend some time going through this and what's going on here. So one of the things is when it comes to, sorry, I didn't mean to go better. One of the things that I want to talk about is, again, how do you change your beliefs? How do you go in and start adjusting your mindset? And what a lot of that is what you're ingesting. What you're putting in is what you're going to be putting out. Your beliefs are, what are you reading? What are you listening to? The reason our podcast is having the success that it is having is because of what we're focusing on. We don't ignore the challenges that are out there, but we're looking for the glass half full aspects of it. Find positive input. Mitch puts this on so that you will have facts, but you're also putting this on. He's putting this on so that you can adjust your mindset to your beliefs, to what you need to do. Then comes the attitude. Your attitude, it comes out so clearly about this. I could go on and on and on about this. I want to spend some time on a couple other things with skill set and your activities. As I look at the time and what I want to cover here, the perspective that's in the marketplace is you need to become really detailed and knowledgeable about your marketplace, the attitude you have, the perspective you have. There's this thing in this skill set, and unfortunately, the way I uploaded the slides, the Angel AI got in the way of some of the things that are supposed to be there, but I apologize for it. But one of the things is there's skill sets that are going to be so important for you to have. In other words, where we're going as an industry, the number one skill that we must have and develop is our ability to relate well to people, our relationship skills. The other one is your intelligence, obviously, but it is your IQ or your business intelligence. So one of the things that we're looking at are tools to be able to get data about what's going on in the market. There's a company, there's several companies. One of them that I use three primary companies when we're looking at the data, what's happening out there in the markets and which trends are happening in markets. iEmergent has the best forward-looking data as to what homes are going to sell at what price and what is the trajectory for a sales activity, whether you're a realtor or whether you're a loan officer. You should be getting market intelligence from a place, from wherever you want to get it. I'm just saying that these happen to be a sponsor, so full disclosure. I mean, iEmergent, but it is one of the only ones, even if they weren't a sponsor of my podcast, I'd be talking about, because it allows you to go in and look at where the market is going. Where should I be farming? If I'm looking to list homes, where should I be farming? Where's the most activity going to be taking place? And this is the studies that they have for the data that they pull from all over. Why go look for all that data when someone's already doing that? And then they start projecting what are the pricing increases. There's another company called Weiss Analytics out there that is predicting property values at the most accurate, at the detailed level. I've recently launched a TV program with Alan Weiss, the founder of that. You can go to yourhometv.com and look at our program, Your Home Coast to Coast. It's a program. Alan Weiss is the former co-founder of Case Shiller. You're all familiar with, you've heard Case Shiller for years. Alan was a student at Yale, ran into Professor Case. Alan was investing in property at the time. He says, Professor Case, how could I predict the value, whether I'm buying a property that's going to be going up in value? Is there any tools out there? They started talking, and then Dr. Case was also working with Dr. Shiller over at Wellesley University, and he picked them up, and they formed this company called Case Shiller Weiss. Alan was the CEO, founder of it, and it became the gold standard. But that looked at one data point. It looked at a metro market and what was the average price of what's happening in that metro market. What Alan has gone on, they sold that company, and it is now inside of CoreLogic. Case Shiller report still very accurate. If you want to look at just a particular market, the Austin market, the Boston market, the New York market, the Chicago market, go to it'll give you an indices of what's going on. Prices going up generally, prices going down, but it doesn't give it to you at the level of the per home price. That's what Alan has been focusing on since he sold Case Shiller. He now focuses on what are the property values going to be of any given home on every street in America. It is amazing technology. I could go on and on about it, but he also or you may want to be suggesting, you can go in to Weiss Analytics and literally say, take pictures, upload it. They have the ability through AI to show you improvements that it could and what the value lift it'll have. In other words, when you have a 2-for-1 value lift. In other words, for every $1 you spend, we have a $2 increase in the value of the property. He goes through that with that tool. So there's some tools and technology that's out there. That's why I say your TQ, your technology quotient, your knowledge is out there that is so powerful. So iEmergent, Weiss Analytics, there are a couple of things. And it's so important that we arm ourselves with this intelligence, that's business intelligence that's in the market. Now, then the skills, one thing is to have the knowledge, but what is our skill to communicate that, relate that? That's where the relationship skills. And I have Angel AI in here because it is something that is exploding on the marketplace right now. Angel AI is started by, it's a company, the tech company behind it is called Celligence. It was birthed out of SunWest Mortgage. So someone I've known for 40, 50 years. I used to sell loans to them. And I met the founder when he was 11 years old in his dad's office at SunWest Mortgage. He is now 55. That's what happens when you're in the industry as long as I am. You get to know people when they meet them at 11 and then you're still in the business. I'm still in the business, and they're now 55 years old. And he has created Angel AI. Why I bring that up, it is not only going to change the way we do business in the mortgage industry, we're entering a new era, because what Angel AI, whether it be Angel AI or the many other many other artificial intelligence technologies that are coming to pass, it's doing more and more of our processes. There's a book I would recommend that you get. It's The Coming Wave. And it's a wow kind of revelation. Get the book, The Coming Wave, because it talks the power, what's going to be going on in medicine and computer electronics with the automation. It is phenomenal how our world is changing. The people that are going to be succeeding in the future are those with the greatest relationship skills. And related in there are those that can communicate with the greatest amount of data. They've gone out and they're pulling on iEmergent, they're pulling on Weiss Analytics, but they're then communicating it or relating it to the consumer that they're working with in a way that is the most effective. I'm finding that this is how we're changing. Our relationship skills are what we need to continue to develop. Now, how we develop those skills gets over to the activities part of this slide. We have been too much one-to-one. When I started the mortgage industry, I started out as a loan officer, started originating, and it was out in the field, meeting people one-on-one. Now that we have social media, you certainly need to continue to do the one-on-one. There's no backing off from that, but it needs more and more to be one-to-many, being social media. And then referral networks and leveraging other people that are in the markets, and then measuring and managing yourself and getting specific. So what I'm coaching, I do a lot of executive coaching. I coach salespeople. Would love to talk to you about that sometime. Well, when we're going in to measure you, we're looking at we look at it statistically. March Madness is going on right now. What do they know about the stats that they have available to those of us watching March Madness? This shooter has this percentage from the free throw line. This one has this percentage. We study data, and we have so much that as we're listening to the program, we can anticipate what the probability of this person making a three-point shot. He has this kind of percentage of completion. And this is the kind of measuring. We need to measure ourselves and how well we're doing. How many people do you have in your community? How many people are you relating to? What is your relationship ability, your ability to relate to others, the size of that audience? When you sit and look at it, when I started the podcast, I was thinking, what am I doing here? Who am I going to be talking to? I fire up my laptop, I get a microphone, I invite a few others to come on the screen. I've had Mitch on. I love what Mitch, you're doing here is just outstanding, because you have the strategy of going one to many. And that's the most important thing you do. I would tell you, they're saying, so many people object. They go, yeah, Dave, but you've got a personality. You do well. You've been on national television. Yes, I have. And I feel comfortable in front of a camera. And I had to get over one thing. First of all, the sound of my voice. I don't like the sound. Who likes the sound of their voice? And then how they look, because we're always critical of ourselves. But there's many ways to get around this. Let me tell you a story. I was doing a seminar and coaching someone. And this lady who I was working with, a realtor, coaching, and she says, Dave, look at me. I mean, I am really not attractive. And, you try to find a nice way to say it. But I had to agree with her. No, she's not. She wasn't. But she had a delightful personality. But she says, I don't want to get on camera. But she happened to have her 11-year-old daughter with her. And her daughter was as cute as could be. So I said, you do recognize that you need to get out. She says, I totally get out. I need to push. I need to get out to as many places as possible. And I said, but I just am not going to do social media. I just don't believe that's going to work for me. And I said, I disagree. Here's what I want you to do. And I said, take your daughter out to every open house you go to and give your daughter a microphone. You hold the camera and have your daughter interview people that are coming into that open house. Who's going to not be willing to be interviewed by a really cute kid who a daughter, a girl, a little cute girl, it's there sitting with a microphone with her mom behind the camera filming her. They don't know it's not a homeschool project or a project for school, so they'll always walk up and talk. And so she used to interview them and say, why are you coming to this open house? Are you looking for a new home? And she's holding the mic and going back and forth. And it became so popular that within 3 weeks, builders were calling her, people who were holding open houses were calling her, say, could you and your daughter come out? We saw what you were posting on social media, what your daughter was, what you were posting and what your daughter and you were doing. We would like to have you come and interview people. It's causing people to, it's getting a lot of traffic. And she said, I found out there is a social media strategy. I just need to leverage. In her case, she wanted to leverage her daughter. You can leverage a grandson. You can leverage a friend. You can do, there's so many ways to go about it. But I would encourage you to get past yourself and get out to begin to make yourself known and become an expert. Develop the communication skills, begin to relate. Here's what Angel AI will do, something like Angel AI. And again, there's other companies coming out there. I just happen to know this particular one, and it is coming on in a major way. In Angel AI, when it comes, we used to have to take an application and input the information, get that all in, gather up the information, process the loan. Then we had to underwrite the loan. Then we had to draw the closing docs. Angel AI literally does it all. There's no need, very little need for humans to be involved in the loan origination process anymore. The way you can upload documents, the consumer can upload documents. If you're a loan officer working with, you can upload documents. You can do scenarios. Angel AI will do all of the loan scenarios for you. It's amazing what technology can do to help, because it gets us as humans doing what we're designed to do. And we're designed, not necessarily, I mean, it's good to have all the skills to be able to structure deals. I was excellent structuring loan transactions when I was originating. Was probably one of the best at it. That's one of my unique value propositions at the time. But my best skill was how I communicated, how I transferred that knowledge and helped consumers understand what they had going on or what they were facing. I believe we're in a time and a market where there is a dramatic shift. And the ones that are going to be the ones that are succeeding in the future are not those that necessarily have the greatest technical skills as it relates to the processing and the underwriting and all of that, because we now have technology that will help and be doing a lot of that. The future lies with those that can use the tools like an Angel AI, like an iEmergent, like a Weiss Analytics, and then we communicate that information to our prospective customers that will want to be doing it. We are seeing those that are doing and following this strategy, whether it be a loan officer or a realtor. I always want to put an A in there, realtor. We're wanting to make sure you have the greatest success, and it's going to be you that latches hold of this. You look at the market and where we're at. You're going back to some of these slides. Look at where the demographics, look at the opportunity that exists there going out into the market. And I would love to say that look at some of the dollars of where we're at from a funding value standpoint. These are slides that you should carry around. This one right here is the one that for me has the greatest, tells me that I need to adjust my mindset. We're coming into years. Look at these years right here. We're coming into years that are better than what there have been. Throw out these two. They're an anomaly. Could we come back to those days? I don't know that we're going to, honestly. I can't. I'm trying to find a scenario where we could. We won't be. But look at this. Do you know how much money and wealth was created in real estate, whether as a realtor or as whether you were a loan officer? The wealth that was created during those times, the companies that were birthed and grown, we're going to have better years during that. So let's get back to where we are going to find ourselves and what is the key to what we have moving forward. It is really this. This is that guy that's two guys in the woods that are out there, and they're saying they're out in bear country, and they're going, the one guy's putting on his tennis shoes, and he's saying, the other guy says, there's no way you could outrun a bear. He says, I don't need to outrun the bear. I just need to outrun you. And that is the skill set I'm really finding that is necessary. What are the skills that you're developing to outrun the competition, outrun others? Make sure that you have a mindset where you truly believe that this is possible. You say, well, I'm really struggling to believe that, Dave, because I'm looking at all the negative. Stop looking at the negative. Find things you can look at that are going to positive. Listen to the words of your mouth. I just did release a podcast with Bruce Pulver. I released this one specifically because I'm listening to how people are talking, and they don't realize they're talking themselves out of a successful future. And if Bruce teaches you how to use it and change your words, start talking in a positive manner. So start believing differently, looking at what are you inputting into it. Because remember, at the end of the day, it is you that is going to be outrunning the competition. Remember that skill set. Look at what technologies are there at the end. Realize that what is going to be there is the ability to communicate to others and relate information. Yes, you need the information, but where you're getting it and how are you communicating it? Most of these companies provide tools so that all you have to do is hit a print button or a send button on the information they're presenting. That's what Alan at Weiss Analytics will do. And then your activities, make sure you're going one-to-many as much as possible within your networks. And then you say, well, I don't know how to post. Then use others, what are going on. I will make sure I've uploaded these slides to you, and you're welcome to use these, Mitch, and share them with your audience that's there. So I want to get to this, and here's a QR code if you want to. Again, I apologize, Mitch, when I uploaded these slides, I had them all perfect. They were all looking great, but I see that the QR code is going over the thank you. I encourage over the words I have there, but you just need the QR code. Click on that, and you can get my contact information. I would love to have a conversation with you or speak to your organization as well. Mitch, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. What an honor and privilege. I love what you're doing, Mitch, because one thing I've learned about Mitch is that you care about people's success. You want to see people successful, and you're doing it. You're not the one that's always having to come out and do it all. You're finding guys like me and many of these excellent speakers you have today. It's really powerful. So thank you for the privilege of being here, friend. Whoops, I'm not hearing you. Just in case that's.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
I appreciate you joining us, and I call myself the knowledge broker. I don't know much about this stuff, but I know plenty of people that do. So that's what I enjoy doing, is bringing people like you on that can help. Someone can learn something to help business, their business grow and to become better. Then I'm all for it. So, anybody have any questions for David? I know that there was one person that said they do love Angel AI, and
I'm telling you, that is. I'm telling you, Mitch, that's transforming the way our industry works. Whether you're a realtor or you're a loan officer, it is one of the most transformative, tectonic shifting things. We're going into a new era with that kind of technology.
Yeah, I know Pavon pretty well, and actually, it's a great product. It's a great, way for people to get information that they need quickly. And it's definitely changing the game. It's definitely, he's doing great things with that for sure.
Yeah, one of the things that people ask me is, well, what does it cost? Nothing. He gives it away to anyone that wants to use it. He lets you use the full version for free. Yep. And so more and more loan officers are using this to challenge their underwriters on why is this requirement done? Because they put the loan that they're working with inside of Angel AI. It comes back and says, you don't need this, you only need this and this and this. And it's making a difference. So it's a powerful tool, whatever you can do. So don't mean to make it sound like it's an advertisement for them, but I'm here to help to share knowledge, Mitch, with your those that are participating in this today with us, and about the future. And so what tools can work? Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yep, I appreciate it, man. And I encourage everybody to reach out to David. And, you can always learn from people that have been in this industry for a long time. And, they've been through all the ups and all the downs. And they can help you, better yourself and better your business, especially in times of, darkness, as people like to say. It's all how you look at it. I mean, I know there's loan officers out there right now that are just crushing it. And they're doing, amazing business. And it's because they're evolving, they're changing, they're doing things differently. They're not stuck in the same thing they were doing 40 years ago, 30 years ago, 20 years ago. Heck, you can't be doing the same thing you were doing 3 years ago. Right.
That's right. Yeah.
It's just,
for certain.
it doesn't work.
That is so true. Especially when you look at that graph, we have got to be reinventing ourselves constantly. I'm 73 years old and I'm doing more things new and different than I've ever done before. So don't tell me you can't. I'm too old to learn this, because it's not true. It's
well, you were kind of the beginning of change. From the beginning. I mean, like you said, doing TV, doing radio, doing podcasts, all that stuff. You were kind of in on the beginning of all that. So, it makes sense that you're still around 50 years from now or from then, because you're still willing to get into, Angel AI. Okay. Yeah. Let me try that. You're willing to do the different stuff. And, I remember when I had you on our podcast, my favorite story of yours was when you had that guy that wanted to quit. And you sent him out to do some closings, and he came across that guy that was, that was my favorite story. I still share that with people.
That's Michael Powell. He's still a good friend to this day. He's now running a mortgage company for a bank, and that's where he is ready to get out. And that is a great story. Go out and connect with the result of what you're doing. And by coaching, I said before it's worth repeating just a little bit of it, and he was ready to exit the industry. I said, well, you can exit if you want, but I'm not going to let you do that until you go out and attend 3 closings. And his first closing he went out to, Mitch, as you remember, was a veteran who had lost both of his legs, and that he didn't realize it. The way the wheelchair was situated, he didn't see him sitting at the closing table. So walked into the closing. His loan officer was already there. He's sitting at the table, and he said, well, I've got a coach. He's telling me to ask you, what does this transaction mean to you? And this guy proceeds to start getting emotional. He says, sir, this has changed my life. And we pushed back from the closing table, and that's where you saw the man's legs had been blown off, and he had nothing, just about mid-thigh down. And he says, I got into drinking. Who would want to be married to half a man? What I thought, I messed my life up, but my wife's never quit me. And she found this realtor, and she found this loan officer, and it's your loan officer that's continuing to help. We're closing on our home. I never thought this would be possible. This has transformed and changed my life. That's what we do, Mitch, in this industry. We change lives by giving people a new reason to get up in the morning, by getting a bigger home, a better home, or just getting some goals in life. It's so important.
Absolutely, man. And I love that story. Like I said, I still share it. People watching today probably have heard me share it before. And I love it, man. It's what it's about. You got to sometimes go back to what it's about. It's not all about us. It's about the people that we're helping.
It is so true. What a privilege to be here with you. Thank you, Mitch, very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you a lot, David, and good luck to you in the future here, and we'll stay in touch.
We're looking forward to working with you even more, Mitch. Thank you.
Awesome. Have a great day.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, everybody. That was David Lykken, and I highly suggest you give him a follow on social if you're not already. I'm going to bring on our first sponsor here, John. Give me 1 second. Hey, John, how's it going?
Oh, well, how are you, man?
Hey, I'm good. I'm sure you caught the end of that story that David shared.
Yeah, crazy.
That probably hits home for you. So that's always been one of my favorite stories I heard on my podcast was that story of that guy wanting to be out of the business, and then he saw firsthand what he was doing, and now how many years later he's running a mortgage company still and still doing it. So
yeah.
Well,
I didn't know you had a podcast too, man. Jeez.
Oh yeah, we used to. Laura Brandeo and I used to have podcasts. I thought about putting it back together again, but yeah, it was fun. I really enjoyed doing it. We interviewed a lot of great leaders in the mortgage industry. It was called the Leadership Mastermind Podcast. So go out there and check it out. There's about 18 episodes, I think.
Great.
Well, thank you again for sponsoring the event, and I'll give you the stage so you can share with our audience what you're up to.
Yeah. So, guys, I love Mitch, and I love what he's doing here by giving us this opportunity to train and to hone our skill sets. And, that's why I'm a supporter. I think I've supported these since your first one, right? Or your second one. So it's just a great opportunity for you guys to train and to hone those skills that you need to make money. And that's ultimately, we want to serve people, but we all got to pay our bills too. And here's what I do, guys. I work with you one-on-one. I help you guys to increase your own productivity and your own sales. And the lenders that I'm working with are on average seeing a 50, 60% increase in their revenue. And, whether you guys decide to work with us or not, we do free training for you to get things kicked off so you can kind of see my personality and the things that I'm into. And it's really about taking the things that you're learning today and implementing them. And here's a great thing that I learned actually from Tony Robbins was when you go to something like this, come away with one thing and then implement it that day. So for each of these speakers, take down one thing that you want to implement into your business and then come up with a plan to implement it today and start doing it today. Because if you wait till tomorrow, if you wait till Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then it will never happen. So if you guys are interested, you can find me on LinkedIn, just John Rankin. I'm the only guy there. And I would love to talk with you, offer you a free LinkedIn training where you can find people that are relocating and some other stuff that I can help you with in your business. And again, Mitch, thank you so much for doing this and helping these people. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. And John, I know you do a lot for mortgage companies, and for mortgage individuals themselves, with training and with finding leads. And I know you're a ninja of the LinkedIn. So if anybody has questions about how to, do well on LinkedIn and is finding real estate partners, it's probably your best bet there, right? I mean, TikTok is great for finding customers and clients, but LinkedIn is more about finding, how do you find real estate partners and different things like that, right?
Yep. And it's really good. Like, you guys don't understand the power that you're missing out on when it comes to LinkedIn.
Yeah, and I've seen some things out there that you can, pay companies to do some, I guess it's technology that you use that will reach out to real estate partners. You kind of pick where and when, and, like, hey, I want every real estate agent in Dallas. So then, it'll reach out and friend them and then send them messages, and it's all automated. I've seen that done, and that's pretty neat. It's
I use one of those. It's really good. It's really good.
Yeah. Yep. And you can add a lot of people on there. Carlos says, most of the loan officers are horrible at LinkedIn because they don't think it's a good source to find leads, but it's a great source to find referral partners.
Hey, if you don't mind, I'll do a free training for you guys on LinkedIn. I'm going to drop it in the comments if you're okay with that, Mitch.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Let me drop that in.
Those. What is the one that you use? Do you know what it's called?
It's called Connected.
Okay. Yeah, I know there was a couple I've seen. I worked with a loan officer that was doing that, and it was so cool, man. I mean, it just automatically reached out and friended all the real estate agents in his area, and if they accepted, then it sent them a first message, and then if they responded, then he responded. But if they didn't respond, then it would send a second one, and then just building up.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you this. So Holly asked if I can help on LinkedIn, and yes. So if you're a realtor and you're listening, there's over 130,000 people on LinkedIn that are relocating. So you should definitely be on there. And Mitch, I don't know if you can see that private chat. I don't know how I can post in the comments, but
you'd have to post it in the Facebook group.
I see. Here, I'll just send it to you, and then you can
send it to my messenger, and then I'll post it on there.
Yeah, great.
So Holly, there's definitely ways for real estate agents like Holly to benefit from
and lenders
as well, and lenders. Yeah, definitely. All right.
All
Well,
right,
yeah,
man.
man. I appreciate it. And yeah, maybe we'll have to bring you on sometime again to, maybe teach us a little bit about, the ins and outs of LinkedIn and, how you can find these people that are relocating and how it can be a huge resource for our real estate partners and for our lenders.
Yeah, would love to.
Awesome. All right, man. Well, hey, appreciate you joining us. Appreciate you supporting us again, like always. And wish you the best.
All righty, buddy. We'll talk soon.
All right. Thank you. All right, everybody. I'm going to be bringing on our next speaker. Give me 1 second here to bring Chad Lubin. How's it going, Chad?
What's up, Mitch? Go Hawks.
Go Hawks. I'm having a little bit of a, regret because I scheduled this the day after the Sweet Six or the game last night, and I was there, and they had Carver. The temperature turned up to about 100 degrees, it felt like, and it was wild. It was crazy. It was loud, and we did about 300 up downs. Like people couldn't decide if we were going to sit or stand, and it was insane. By the time the game was over, everybody in the crowd was exhausted.
Yeah, I was exhausted watching it on my flight back from Nashville.
Oh yeah, man! It was great. It was fun. That was West Virginia plays some great hard-nosed defense. That's for sure.
It was like Bulls Pistons back in the late '80s, brother.
Oh yeah, that's what it reminded me of, the big '80s, '90s basketball for sure. So, well, welcome, man. I appreciate you joining us, and I know you are a producing manager of a real estate or of a loan officer, and of course a coach at Beat Coaching. And I'm excited to have you on board to share your story and tell our people here how you can help them.
Yeah, man. And I'm super grateful you had a little bit of break in between me and David, because what a tough act to follow. What an awesome talk. And I'll kind of go a little bit on top of his talk on mindset. And I'll just warn you, my talk's pretty heavy. So if I get emotional, it's because it's an emotional talk. It's the second time I've delivered this. So bear with me if I get to that point. But I'm just super honored to pour into our industry. We're one of the sponsors today, Beat Coaching and Consulting. One of my colleagues, Holly Quinn, who's a realtor, is going to give you some love a little bit later on today. So we're just super grateful that you had us on, Mitch. And I love what you're building here. And I just love how our friendship has evolved.
Absolutely, man. Well, I will give you the stage so you can share your story. And if anybody has questions, we'll jump in later and get those to you.
All right, man. Well, I'm going to get started. Yeah. And my talk's just a little bit about resilience and hitting rock bottom and how to recover and making sure you align your mind, your body, and your soul. And I really want to give you some hope today. I know so many of us are producing less, going through dark times, putting all of our worth in our careers, in our income, and not living a balanced life. And I'm a part of a coaching company, like Mitch had told you, and we have 12 traits to be great. And one of them is aligning your mind, body, and soul. And we started the year that way because I had some adversity in my life with just some former colleagues. I think anyone that on today in my book is a badass. If you're taking time away for your business to improve, to get some competitive advantages, to get some tactics to improve your life and your business, then you're a badass in my book. And I have so many people that have helped me get to where I'm at. And a few of them, unfortunately, passed away last year. I think when you're competitive, I'm a former athlete. Mitch knows me from being involved in baseball and stuff through Iowa. We're both grew up in Iowa. And I think anyone that's an athlete is competitive, and sometimes that can go obsessive. And I'll talk a little bit how my career became obsessive. But I had when you're an athlete and when you're competitive, you always find those people to chase, and you always find those people maybe doing a little bit better than you. And you want to pass them or catch up to where they're at. And I always had those people in my life, and it was friendly competition. And last year, one of them killed himself. One of them went through a terrible divorce, and one of them died from a heart attack. So I had 3 people very important to me that helped me to get where I'm at in this industry pass away. and I know them all well. And my true belief is they never align their mind, their body, and their soul. And I'm a Christian, so you're going to hear a little bit of God talk today, whether you like it or not. And, you know, I believe that we have our minds, and those are temporary. And what we fill our minds with eventually goes into our spirit. And I believe if you do things right, your soul and your spirit is eternity. And your body is your vessel. And we give so much attention to our mind and our body, but not our soul and our spirit. So I want to help you align these things today. And I also want to be vulnerable and real with you. When they're not aligned, what can happen? I just gave you a story of a few of them, and I'm going to give you my story. And empowering alignment is super important, both in yourself and in others. This can be a community thing. You know, wellness is the complete integration of body, mind, and spirit. The realization that everything we do, think, and feel and believe has an effect on our well-being. Our thoughts become our habits become our life. So you can rewire your thoughts so your habits become strong. And that's what I want to help you do today. So before I can do that, I want to tell you where I was and be vulnerable and real with you. I've been doing this since 2001. I graduated from the University of Iowa. That's why Mitch and I bro out on the Hawkeyes. And gosh, I had a great college experience, but I always dabbled into drugs. And in 2001, I unfortunately was doing drugs and selling drugs after I finished college. Stupid, because I had a good start in my career. But it was just lack of discipline, lack of attention, right? So I would do and sell drugs, and I got caught, and I had felony drug charges. So yes, I got in the mortgage industry because I could get no other job because I had felony drug charges on my record. Luckily, I got a judge that was lenient. I was a college baseball player. I got good grades. I had a good career. So they gave me a second chance, and I took advantage of it. I moved to Chicago. I got away from all the old people that I ran with. I served my probation. I did my community service, and I became a better citizen. And I moved to Chicago, and really the only job I could get, because it was an arrest, not a conviction. But back then, a lot of jobs looked at that, and I could not get a good job despite having a 3.6 GPA, despite having a double major education. I could not get a job. So thankfully, that was 2002, and anyone with a pulse and a social security number could get a job in the mortgage business. And I'm sure you probably didn't even need a social security number because you didn't need one to get a loan. But that's how I got in the mortgage business. And I just loved it. I love the competitiveness of it. I love the tactics. I love figuring out the guidelines. And in 2002, I was rookie of the year at my company. And gosh, I just had this great run in the mortgage industry, but my life was not balanced. It was all work and some play. And then when I had some success, the addictions came back in. So I was always a good earner. I was making $400,000 or $500,000 a year. But just like a lot of others in 2007, I was buying tons of rental properties. I had no savings. If one card of my house of cards got pulled out, the whole house would collapse. And that's what happened, obviously, with the financial crisis. I had several development deals I was involved. I could no longer fund. I had rental properties that a few tenants stopped paying, and I couldn't pay the mortgage on those. And I had to give several properties back. So that was kind of the start of my rock bottom. I had a mortgage brokerage that ended up failing. Worst off, I had a partner in that business that was embezzling $190,000 in lowermybills.com invoices. He took off to Hawaii and left me with the bill of $190,000. Not to mention, I had $110,000 of IRS debt. And I had a girlfriend living with me at the time that was cheating on me. And not only that, she was funding the relationship of the guy she was cheating on me with my credit cards on an application that she had forged. So all of those things came together, and the addictions came back super, super strong. So it was January 18th, 2010, 8 years since my father had passed away, and riddled with guilt, with shame, with fear, with no hope. I purchased enough cocaine that night to kill myself and had every intention of doing it. Thankfully, I had grown up a Christian and I just had a God moment. God came back into my life. I had a fat bulldog named Peyton. I'm a big Chicago Bears fan like Mitch, and she was named after Walter Payton. And all Peyton did ever was sleep, snore, and fart. And when I started doing the drugs to end my life, she came tearing down my bedroom from upstairs, started barking at me uncontrollably, started crying and whimpering. And it just was the jolt that I needed to stop doing what I was doing. So I'm a firm believer that Christ came into my life at that moment. The second thing that came into my life at that moment was coaching. I had $330,000 of debt, and I had two choices: declare bankruptcy. I had finally decided not to end my life, so I decided I was going to pay it all back and get to work on that. And then thankfully, I believe through prayer, through coaching, and through being a man that a woman would be attracted to, my beautiful wife, who you can see there, Kristen, came into my life. That was our first picture together. So 3 things changed my life, and it was all within 90 days of that event. So, gosh, I'm not trying to push Christianity on you, but it is Easter weekend. I'm just a firm believer that when you hit rock bottom, if you ask God for help, it will show up if you're looking for it. So those 3 things came into my life. And really, the coaching is what changed my life. Living balance, not being all about my mortgage production and about the money I was making. And the money was obviously not important because I was spending it way faster than it was coming in. So coaching taught me to live a balanced life. So our first theme in B Coaching and Consulting for the year was be balanced. This is what balance looks like, right? And if I'm being honest, when I started on this, I had no relationships until I met my wife. My social life was really good, but it was just full of people who was looking for me to fund their party and their addictions in their life. So yeah, it probably looked good on the inside or outside, but it was empty on the inside. I wasn't working on any personal growth. I thought just doing a lot of loans was what life was all about. I had no family. I had zero spirituality. My finances were good as an earner, but it doesn't matter because I didn't value the money or do anything positive with the money. It just went out to partying and materials and funding a empty life. And if I'm being honest, I hated my career. So looking at this and measuring it, you can't change things that you're not measuring. And this wheel of life really gave me a barometer to look to see where I wanted to go in my life. So I love that David was talking about mindset. And I want to give you a few things to get your mindset right. Whether you're at that low point or whether you're good, gosh, I got to be honest, I come in and out of being balanced. So I have to be super mindful of it, and I have to put guardrails in my life. If you know an addict, anyone that's recovered from AA, I went through NA, you'll know that guardrails and security and putting disciplines and time blocking into your life is what really can help you. And I want to teach that to you today. So I want to teach you 3 things. I want to teach you a great morning routine. How you start your day is how your day will become. I'm a firm believer in that. I want to teach you accountability and what that looks like. And I want to show you what vision can do for you. So how many of you had read the book, The Miracle Morning? Put a yay in the comments if you have. All right. So to me, this is how you win your day. And I think too many people waste their morning and start in reaction mode instead of proactivity. And this is how you start your day in proactivity. So there's an acronym that the Miracle Morning believes in. It says SAVERS. It stands for silence, affirmations, visualizations, exercise, reading, and scribing. So I start my day at 4:45 a.m. And I heard a quote that changed my life. No matter what time you work or wake up, the first 15 minutes of your day sucks. And it's the truth. I was in Nashville at a real estate conference and event for our coaching company this weekend, and probably had a few too many beers on Saturday night. So I slept in on Sunday till 7:30, and I never sleep in. And guess what? The first 15 minutes sucked, just like my first 15 minutes suck at 4:45 a.m. So I'll show you my day here in a little bit and how I fit this all in. But I start my day in silence, in meditation, in prayer, in breathing. Whatever it is for you to get your mind quiet and block out the chatter, do it. I use a device called a Mendi. It's MENDI. It has changed my family's life. I have a daughter with ADD. It has completely reversed that terrible wiring in her brain. If you watch the documentary on Netflix called Quarterbacks, it was Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota. Two of them use the Mendi device. Kirk Cousins is a big believer in it. So check it out. It really helps me get my brain oxygenated, some activity going. It measures it. It's a neurological reader for your brain. So I start my day in the Proverbs of the day. Today's March 26th, so I read the 26th proverb. I pray, I meditate for 10 minutes and breathe with my Mendi device. Love it, love it, love it. Affirmations. If you don't believe it yourself and you can't speak it upon yourself, no one else will believe in you. I'll say it again. If you don't believe it yourself and can't speak it into yourself, no one else will believe it. So I start my day with affirmations. Guys, I struggle with negative self-talk. I have terrible negative self-talk. I believe that's the devil because I'm a Christian and I have to speak it out of me. And I speak that through positive affirmations. So my affirmations are, you're going to serve God today. You're going to serve your family and you're going to serve yourself today. You're going to honor all the people that you get to connect with today. You're going to help at least one person improve their life today, and go get 5 leads today, sign 3 deals, work on your other businesses and your vision, and do it all to honor God. Every other day I tell myself I'm going to own the Chicago Cubs. That's my BHAG, my big, hairy, audacious goal. So if I don't get there, it's fine. My life will be much better talking that upon myself and making my mind believe it's possible. And who knows, Mitch, maybe I'll fall a little short and buy the Iowa Cubs. But that's the affirmations that I have to speak to myself every day. Then it's visualization. I'm not going to spend much time here because I'm going to show you what visualization is about. Guys, this is being proactive in your day. If you are reactive in your day, that's where all my stress, all my doubt, all my insecurities, they were just amplified because I was reactive to everything in my life. It was like, bing, here's this text message, and bing, here's this email. I had a great realtor partner I met with last week, and she was telling me how she's thinking of quitting the business. She does 120 million a year, guys. She's a complete boss in this industry. And I sat to lunch with her for 40 minutes. We barely got to talk. It was like, ding, here was this text message, and bang, here's this Facebook post. And she was on her phone disrespecting our time together the whole time. So finally I stopped and I said, this is the worst lunch I've ever had with anyone. Is this what your day's like? Turn off those damn notifications. Take back control of your communication. You own the communication. The communication doesn't own you. This is why you're thinking of quitting. No wonder you're burnt out. You're in proactive reaction mode all day instead of being reactive. So I've been helping her with her time blocking, helping her with her schedule. I'll help you with it in a second. But guys, if you're living your business that way, it's not good. You will burn out. Those 3 people I told you about at the beginning that I looked up to, that I used to chase, several of the companies, Guaranteed Rate was a great company I was at, Wells Fargo, I'm at Cross Country now. Those people ahead of me that have passed away, they weren't balanced. They were in reaction mode all the time. So I'd rather have a great 25, 30-year run in this industry than burn out like I see so many people do. I've seen some great 5-year runs in this business. I've seen some great 10-year runs. I don't see many people doing it 20 years. And I know I wouldn't have been doing it now. I've had about a 12-year great run. So I got a ways to go to get to 20, but there's no way I would have made it this far and strung a ton of $100 million years together if I would have remained in reactive mode. It's just not possible to not burn out. And if burnout looks like divorce, looks like being broke like I was, it's just not worth it. So if you get nothing else from my talk today, take back control of your communication. Take back control of your day. I have to exercise to start my day. I think a lot of people exercise too long. A great book on this is Smarter, Not Harder. I have a virtual trainer with Tim Grover, who trained Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant with his methods. It's a half hour, 3 times a week. It is super intense. It is super hard, but I spend an hour and a half working out per week. And I'm the strongest I've ever been. I am in good shape. I have so much more time since I stopped the 2 hours a day and go into the gym. I think a lot of people waste too much time going back and forth to the gym, working out too long, get in, get out, go really hard. That's what I do with the exercise. Reading, you warm up your brain during the silence, but you have to learn how to focus throughout your day. I am a terrible reader. I am the kid that would stand up in first grade and all the kids would laugh at him because I couldn't read without stuttering or that's how I read, right? So I'm a horrible reader. I've learned to get a little bit better, but I have to warm up my brain every day before I go into work. And I mentioned Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan. Guys, all the pretenders are out of our industry. You've seen some of the speakers on. All of you that are on are badasses. Every time you are going to get a loan, you are going against someone that's competing at the high level. You're not going to get on the court and play Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant one-on-one without warming up. We need to warm up our brains to beat the best loan officers in our community, those that we compete with. A lot of my business is in Chicago. I live in Charlotte. Like Mitch told you, I'm a regional branch manager. I'm part owner in a coaching company. I own a development company. I produce myself and have a production team. I'm starting a clothing line. So I have a lot that I do throughout the day. And if I don't warm up my brain, there's no way I'm going to compete with the best in the business. So take 20 minutes and warm up your brain by reading. I love self-improvement books. And then scribing, start your day in gratitude. I love my 5-minute journal to start my day in gratitude and things that I'm thankful for and goals for the day. And then I recap at the end of the day. So the S stands for scribing. So if you take nothing away from my talk today, please take away the miracle morning. So this is going to give some people some anxiety. This is the guardrails that I talk about that an addict needs. If you want extreme production, you need to take extreme results. These are my extreme measures, so I have great success and great production every day. And if I have white space in my calendar, it used to mean white things up my nose. I am an addict. I am 14 years clean, but if I allow the devil, what do they say? Idle hands are hands of the devil. This is so my hands don't go idle, right? I had a little extra time Saturday night in Nashville. I probably drank too many IPAs, so I can't have idle time in my calendar. Otherwise, I go to things that don't serve me well. And this is how I visualize my day. So I mentioned I was going to give you tactics how to visualize. I start every day with visualization. So I do this after my workout. I'll show you kind of how I do it, but this is so I make sure all these things happen. And guys, if this looks overwhelming to you, just try it and start it. I'm not perfect in these things all day, every day. I miss things. I get thrown off some days. I am not perfect, but if you're a bad bowler, put the frickin', what do they call the little inflatable things in the gutters? The stoppers, whatever they're called, right? The gutter guards. Put some gutter guards in your life so you stay in the middle of the lane. This is staying within your lane. So I wake up at 4:45, brush my teeth, slap some cold water on my face, let the dog out. By 5 a.m., I'm in my gratitude journal. I read a proverb of the day in the Bible. I pray with my Mendy device. By 5:20, I'm reading those 10 pages. By 5:45, I'm prepping my food. I do meal prep. I make my food on Sundays and Wednesdays. It's prep for the week, so I don't need to think about food while I'm at my at my office. If I go meet a realtor or business partner for lunch, I bring my food with. Yes, it's a little awkward, but that's just what works for me. By 5:55, I'm working out. You can see I get done working out by about 6:30 to 6:40. I give myself a little leniency in it. So give yourself more leniency at first than I am. 7 o'clock, I'm eating breakfast with my girls. So I will tell you, I came from an environment where my parents never told me they were proud of me. They never programmed me for success. They never talked positive things into me. It was always fearful mindset, right? And that's okay because that's how they were raised. But if I have parents on listening, what you don't transform in yourself, you transfer to your kids. So my 7 a.m. to 8 o'clock is taking my miracle morning and making my 3 daughters do it. I have 3 beautiful little girls that are the love of my life, the twin 8-year-olds, Nora and Colette, and a 3-year-old named Parker. I will not transfer the BS that I grew up with to my daughters. I don't want them selling drugs, doing drugs, trying to take their life. So it is my obligation and privilege that God gave me to transform what was transferred to me. So that time, that happens every day from 7 a.m. to 8. I get in the shower. I take a freezing cold shower. Man, your mind feels great. It sucks for 5 minutes, but I promise if you want some productivity in your day, take a freezing cold shower. You'll want to get out really fast. So I'm about 3 to 5 minutes in a freezing cold shower. It just makes me go, go, go. And I get out the door by 7:40. So from 7:40 to about 8 o'clock, I have time with my 3 daughters, dropping them off for school. Their mother doesn't take them. My wife stays at home. That's my time with them. That's my job, privilege, and obligation to get their day started right. So we talk about, what are you grateful for? I asked them what they have to do to be the best. They said, hey, God didn't create me to be average. He created me to do great things, Daddy. So I have to have laser focus and hard work. So I asked them, what are you going to have laser focus on? What are you going to work hard at? They were both in the NICU for 110 days with holes in their heart and undeveloped lungs. They were born at 28 weeks. We were told they would not make it. They not only survived, they are thriving at 8 years old. So I tell them every day, you're a miracle. What do miracles do? And I make them repeat back to me that they're miracles. So I'm programming this in their brain. And then I say, hey, you're a miracle. It's your obligation to change the world. God saved you to change the world. What are you going to do to change the world? And they tell me what they want to be when they grow up. And then I tell them how proud I am of them and that they can do anything that they put their minds to. So that is my time to transform the BS DNA I passed on to them, so they don't have the problems that I have. So I just think that's so important as parents. That's my time with them. And then you can see 8 o'clock, I'm making sure I'm drinking water and have my water for the day. It's 8:30, I'm meeting with my loan partner to go over the schedule for the day. 9 o'clock, we reset my alarms. He puts on anything within my day that he's scheduled. So there's alarms all throughout my day. If this looks overwhelming, start with it just for your morning routine and then incorporate working. My rule with my staff is if something changes in my calendar, it's your job to set the alarm on my phone. I don't need to look at my cell phone. I don't answer emails. My team does that because I believe that is where dreams go to die, is text messages, social media, and email. Now, I'm not telling you not to do those things because if you're an individual loan officer, you have to start there, but get them off you quickly. There's a great book on this called Buy Back Your Time. That book changed my life and changed my trajectory of my business. So check it out. And I'm reading it for the 3rd time right now because I'm hiring a new assistant. So this is so important. This is you taking control of your day. This is you being proactive and not reactive. And this is how you achieve great things. If you want great production, you have to do extreme things to make yourself efficient. So that's the first thing that coaching taught me. The second thing is accountability. You need someone keeping you accountable. There was another sponsor that was on right before me. Sorry, I was looking at my slides when he was talking. But gosh, use him. Come to us at B Coaching and Consulting. We have forms, we have technology, we have tracking that will change your business. My income has went up over 10 times since I joined coaching. And I was a great earner before that. It has changed my life. It's my obligation and privilege to give back to the industry through coaching because so many have poured into me. So we have 12 coaches. They all make $1 million a year and have at least $1 million in the bank. They're not people that used to do it. They're in the trenches with you now. They're going over these forms with you twice a month. So if you, and gosh, it doesn't have to be us, right? We would love to be your coach, but choose a coach. You need a coach. Coaching and mentorship changed my life, both in NA as a sponsor. Without that, I wouldn't be 14 years clean. Without a mentor teaching me how to pay back the debt. I'm proud to say that $330,000 is gone. Have several million in the stock market, millions owned in real estate. I've completely changed my trajectory. It was because of coaching and people helping me out at my lowest point. And we would love to be that for you. We have several forms that track everything that we believe you need to do to have a great business. We have 12 traits that we teach on that we believe you need to have to change your life. So the last thing is vision, guys. So coaching has taught me have a great morning routine. Coaching has taught me to have accountability and forms that I track, but it's also taught me vision. So 10 years ago, I did my first vision board, and I was just coming out of, my attempted suicide. I had been clean for a couple years. I was getting to the point that I didn't need NA or the meetings anymore. So the last assignment they gave me was a vision board. And this is how I know there's a God, because my coach, it was my first year in coaching, gave me the exact same assignment, the exact same week that my sponsor did as I was leaving him. And this isn't meant to brag or impress you. It's meant to impress upon you that if you do these things, I believe if you get in coaching, I believe if you take back control of your career and your life, you can do amazing things. If a drug addict that tried to take his life 14 years ago can do it, you can do it too. So these are some of the things from my vision board. Right here is my beautiful beach house in South Carolina. It's right outside of Charleston. Our family has great times at that. We Airbnb it. Gosh, if that's a dream of yours, it's not as hard as you think. All my tenants pay for us to have lifelong memories there 6 or 7 times a year. They cover my costs. I get all the appreciation and the tax write-off. It's a very good deal. I don't see that house. I don't see the material possession. I see the 2 professional athletes that became clients that were also going through the same treatment that I was, that introduced me to 3 great people that changed my business forever. I think of those guys. I think of my sponsor. I think of all the people that helped me through my lowest point in my life. I don't see that home. I see those people that helped me. This is the Mercedes AMG I bought. That was the last thing, or no, second to last thing on my vision board to complete my 10-year vision. I just did a new one this year, and I don't see the great car, race car that I have. That's been a dream my whole life. I see my 3-year-old steering it with me, her face when I brought it into the driveway. I think about my team and them pushing me to do it because I didn't feel right. I didn't feel worthy of it. I thought it looked too flashy. I'm just a simple kid from small town Iowa that happened to find some great people to help me out. And I felt I had a little imposter syndrome buying it, but they all inspired me to do it. And they said, hey, if you can't dream big and go get it, then how are we ever going to do it? So that's who I see when I bought that car as my team. That's my boat with my twin girls on it. You know, I see the lifelong memories with them on it. I think of them while they're in the hospital recovering. This is my father-in-law. My wife was struggling. We moved to North Carolina a couple years ago. She was struggling, not having her family around. So we bought them a house pretty close to our house, so my girls could grow up with their grandparents, and we could get my grandparents out of Iowa because they were really struggling during the winter. They lived right by Mitch, by the way. So they were struggling with the Iowa winters, which Mitch can attest to. So, you know, what I see in this is my great partnership with my realtor here. He's changed my life. His name's Phil Puma. And I don't think about the possession or the money. I think about the people that helped me to get there. And lastly, this was a great anniversary trip that I took with my wife. Some of you may know the name Jeremy Forcier. He's an icon in this industry. He's one of my best friends. Him and his wife were at 20-year anniversary. Me and my wife were at 10, so we took a trip together. And I don't see the fancy beach. I don't see the very expensive price tag of the trip at the Four Seasons beautiful resort. That's not what I see. I see a woman that stuck behind me at my lowest points in my life, that believed in me when no one else did, and that encouraged me to get back to the mortgage industry and give back to those that might be struggling. So that's what I see when I see those pictures. When your mind, your body, and your soul are healthy and harmonious, you will bring health and harmony to the world, not by withdrawing from it. Stop taking withdrawals, right? Be a healthy living organ that gives back to those for humanity. So guys, I really hope this talk helped you today. I hope it gave you some tactics of how to have a great morning routine, how to take back control of your calendar, how to take control of your communication. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. April 20th, we're doing a great, amazing event for B Coaching and Consulting. Many of you might know Neil Doringa. He is, I think, the expert in social media for loan officers. He's the best I've seen with it. We have his sister, Shivani, who's just an unbelievable mindset coach, very powerful woman who happens to be a mother, talking about balance, talking about how to be great in the other areas of your life, not just a loan officer. And her social media is spectacular. And then we have Garrett Gunderson, who is a top-selling author on wealth and how to get your money right. And I've spent time with Garrett. I've never heard anyone take such complicated topics and make them relatable. So this is on April 20th. And if you go to gobegreat.com, there's also a QR code, and you type in HOPE, we will give you $400 off your ticket. And if you, so that would be, your ticket would be $400. And if you don't take back at least 5 things that change your life, I will refund you your $400. I will personally take it out of my money. Coaching has changed my life. Coaching has changed my trajectory. You'll get to meet Holly, who's one of my colleagues in the coaching. I wouldn't even know Holly Quinn without coaching. I wouldn't know my partners. I would not have the life I have today without coaching. So we would love to see you there. Once again, it's $400 off. So thank you so much for your guys' time today. And Mitch, I'm ready for any Q&A if you want to come back up.
All right, man. All right. Anybody have any questions for Chad? Sorry, I'm just trying to share some stuff out there, get people excited about today. I don't see any questions, Chad, but man, I really appreciate you joining us and sharing your story. It's it's great to hear that not everybody is born into greatness, and that anybody can become great if you just have the right attitude and put forth the right effort.
Cool, man. Man, it was just such an honor to be on, and thank you for your support of B Coaching and Consulting. And this is a form of coaching. I mean, David's talk, I took down 5 notes that I promise I will implement today, and I will do more business because of David's talk. I hope I gave you a few things that help you change your life and allows you guys to get more done and live a more balanced life.
Absolutely, man. And we got, plenty more to come. We really got some great speakers for today's event. And I hope people realize that, they're getting an opportunity to take from some of the, best in the business. And like you said, even if it's one or two things, take notes, implement, take action, do it quickly. I mean, next following you, we got Brian Covey, and he's been in this industry. He's been doing it a long time. We've had him in the past and always does great, for our events. So, yeah,
well, man,
I
got to give you some love, if I could really quick. It's just so powerful. Like, you have a realtor on today. You talked to me and you came after me like, hey, do you got any realtors in our program that could help my community out of how to add more value as a loan officer, how to chase a big realtor like Holly, who you'll hear, who's my colleague I keep talking about. No one else thinks that way, right? Everyone keeps marching out all the loan officers. Like David's talk, I've never heard anybody talk like that. And I go to events all the time. So just a testimony to you and your community and what you put out there, Mitch. Thank you for everything you do for our industry. And I know all the messages I get in our conversations, how much you care about this business. And I just wanted to say thank you for letting me be a small part of it.
Yeah, I appreciate those kind words, my friend. And, like today we have Michelle Berman McKell. She's going to come on and she's like an expert in, Instagram, so that's what we do. I try to go out and find people that, they're not loan officers always. They're just, coaches, they're marketers, like you said, find real estate agents that can relate, to what we're looking for. So we're always looking for something unique and different. And, we have Phil Treadwell on as our keynote speaker. We have Cindy Ertman, who's a, legendary mortgage coach in this industry for a long time. So things are just going to keep ramping up. And, if you can stick around, check it out and see what you think of it. And, I'm excited to be in this industry full time, now. And that's the exciting part for me. So
cool, brother.
Appreciate everything you brought.
Well, I'll see you in Cleveland for the Final Four. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good to me, man.
All right.
All right, we'll see you later. All right, everyone. I'm going to bring on our next speaker. Hey, Brian, how you been, buddy?
What's up, my friend? I was jamming there, listening to Chad go through and caught some of the earlier. So it's always good when there's a lot of alignment and you can hear things that are, I think, messages we need to hear today. So I'm excited to be here, my friend. And thanks for inviting me. I got a fresh message I've not shared with anybody yet. So you guys get to be the first group.
Oh, that's awesome. We really like that. We like to be the guinea pigs. We like to be the first to hear the great, talks. And, our friend Kyle Draper did that the other day for one of my events with My Home IQ. So, new messages are always great. And, like we said, we're evolving in this industry. So we do need new messages. We need new tactics. We need new strategies. So I'm excited to have you on.
Dude, it's going to be good. How's the morning gone so far?
Oh, it's going well, man. I think we're learning. Both of our first two speakers really brought, a different angle, and people were really, I think, pretty excited about, learning from both of them. And like I said, I'm lucky enough to find people in this industry like yourself that are willing to give back. And in this event, especially, we've got an incredible lineup of people that just say yes, hey, we're happy to help and happy to lend a hand.
That's what you want on this. As you know, it's one of those where the more I find in our industry that we start to collaborate and connect, people want to give back. They've got information that you need to help you move the ball down the field or down the court in March Madness, right? And make the pass and play. It's what solves really 90% of the problems.
Absolutely. And so if anybody's wondering, my Bell's palsy is still not healed. So if it looks like I'm talking out of the side of my mouth, that's why. So
that's right. You got plenty of stuff that you got to do. I'm going to upload this. So we got the presentation here. And remind me again, how much time do we have before we want to do some Q&A? I want to leave some time for that and make sure we've got it.
Your time goes until 11:15. So if you want to go until like 11:10 or so, then we'll have time for for that.
Perfect.
I don't see a presentation yet, so let me know when I'll get that up.
Okay, it should be, let me close it. It's gonna make me close it on my computer so that way it'll upload. Always remember StreamYard, it's the fun of what's there. And let's see if it'll let me upload to you. No, we don't want to do it from there.
StreamYard making life difficult.
You know, it does that sometimes. And so I closed it out because using StreamYard, what I've learned from some of these files is it is not always going to like that. Let's see if it'll let it go. If it doesn't, we're going to rock and roll. We'll send it out to people afterwards. I don't want to leave them. Yeah,
Okay.
it's up on my screen. I'm not sure why it's.
When you hit present, it's just not bringing it up.
No, let me close it out again though, so we got it saved.
Okay.
No, there we go. Now let's try it.
Yeah, and I'll get these out to everybody too, just so people have them.
Yeah, we'll talk through it. It's more fun to go through that part of it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll hand it over to you, and if I do see it pop up, I'll jump. Oh, there it is.
There it goes. Cool.
There we go.
That'll work great. I'll use that, and we'll be jamming. Perfect, my friend.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate it.
Rock and roll. Let's go. What's up, guys? And thanks for joining in. Appreciate all of you taking time today as I think about in my own journey. I remember when I got in the business just after playing college soccer and then fortunately getting to play some professional soccer is not being able to find a job. And I'll never forget going through that experience of trying to apply at all these places, looking for a job, trying to figure out where I fit in this new economy outside of college and sports. And I remember going back to a career fair day that I showed up, and I happened to have one individual that showed up that day that I connected up with, and he started talking about athletes and the people that they hired and all of these different accolades that they had. And they also loved to train athletes and coach them and teach them the business. And that company was Wells Fargo Financial. That manager was Ken Ford. And I share this story with you as all of us were given a shot. You were given a shot at some point in your career to get into the mortgage business, whether it was as a processor, maybe as a loan originator, maybe you got into it as an assistant with an originator, and you are where you are today because of one or many individuals I know in my own life. And so one of my asks, I wanted to start it this way, is reach out to the person that gave you your shot. The person that actually gave you a chance to get into the business and do what you do today. And I know in my own journey, there's no way I would be where I am 22 years later, been in numerous different positions and roles. Some of them worked out really well. Some of them were learning opportunities, I call them, and didn't work out, but I learned the lessons. And I love this talk today that I'm going to bring to you guys and share with you because it's part of my own journey, but more importantly, it's going to be part of your journey. And it's about winning. And one of my mentors always says, winning is more fun than fun is fun. And so we're going to talk about winning today. What it takes in this new market is I believe things have changed. If you look at what's happening today, whether it is in the interest rate forecasts that have been changing, whether it's in the NAR settlement that we know we're dealing with our referral partners and helping them navigate that, whether it's just in home sales in your market, you look and things probably are not the way you thought they would be. And we're already almost a quarter into the market, right? So 75% of the year is left. 25% is about to be behind us. What I believe is what happens going forward and what you do today with the information you receive is actually what's going to matter. So my one ask to kind of start this off is reach back out to that person that gave you your shot, send them a text, call them, send them a video message, something to brighten their day. You know what I found out in my own journey is when we reach out and we thank people and we're truly grateful for what they've done for us, it creates this almost chemistry within our body that really is important. And I believe that's what we need this year, is not to create some fake facade, something that you've got to portray or be someone you're not, is actually taking the actions that are going to stimulate and get you prepared for battle and what we're going to need to have in our tool belt this year to win. So let's talk about winning. As I'm preparing for this, I'm thinking about where we are in the year. We're almost 25% of the way done. And most of the producers I talked to today are in one of two camps. They're feeling the pressure of, I'm not quite where I am. I thought the market would have turned. I thought we'd have more home sales. I've got all these pre-approved buyers over here and they're just not finding a property. They're not able to move forward, or this week alone, some inspections killed some deals. And these kind of things we all know because we deal with them every day. And then you could be in this other camp. And I'm actually seeing this and experience it, not just on the real estate side, but in the mortgage side for all of us, is we have people that are winning in this market. And whether that's through their evolution and innovation and jumping into direct to consumer and working with customers on social, whether that is expanding their referral database and they're going after financial planners, which is a world that I love, they are finding ways to win. I want you to think about this. Do you have a plan to win your day? So before we get into the presentation, I want to take you through what one of my coaches shared with me. We'll actually send this back out through Mitch, but it's called Creating a Prize Fighter Day. You see, a few years ago, I found myself in a situation where I had results, but they weren't consistent. I would have wins and I wasn't really sure why I was winning. I would look up and it's like, wow, all this business is coming in. And I just got so busy in taking care of that I wasn't really thinking about the future, and I wasn't slowing down to look and go, if someone were to ask me to create the framework and the blueprint to duplicate and replicate that success, what would it actually look like? Reverse engineering your success. You see, it's actually a skill, I believe, that we all need. And I share all that with you because I'm a product of coaching. I'm a product of mentors. I'm a product right now that I've got several different coaches and people working with me. And I want to share some of that with you to give you not only the mindset and tools to win, but also give you some framework as you leave today. You can actually go implement some of that. So your prize fighter day, let me take you back to that. What I realized is I wasn't making consistent contacts. And I'll tell you, this is a spot to win that you're going to need to figure out in your own businesses. How many contacts? Who are the contacts you're going to reach out to? And out of this birthday strategy for me that still works to this day and I follow, and it's your top 25 strategy. So winning for me started to look like I've got a top 25 of people that I want to have a deeper relationship. Maybe I want to meet them for the first time. And I started to engage with them on social, take those online relationships offline into conversations and actually meet up with them, going to conferences, going to events. You'll probably see some of my social, if you follow it at all, that I'm investing going to these events because I want to be in the rooms with other successful people because I believe proximity is power. That's how winning is done today. We want to overcomplicate it. We want to sit back and wait for things to happen many times when the reality is the team that goes on the offense, and for you going on the offense this year is going to be the difference between winning and not winning at all. So let's talk about winning. I love this book. If you've not read some of Tim Grover's books, Between Winning and Relentless, absolutely epic books. We just gave the book Winning out to some of my friends that are soccer coaches, and I shared with them some of the things that are there. I love this quote. Success is not the same as talent. The world is full of incredibly talented people who never succeed at anything. As I was going through soccer, this was my first real experience of seeing at a high level, at a high school and club and travel soccer, into D1 soccer, into the professional ranks. What I started to observe and realize is there were a lot of talented people, fast, strong, good foot skills. They had all this talent that if you were to go watch them, you go, there's really not that much difference between them. And you're probably right. On the surface, it didn't look like it was any different. But as you started to watch how they showed up before the practice or the game started, you would start to see these differences. You would start to see their preparedness. What was their attitude and their body language as they showed up? Were they there earlier? Did they just come right on time? After training, did they stay or were they ready just to get out of there and bolt away? During training is when you see what is their attitude when things don't go their way? How do they deal with conflict? How do they deal when things didn't play out in the opposition? And what we all know is when they get knocked down, because in sports it will happen, in life it will happen. And what I started to observe is there was this mindset piece that people want to talk about, mental toughness, mindset, and all of this. I'm going to break some of that down because I do believe today, for many of you that have shown up, the difference between where you are and where you want to go is going to be happening right in between this, in between your two ears. It's what you think, it's what you say, it's the content and the information and the people that you actually are allowing into your life. And see, what I started to realize is winning, not just at a sports level, but now in the corporate athlete, in the business world, there's a small separator. And the mindset of the elite is different. We're going to talk about what makes it different in the 3 stages of winning for each of you, that you'll find yourself in one of those stages today. What I would ask you today as you're listening to this and going through it is, one, be curious. Be curious about the opportunity in which where you are and where you want to go. There's something today that we're going to go over that's going to be resonating with where you are. You see, it's not about where you want to go. It's about where you are today and who you need to become along that journey. So each of these three stages are going to talk you through and give you an insight into where you are, but maybe where you were, maybe where you want to go. We're going to talk about what are some of the keys to success in each of those three stages as you move through them, and also what could be some of those pitfalls. So I'm excited to jump into this with you guys and talk a little bit more. I believe there's three stages of winning. So I shared before we got on with Mitch this is something that I've been studying, looking at. I'm a son of a psychologist and a pastor. My mom worked in the city for 30 years. So you'll hear about some stories that I share about my mom and learning loyalty, dedication, the commitment to stay in one place for that long. And let me assure you, you know this, but to stay at one company, different roles, but in one company for 30 years is unheard of. We don't see that in our industry today. But yet I would invite you to consider, in our industry, many of you have been in it longer than me, maybe less than me in my 22 years. But there's a commitment we all have to improving and making sure we show up as our best selves. So we're going to talk about what that looks like today, and some of the insights that I've learned, not only from my dad being a psychologist, but from other people that have actually gone ahead of us that study the mindset of top performers, both in sports and in corporate America. And I want to open that up for you, very much like a book, and let's look and see what we can learn. So one, be curious about what is there for you. Number two, be coachable. There'll be some things that I want to challenge you with today that have challenged me, or people in my own life that have challenged me on thinking differently, looking at something with a slightly different perspective. You see, I believe when we look at something with that different lens, a different perspective, we might see something that we didn't see before. Just this last weekend, I'm driving with my daughter after her soccer game. We're driving back. She says, "Dad, there's a red car." And there's another red car. And there's like 4 red cars before we know it. And then after that, before we even 30 seconds later, there's like 8 red cars that we've seen. You see, that's how our brain works. When we focus and we see something, we start to see more of that. So I would challenge you right now, before we get into it on the coachability, are you coachable? Are you willing to listen to a different perspective and to receive feedback as we go along with this? Are you willing to look at where you are and realize all of us have gaps in our game? Some are blind spots, some are more obvious that we know, we just haven't taken the action yet. See, another belief I have is God has already put inside you all that you need to win, all that you need to succeed. God has already given you those experiences and gifts and people in your life. Many times it's just us focusing on the red car and going, wow, there is someone over here. I need to focus on this and bring more of that into my life. So we're going to look at that. The last one I would share with you, the third piece, is your commitment. You see, what we're going to share with you isn't going to fix the problem you have, the challenge you have, that gap that you know you have from where you are and where you want to go. It's not going to help you become that person immediately after this. If it were that easy, everyone would do it. So I'm going to ask for your commitment right away. And that when we leave this, there's something you go implement and something that you go do. Because if you do it, what I know is everything I'm sharing with you is actually out of my own playbook that I've learned, paid money for, had mentors, coaches. And it was birthed out of a frustration that I knew I could do more and I knew I could do better. And I just wasn't performing at my highest and best level. So we're going to jump right into it because I believe this is something we need today. And I'm excited to join you guys on this journey. Let's jump in. Hustler. Man, I remember when I started in the business, I was a straight up hustler. If you know a hustler today, you're in this stage, you're going to know this is your energy and effort. What you talk about, what you focus on is your energy and effort every day. You're not really looking at the output of the results and where you are as a productivity standpoint. And this would look like when I started in the business, I was making all the open house calls on the weekend. I was spending probably 60 to 80 hours a week learning the business, understanding technology, doing all these things, because in that stage, it's all about learning and understanding the habits of the successful people. But it is going to require more hours because you're in this learning phase that's there. Some of the best practices, if you're in this hustler stage and you feel yourself sometimes on a hamster wheel, is what I experienced. And many people will describe, man, it just feels like I'm on this hamster wheel and I'm not going anywhere. It's okay to be in this stage for you right now, but we can't remain in this stage forever. I want you to think about this. How much have you innovated or experienced with new ideas? Have you looked at what your prospecting is, for example, and broken that down and said, this is working, but over here, I'm spending a few hours a week or a day, and it's just not producing the intended result. And I always think about this. Is it the will? Are you putting in the hours? Because that's the will side. Or is it my skill? What I learned in the hustler stage, and I would invite you to consider this, is for many of us in the stage, I know it's true for me, I didn't have the skills yet. And that's things like overcoming objections with your customers as they call you. They want to rate shop you. You've got a referral partner that sends out 2, 3 lenders, and you're wondering, how do I become that top lender and become the referral partner of choice? You see, it could be your skills and how you position yourself, how you make your prospecting calls, and how you deal with objections. It could be your process within there that you want to refine. Let me tell you all, the best news for you today could be someone's already gone through this hustler phase and they can show you the way that works. But don't lose out on the sight that the work you put in here and the hours you put in are what are going to teach you. What are you good at, most comfortable at? Where do you need to work? Where can you flex what you've been given and become the best version of yourself? Build your network. Gosh, if anybody could just ask me, and I get this question a lot, like, Brian, if you were to go back early in your career as a producer, what would you do different? And I will tell you, the first decade of my career was very much just grinding through. And I felt like it was always a new relationship. Every month I was starting back at zero, and I didn't have this consistent referral pipeline. And part of it was because I did not build my network properly. And your network is going to go back to that top 25 I shared with you earlier. And for those of you that implement this, I can assure you of this. It will change your life and it will change your business. Because that top 25, as you start to engage with them, you start to build relationships. Your network has been said many times. There's power in this cliche. Your network will become a direct correlation and influence and impact on your net worth. And how do I know that? Well, I've gone through that as I've leveled up and been around people that are further along in certain areas of their life, whether that's health and fitness, whether that's their marriage, whether that's in their business acumen, whether that's in finances and things about taxes and planning, whether that's in mortgage, whether that's in real estate, all these areas. Someone is further down the road, and we need to connect up in our network and build that. Also with your referral network, do you have the right referral partners? There's a system we use, A, B, and C. You might have seen this similarly. Your A partners, you need to identify them and go very deep, not wide, but deep with them and understand what their needs are. The last one, stay adaptable. Man, I can tell you my own experience, not being adaptable is one of the things that held me back for part of my career. What do I mean by that? It is when a new idea is presented to you or a challenge, you're not willing to accept any feedback, criticism, or a new idea that someone's already solved that. It could be technology in your business today. It could be, hey, have you thought about trying this? You see, I'm going to go back to someone has already figured out and they've been in the situation you're in. Your goal is to find that person, connect with them, learn those habits and processes, and then go implement. That's the difference between what I found successful people that move out of the hustler stage and those that remain there. And as Barry Habib would say, they have the same year 10 times over. They didn't have 10 years of experience. They had 1 year they repeated 10 times. Let's not be that person. Producer stage, let's talk about some of this. There's some proven methods. There's some things there. We're experiencing some wins. And this is the second stage that you move into. After hustler, you start to get some results and you're like, this is working, Brian. I'm starting to see results. Your pipeline's building. You're closing close to your goal. Maybe you're exceeding it. And people are doing that in this market. People are hitting their goals in this market. So think about that for a second. If you're not, how do we make sure that we are more consistently? You could be in this producer stage. What I found in the producer stage is I'm starting now to have done the work and I know what works for me and I'm doing it, but at best, maybe I'm doing it 50% of the time, right? And think about your prospecting. I go back to prospecting because look, everything rises and falls around the conversations and contacts that we have. Because if you don't have enough conversations, it probably means you don't have enough contacts. So go back to the top 25. Do you have enough contacts in your database and people that you could reach out to and you're actually building relationships with? You see, if you don't have enough contacts, you won't have enough conversations. Not enough conversations mean you don't have any conversions. We know that leads to closed loans in our world. So we need to reverse engineer that and look at where we are. A producer in this stage is going to know, here are the people that I work with, here are the ones I enjoy working with that actually give me good referrals. We partner well together. And what a producer starts to learn in the stage is they probably don't have enough of those A-list referral partners, whether financial planners, real estate agents, builders, title companies, insurance agents, wherever you decide to go, you're not growing there yet. What I love about the producer stage, what I learned there, and we can see it today, you guys see this, I'm living this out and sharing and documenting some of my journey, is I believe no more can you be a secret agent. Your personal brand introduces you into a room before you ever get there. A producer starts to get a little taste of this because their reputation is starting to grow. They have reviews, they have people that talk about them. They're in the conversation, but they haven't yet dominated that to the point in which they are the go-to person in their market. And you know what I'm talking about because you look up and you go, how is that guy or girl in my market getting so many more referrals than me? How are they getting asked to speak at these events that I would love to go speak at that Board of Realtors event or that Mortgage Bankers Association or in that real estate office, wherever it is? You see people ahead of you and you start to default back to this mindset of victim mentality, looking around at why not me? You're comparing yourself to other people and you don't realize the work is to be done in front of the mirror. That person you're looking at every day. Another belief of mine is I believe God gave us a big windshield that is a whole lot bigger than that rear view mirror. And something I think about in the producer stage is the producers that are able to move out of this into the next stage, think about how big their windshield is every day. They're looking out going, how can I move forward and get myself into a position that I can win and succeed? They start to focus on their mentality. They start to listen to podcasts that are going to move them forward in their understanding and connections. They start to read books that are actually going to elevate them in their conversations and their skills that we talked about. At this level, your skills really start to make the difference. But I will tell you this, before you can get into your skills even further and grow, your mindset is going to be something that you work on like a muscle. One way I do this, and you guys see this, I share this on social. I believe as I've studied successful people and been around them, and I've often seen it in my own seasons of life, is putting yourself in difficult situations over and over is very much like building a muscle. And I love to do workouts. I post some of them out there. Every workout should put you in a position that you want to quit, that you're challenged, and you feel like, am I good enough? Am I going to get through it? And you push through. You see, I believe putting yourself in these situations to be uncomfortable, whether it's a podcast you go on, a speaking engagement you go do, going and calling on maybe that new real estate team that you want to work with, you're putting yourself in a situation that you're uncomfortable, which is going to require you to do one of two things. The first one is not an option for us. It's, yeah, I'll just do that later. I'll quit. It's not for me. And we get stuck in that. The second one, I'm going to invite you all, which I believe you showed up here today because you're this type of person, is you're going to go do it. It's not going to be perfect. You're not going to have it all figured out, but you're going to step into the arena and you're going to attack and enter the battlefield for the day. You see, that's your prize fighter day. That's how you show up. That's how you put reps in, and that's how you get better. This is where the producer stage can start to move you forward and you recognize, hey, you know what? It wasn't that bad. I went and did that workout. I went and did that sales call. I went and did that podcast that was there. I went to that, mastermind that I was nervous about going and invested money in myself. I went and hired this coach to help me work through this challenge or business problem that I have in my life. What I've realized at every point in my life is when I started to invest my time and money in the right places, and the input that came into me had a direct correlation to my output, I started to realize I can repeat success. Winning became fun. Winning became something that was predictable, and I could actually show others how to do that. So as you look at this producer stage, you can read some of those things there. You can see how they start to prioritize their clients, themselves. And I would tell you this, as you're in this, as you start to have success, some of the pitfalls some of you might be experiencing today, we call it being seduced by success, right? It's, hey, I had a great month. I start to slow down a little bit because my pipeline's big. I closed a lot. I got a good paycheck coming. This is where I found myself, and I see other top producers go one of two ways. When you have success, is your tendency to kind of pull back a little bit and get complacent, or is it to press the gas down? Press the freaking gas down because when you have momentum, that is the time to strike. So one of my coaches framed up for me was, Brian, it's great you're having success in this season. Let me ask you something. Do you think that's guaranteed 6 months from now, 90 days from now? My first inclination was, yeah, I mean, I'm doing all the right things and, I've just figured it out. I got it all going. This is where we get seduced by success and we will be attacked. Because once we have that success and we start to realize or think it's going to be always there for us, that's when we start to fall back. So our challenge here is recognize it's always a battle. Recognize every day matters. Recognize stacking wins every day is how you're going to move forward. This is how you move from this producer stage that many of you, I would probably submit, are in, and you relate to what's happening here. And we start to move to the next stage, the CEO stage. This is the one many of you want to aspire to, you want to get to. You've tasted this success at that level where not only are you creating success at will, you've got the processes, you've got the systems, you're teaching other people how to do it. They're attracted to you, whether you're a coach or you've got a branch or whatever you're building. You start to see people coming to you going, hey, how did you do this? Can you teach me? Not only can you teach them, but yes, you're doing it and you're teaching them. You're teaching many people the path to their own success that's there. And what I realize is the CEO starts to realize this for themselves. Where can I buy back my time and where is my time best spent? They start to build this team. They start to look at what is there for them in this new season, in the CEO stage, that they can build a team around them to where they can now scale this. You see, the best CEOs start to realize one thing right away, and it is what they are great at and what they are not. And you delegate and hire for those things that you are not great at. That I use a system, very simple, is if you worked 40 or 50 hours a week, you can do the math and you multiply that out through the year. Use 50 weeks, it's an easy number. You used 40 hours a week times 50 weeks, you got 2,000 hours. Use what you earned last year. I use net. Use that number and go back and divide that into the 2,000 hours. Come up with your hourly rate. If you're someone that gets your feelings and you kind of get brought up in that, you're not sure, like, Brian, should I delegate this task? Should I hire someone to do my video editing? Should I hire someone to go do some prospecting for me and help me do things there? Should I hire someone on my team to do this part of my upfront file piece, right? Like, wherever the position or task is, have a quantified number to say, yeah, anything under this number, under $100 an hour, under $50 an hour, I am outsourcing that. And you all know, between VAs and people out there, even in my own journey, we've gone through paying a lot for video editing to now using an app for it. That has gotten to a point to where we've started to scale, we can replicate, and we can do things that don't require as much time, energy, effort, and money from me. As the CEO, you need to start looking at your business holistically. And I believe many of you need to look at it as to, what does success look like for me on this journey? So this is a question I didn't really define early enough in my career, because I was chasing what other people told me was success, other people's definitions of success. In our industry, we are great at this. If you're a top producer, you do this amount of production. If you're running a branch, this is what you do. If you're in a P&L model, this is what you make. You see, for you, you have to decide, how much time do you want to put in there? What is your hourly rate? You have that number now. How much do you want to now allocate and associate to build your business, to buy back your time, to spend time with your family, your health and fitness? Maybe it's traveling, whatever it is that you might want to do. This is your chance to design your life intentionally. The CEO recognizes that and says, you know what, my days are going to look like this now, but to accomplish that, I need people with me to get to that. And so the best CEOs I've seen here, they've mastered this art of consistent success in guiding other people. They have a mindset in which they have an abundance mentality, that they can see all the opportunity that's out there. Even a market like we came out of last year in 2023. It was hard. Let's just call it what it was. What I found is the people that remained in this CEO stage were the ones that were level-headed and clear about the outcome and destination, but more importantly, they were clear about who they were becoming. You see, what I've realized in my own journey, and you've probably seen this too in your own, is I had to become this person that believed I was worthy of it and attracted the right people into my life and had the systems and processes, and believed, followed up with action, created the results. So that belief plus action moves you into a CEO stage. And so I'd invite you guys to consider with this is where you want to move into. Now, this is where people will fall into a little trap. So let's talk about this before we conclude. People move in the CEO stage, and the ones that want to micromanage, they want their hand in everything. They want to do everything. We're doers, right? Like in the producer stage, you were doing it all. In the hustler stage, you're just working more hours to get the desired outcome that you want. The CEO is working not only hard, but they're working smart. And they see that micromanaging is not growing their team around them. You see, several years ago, I had this vision of leaders that created the leaders that created the leaders. That is where you're going to move into the CEO stage and become this person that you've always wanted to be. It's the books, it's the podcast, it's the network, it's the things you do every day and the choices you make that are going to help you remain in the CEO stage there. So this has been 3 stages as you go through hustler, producer, and CEO. Write down on a daily basis where you are. Where are you? Are those tasks in the hustler stage? Are you in that kind of world? Have you moved into producer stage in some of your days and weeks? Or are you operating at that highest frequency, that highest level as a CEO? And I would invite you all to consider as we wrap. Each stage has a purpose. Each stage I've personally gone through. And it's still a battle, even when I'm in certain stages or coaching people that are in certain stages, to see the bigger picture and what I believe God has called you for and to do. And this quote is stuck with me. You've probably heard it if you listen to any of Ed Milet or Rory Vaden. And the quote goes like this, is you are most uniquely positioned and qualified to serve who you once were. You're most uniquely and powerfully positioned to serve who you once were. The Brian of 5, 10, 15 years ago, as you're listening to this, where you were a few years ago before you moved through these stages, you started to learn things in your business. You were absolutely qualified and the best person to teach others. The more you lean into this and the more you become a master of your mindset and your habits every day, inside and outside of the office, you're now going to have a bigger impact that you want on those that you're around, and your business as a byproduct starts to become the result of who you are, not just what you do. So guys, thank you very much. My name is Brian Covey, and I want to thank you all for, one, just investing time in yourselves, but also, Mitch, I know you're going to hop back on the questions and the things that you have here. It's always an honor to get to speak to groups and to share what's out there. And it's things that I am personally going through myself, as I think that's the most relatable. That's how we learn. In the stories I shared with you, there's plenty of others where I've gotten punched in the face or had a season and I wasn't sure how I was going to move forward. And it took that one person. So make sure you reach out to that person that's helped you, gave you your shot, and helped you move forward in your own journey. Thank you.
Awesome, man. Can you hear me?
I got you, brother.
All right. Not sure why, but my video is missing.
I see that. I was like, it's the dark screen.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. So yeah, man, I appreciate you joining us. Does anybody have any questions for Brian that we can get answered for you? You know, we would definitely want you guys to drop the comments and likes and questions in the comments so that we can, you know, relay those to the guest speakers so they can answer them for you. So anybody have anything for Brian? Oh, I don't see anything popping up there. So, oh man, I appreciate you joining us. And if anybody has any questions, or wants to reach out to you for anything, what's the best way to get in touch with you?
Yeah, I would say just reach out either on LinkedIn or Instagram. Reach out to me directly. I do respond to those messages. So on Instagram, it's the Brian Covey. Someone took Brian Covey before I got to it. And then on LinkedIn, you can find me there and I respond. A lot of you guys I know that were coming in, they dropped some DMs in there and said they'd be joining or catching the replay. So Mitch, great job, man. Great lineup of speakers and people. And, I believe this, and we talked about it. This is timely. And so I would just leave, if you're catching the replay or you're on now, even if you don't have a question, hopefully you're reflecting back on some of what's been shared today and you see the consistency of message. And all of us here want other people to win. And that's a consistent thread and vibe that our industry needs right now. And so become that person, and let's help continue to transform our industry and make sure that we do the things that we all set out to do and help others and serve the people that we're called to do.
Absolutely, man. And if you're on here and you're learning and this leads to your success, then remember, you learned it from someone that was giving. So make sure you're that person.
That's right.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it, Brian, and we will see you again soon.
See ya.
All right, everybody. That was Brian Covey. I'm going to bring on our next speaker, actually our next sponsor. Give me 1 second to do that, and then while he's on, I will try to fix my camera. I'm not sure what happened there, so give me 1 second. Hey, Joel, how are you?
Mitch, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, man. Welcome to the show.
Hell yeah.
You got a little bit more time,
Okay.
so you can push in your presentation. I'll get out of your way.
Cool.
And I appreciate once again, for you joining us and becoming a sponsor and supporting what we do, because like I tell everybody, if it ain't for the sponsors, we wouldn't be able to put on these these events to help educate the people. So I really appreciate you joining us.
Of course. All right, can I take it away? Can I present?
Yep, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's do it. Hi, everybody. I am a sponsor. I've got 5 minutes. I think I got maybe a little bit more time, but I timed it last night, and I've got 5 minutes. I had 5 minutes straight up, and I almost was able to do it. So I'm going to talk pretty quickly through this stuff. If you have any questions, just let me know afterwards. And hopefully I come back as a headline speaker someday and have more time with y'all. Broker VA, we are the first and only, big words there, first and only compliant virtual assistant staffing company for mortgage brokers. It's pretty incredible what we've done. It's been a wild ride in the last 6 months, and I'm excited to share with you what I think is probably the biggest opportunity and one of the most useful services that mortgage brokers have. If you don't know me, my name is Joel. I've spent the last year creating, again, the first compliant virtual assistant staffing company for mortgage brokers. Been in mortgage for 5 years. I'm an experienced processor in LOA. I've done the job myself. What have I accomplished to be worthy of your 5 minutes today? Number one, I do in the trenches every day help brokers scale their business with virtual assistants. I'm actually on the phone with them, consulting with them for free. These aren't consulting hours that you've got to purchase. I'm on calls with people helping them to figure out how to get virtual assistants that move the needle. I've helped brokers save money and increase their margins. Simply, I'm a good person that does good deeds, which I hope holds some weight here on this conversation. Headline, you made it through 2022 and 2023. Heck yeah. Maybe you're starting to scale. How do you get operational support to help you grow? If you guys are into Mid-Journey, here's a nice little prompt for you that made a cool little photo. Why are VAs so important right now? Well, in 2023, only 6,000 total LOs closed over 100 units. That's all. That's including retail loan officers. So if you're not yet in the 6,000 club, welcome to what I like to call the Goldilocks zone, which means you are working very hard. Most loan officers I talk to, it has never taken as much time and as much resource and as much money to get to one funded loan. So even though everyone here might be working to the point of burnout, the numbers still don't add up to get U.S. operational support. It doesn't work for your cost basis. Furthermore, things might not change anytime soon. 91% of homes have an interest rate of 6% or below. So even if we get to 6%, even if we get to 5.8%, there's still not a huge refi boom that's going to be happening. So a lot of support is needed upstream of processing. It no longer is just an LO and a processor putting loans through in the refi days. We need to build teams banking off of what Brian said about the CEO mindset. For some of you, you might be saying, This is bullshit, to quote Big Daddy, an awesome movie. But worry not, you have options. What is Broker VA? One more time, one last time. We're the first and only compliant, low-cost, experienced, secure virtual assistant staffing company with highly experienced LOAs and processors. We save on average 50% to 70% on support staff. There's no contract. Everything we do is month to month. It can be canceled anytime. How do we do this? Number one, we're a licensed mortgage company in 20 states. Here's the map. North Carolina, South Carolina. We're still going back and forth with the state. It is unclear if operating based on what we're doing is going to be good to go with them. And second, we're an incorporated entity in the Philippines. This is very important. That's where we source very highly talented mortgage professionals from. We directly manage them. We background credit check. We set their security policies. We have one-touch shut-off. We actually satisfy the policies in most states of either needing to be an individually licensed person or working as a W-2 or a similar tax form for a licensed mortgage company. Want to do this yourself? Here's how. You got to invest a year of your time to incorporate in a foreign country where you want to source your employees. And for us, we had to maintain $200,000 of working capital in a foreign bank account at all times. There's monthly, quarterly, and annual reporting. And we're hoping that this sounds pretty overwhelming to do at an individual level or small group of people in a brokerage, because you could always instead use a broker VA. So to talk more about our company, we are highly experienced and we source highly experienced mortgage professionals, typically 5 to 10 years of experience in major banks and direct lenders, Chase, Wells Fargo, B of A. These are places where they all grew up. Junior, senior underwriters, junior, senior processors, setup, closers, post closers. They've all got U.S. corporate pedigrees. Broker VAs are also vetted, tested, trained, secured. They're great people from a great culture. And at this point, we're just tapped into everybody. We are proud members of AIM. We're actually part of the Brokers of Better Network for NAM. I've got a big NAM presentation coming up in April on compliance. We are lending pad certified. We're in the Arrive Network, UWM and Rocket. We're doing all day. Guess what? The best part, you're effectively their employer. They work for you on your time zone in your systems dedicated to you. These are the team members that can help you scale in 2024. So the least important reasons to have a VA, guys, this is really important, is general administrative tasks, non-repeatable tasks and projects, cold calling. These are the things that people traditionally think of when they think of a virtual assistant. And these are the things that actually produce mediocre results because they're not core to making money or core to your business. So what do we know? We actually know that there are 3 activities in all origination businesses that are incredible for delegation because they are trainable, repeatable, and core to making you more money. And this is lead follow-ups, pre-qualifications, and processing. The parts of your process that are core to your business that actually make you money. Scenario 1. Hire a broker VA to pre-qualify your borrowers. Scenario 2, hire a broker VA to process your files. Scenario 3, hire a broker VA to follow up on leads and move contacts through your system. And scenario 4, build a team. So if you already have a US-based operational staff and you want to make them better, you want to make them more efficient, get somebody for setup for the compliance package at the end. A big one that I see is processor assist for non-UWM files. Closers, post-closers, compliance, anything else that you need, plug and play with lower cost virtual assistants and scale your business. We also support correspondent lenders too. So if you're doing delegated or non-delegated, we've got underwriters, underwriting support, pre-funding, you name it. So funny riddle for you today. How many successful mortgage leaders does it take to convince a loan officer to delegate their operational activities? If you're not confident in becoming an employer, we have you covered. A lot of people hear the common fears about hiring an employee. This is just in general, not necessarily virtual assistants, but uncertainty. People have uncertainty around what to delegate. As I've identified, there are 3 activities that are best for delegation because they're trainable, repeatable, and core to your business. That's follow-ups, pre-quals, and processing. Number 2, people are concerned about paying money and not getting a return. It's easier to get a return when you delegate the right things, and it's easier to get a return when you use a low-cost virtual assistant. Number 3 is people have lack of experience in hiring. We solve for this. We have a loan officer course that we put you through, free guides, free SOPs, which are standard operating procedures. By the day 1, before the person even starts for you, we turn you into an incredible employer. Lack of time. You don't have time to train. Great. We have coaches that do the training for you. We train on Arrive, Lending Pad, wholesale portals, income calcs, and pre-quals in case the person that you hire needs a little bit of knocking the rust off and help with some certain areas. Language barrier. We've got solutions. Hey, if you're worried about the fact that they're Filipino and they have an accent, number 1, perfect grammatical written English. Number 2, texting and emailing is the way that most of your borrowers in 2024 want to communicate anyway. A funny quote from Gary Vee. I'm offended when somebody calls me that's not in my inner circle. A lot of this activity, whether it's pre-qualifications and LOA work or processing, you can drive through text messages with an escalation to you for a phone call. And then lastly is people are worried about compliance. So simply hire compliantly, get a broker VA. But it gets better. Broker VAs have on-the-job coaches for questions in the following areas. We kind of already covered this: LOS systems, income calcs, pre-quals, wholesale portals. So if your broker VA gets a difficult income scenario with 1065 and 1120S income, we have a coach for that. If your broker VA has to register and disclose a loan at a new lender they've never worked with before, we have a coach for that. Broker VA is month to month, no contract, no setup fee, no cancellation fee, and you do interviews, not assignments. You're interviewing people, folks. You're actually going to pick your person, see their resumes. They can do disc assessments, whatever it is that you need before you welcome them to your team. And lastly, if you have a VA doing licensed loan activities right now, and you think that maybe they're doing so uncompliantly, you have not emailed the state and said, I have somebody from the Philippines, they're a contractor, they're not a direct employee, here's what they're doing, and you have an inkling that that might not be compliant, that an audit may come, and you've got to do your best at sweeping up your tracks, and you want a free get out of jail free card, you can hire them through Broker VA so that they're compliant to you for a nominal management fee. So keep that in your back pocket for a rainy day if that ever comes up in the future. Lastly, this is really the last slide. If you want to learn more, I host webinars on 3 topics. 1, how to build your business with VAs, where I talk for 30 minutes about this topic. Number 2, how to build teams with VAs, which is more for branches and brokerages. And then 3, compliance and VAs, which again, I have a compliance and VAs talk going on through NAM, although anybody can join, even if you're not a NAM member, it's free. And I'll actually spend 30 to 45 minutes talking in detail each state, telling you guys what I'm emailing them about, how I'm learning what is compliant and what is not, how it all works. That's a really fun one that I think a lot of people are interested in. So that's it. If you guys have any questions, joel@brokerva.com, our website, brokerva.com. Super simple, a lot of good information right there. Free loan officer course if you want it. And let me know if you guys have any questions. I really appreciate it. And we might have lost Mitch for all of the camera back and forth. Mitch, you with us?
There we go. Am I on? Okay, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yep, I'm all done. It's a
All
wrap.
right, man. Well, I appreciate it, Joel. You did a great job in your time that you had there, and I appreciate you sponsoring us and giving us an opportunity to give back to the community. So, everybody's watching, please reach out to Joel, learn about what he's up to and see if they can help you grow your business.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Mitch.
All right. Thank you very much, Joel. All right. Now the question is, if my system is going to allow me to bring on Michelle. Okay. There she is.
What's up, guys?
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm having some technical difficulties over here with StreamYard, so I apologize, but I want to welcome you to the show, and I appreciate you joining us and helping out with our audience.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right. Do you have slides that you're going to present or no?
I do. I'm going to see if it will let me do it. Here we go. There we go. Let's present. And will you guys let me know, or Joel, were you, I'm sorry, Mitch, will you let me know if you can see that?
Yep. As soon as it should pop up down here for me to add. So give me a second.
There we go.
There it goes.
Awesome. You got a little bit of an echo too on yours. I'm not sure if that was just me that heard that, but it might just be your audio.
Yeah, I think my system is giving me issues here. So I'm going to get out of the way and go to the back room and let you take over and then hopefully fix things on my end.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me. I'm going to jump in and get going and be super respectful of my time or of your guys' time and allow you guys to hopefully have an opportunity for some questions if you do have them at the end. But one of the things that I love about what I do is it's not just social media. And I think that a lot of people, when you tell them, yeah, I own a social media marketing company or I own an Instagram marketing company, I think in general, right, a lot of our faces deflate. We're like, oh, another one. And there's another one in the industry. And I think sometimes the social media world or the realm of coaches, if you will, in the social media space get a bad rap. And I think that some of that has to do with how we deliver information to you guys. And I think it's really important to understand that what we do every single day is really important. And it's a direct reflection of our output, right? So what we do internally in our own systems is going to reflect in the output of what we are producing. And I think that a lot of the times when it comes to social media, we assume, oh, it's this passive platform, right? I can have someone help me produce content, push it out into the platform, and then it's just automatically going to generate me a ton of business. My DMs are just going to be blowing up with people that are going to say that they want to work with me. And the reality is the reality of that, I should say, is that will eventually happen over a long, very sustained period of time, right? So it is a long play. Passive prospecting is not a quick game. And what I have discovered over the close to 10 years of being in this industry, and specifically serving you guys as mortgage and real estate professionals, is that if you couple this with active prospecting, which is a huge part of your traditional day-to-day anyway, right? I don't know of a single loan officer that I've talked to in the last 5 years who isn't prospecting in their business, right? Meaning generating new conversations, generating new opportunities, whether that is networking events, whether that is virtual events that they're going to, or hosting classes, or realtor events, or just walking into a real estate agent's office or a brokerage office, or trying to generate opportunities in other vendor partner type areas or arenas, like your CPAs or your divorce attorneys or whatever they might be. We call those upstream partners. But I've never spoken to a loan officer that isn't doing that in their day-to-day business as a whole. But almost every single one of those same people, if I ask them, hey, have you started prospecting on the Instagram platform? Are you utilizing social media as an outbound prospecting tool? Most of them say no, right? Very few of them will say yes. And then when they do say yes, typically what will happen is I'll dig into the conversation a little bit further and ask some more poignant questions, and I'll be able to get to the bottom of what it is that they're actually doing. And in most cases, it's not technically active prospecting, right? So sending birthday notes or sending birthday messages, that doesn't count as active prospecting, right? That counts as staying in front of your audience, which is definitely important, and staying or creating touch points with your audience, which is definitely important. But that does not count as outbound prospecting. So what I'm really excited to show you guys is, what does outbound prospecting actually look like? How is it executed? And then what does that equate to? So the name of the presentation that I have for you guys is Social Prospecting, how to build your community of people on the Instagram platform. But before we start, for all of you guys who are here and you don't know me, I would love to connect with you. I'm a big believer in being connected on the Instagram platform, getting to chat afterwards, being able to have that time with you guys to chat one-to-one after we get off of this is honestly my favorite part of doing any of these things, because the enlightenment that happens, people who are like, oh my gosh, my light bulb just went off, I finally get it, or oh my gosh, I've never seen it presented that way. Like those types of conversations that I get to have really light my soul on fire, and really keep me moving to spread this thought and to really have a voice in a very clouded industry that I think we all have experienced. So I'd love to connect with you on Instagram. If you want to go connect with me, you can scan that QR code. It'll take you directly to my Instagram. The other option is just to look up my Instagram, Berman Media Social. If you just type that in, it will pop right up. And then I would love for you to DM me the word 1990 if you're able to do that. And that way I will know that you're actually coming here, or coming to my DMs, I should say, from here, so that I can attest to that and be able to share that with Mitch and the other people who have been on here speaking with me or alongside me, so that they can feel excited about the community that they've been able to put together for this. So I'd love to connect with you there, and we'll chat. So I want to ask you guys this question, and normally I would open this up to the chat box. So if you guys are on here with me, anyone who's watching live and is listening, I would love it if in the chat box you would comment, what do you guys see? So in this photo, what do you guys actually see here? And again, if you're watching this on the replay, that's fine too, but I'll give you just a second here, and then I'm actually just going to go ahead and tell you what's going on and why I decided to add this to my slide deck here for you guys today. So the question is, what do you see? And I will go ahead and just answer it based off of what I'm hoping you guys will get out of it. And what I can tell you personally is I have been a competitive swimmer for close to 22 years. I did swim competitively for 22 years, I should say. I'm very much so retired now, but and I actually specialized in the mile. So if you guys are not familiar with the world of swimming, the mile is the longest event in the swimming platform or the swimming deck of different events you could do, right? Lots of people that swim butterfly or breaststroke or the IM, which is all of the, somebody commented saying the picture of the bottom of the pool. Exactly. That is correct. Thank you for commenting that. And I can't see what your name is because it doesn't come through in StreamYard, but thank you for your participation. But where I'm going with that is I specialize in the mile, and this is a very long race. So it is actually 66 laps in the short course pool, which is the college size, right? 25 meters as compared to, if you guys watch the Olympics is long course. That is the Olympic size pool, whereas the short course pool is 25 yards, right? So that's the difference. But in college, I swam the mile all 4 years. I trained for it and specialized in it, which meant that I had way longer practices than my sprinting co-friends. I had much more volume over the course of those 4+ years of specializing in that event. And honestly, quite frankly, I was just in the water and in the swim arena significantly longer than I like to admit some days. We used to laughingly say that my perfume was chlorine. And I used to shower after and before every practice just to try to get as much of it off as possible. Alan is here. Thank you for that, Alan. And so it was kind of funny, right? We were talking about that. But why do I share this with you? Alan says it's the picture of a bottom of a pool, and you're absolutely right. But more importantly, when you see a pool like this, you see an image like this, it's more than just a pool, right? What do you see? You see lane lines. You see a black line on the bottom of a pool. You see structure. You see them set up in a specific spacing between each one of them that attributes to this is your lane, right? And the lane lines are designed to keep you on this path of going straight. And over the course of the 22 years of swimming, millions, honestly, of meters and yards over the course of that time, that black line on the bottom of a pool became more than just a marker for me. Like, it was a true companion, honestly, as silly as that sounds. It was a companion for me on every single lap of this journey through swimming and completing the mile. That's a big race and a long time. So the average mile takes roughly 17 minutes or less for elite athletes. I swim for all my East Coast people here. But at the very pinnacle of my career, when I graduated, it took me just under 17 minutes. I just barely scratched under that, which definitely puts you in the top, 2 to 3% in the country that's swimming that event. But long story short, and I say all of that to you guys to say that black line served as a focal point or a visual metronome that kept each stroke and turn very calibrated for me, that I could ultimately put myself in a rhythm and really get a flow going. It was a very clear, it was a very direct and a very purposeful path that I know if I stayed on, I would eventually complete the race. I would eventually finish the 66 laps that were in front of me. So entering that race, I obviously had a strategy. Having one was pivotal. That's a hard word for me to say after having too much caffeine. Much like planning content is, right? So having a strategy for what we're producing on social media, specifically Instagram, because that's my platform of choice. But we have to have a strategy for how we plan content. What we're producing is really important. But that also ties into the engagement piece. So how we engage on the Instagram platform. So if you think about the mile, right, it's about pacing, knowing when to reach out to the right people. Or when you think about the swimming version of the race, right, knowing when to surge forward, knowing when to conserve energy. But as we translate that same structure into our content and how we build content on social media, knowing when to reach out to people, what to say to them, right? So not only who to be talking to, but knowing what to say once we do. And is that message impactful? Are we creating a purposeful outbound message? And then when to pull back, right? When is the right time to listen for the feedback that you're getting or review the outcome of your outbound efforts, and then adapting as necessary, right? So if you have ever been a swimmer or ever played in any form of endurance sport, you know that most people are going to go out too hot, right? So most people who have ever swam a long distance race or ran a long distance run, My husband runs long distance running, ultra marathons, road marathons. For those of you guys who might be following me on Instagram, I just ran my first half marathon. I'm getting ready to run my second one here at the end of May. But even when I ran a half marathon, it was amazing to me when the gun went off at the start line, how many people just like bolted out of that start gate, right? Or the cross the line to get their chip timer to go off. And that's like anything. When it comes to social media, there are going to be people that will just sprint out into the marketplace, and they're going to fail forward in a lot of cases, and a lot of them will just fail altogether. But in theory, we want to fail forward if we are going to, which means we have to adapt, right? So we have to sprint out of the gate and then learn how to adapt over a long period of time. But what I have seen is that they are not learning how to adapt to the prospecting aspect as fast as they are the content side. Now, what do I mean by that? I saw somebody comment in here saying about how like most loan officers don't know how to use LinkedIn properly. Well, guys, newsflash, most loan officers are not prospecting on Instagram properly either. And what that sounds like is those really slimy DM messages that we get, or the people who are reaching out to us very clearly trying to earn business from us right out of the gate, right? They're coming in too hot with the message, and it comes across very inauthentic, doesn't really feel good on the receiving end. So most likely those of us who receive those types of messages are not even responding to them. So that therein lies the problem of we're sending messages and we're praying for a response, but we're not going to get one if done that way, right? Which means we have to adapt. So the way I look at this, the way I look at prospecting is every lap, or to parallel, right? Every lap in a pool has mirrored the consistent, persistent effort over a long period of time. Your guys' keynote, Phil Treadwell, he says that consistent, persistent effort over time. Who doesn't love that thought process, right? But every lap in a pool mirrors that consistent, persistent effort that I needed to be successful in that race. And that consistent and persistent effort of learning and adapting to the messaging and understanding what to say and who to talk to over an extended period of time has led me to be able to create what you guys will see here as far as how we outbound prospect, what that structure looks like, so that I can teach you guys to stay aligned with your goal, measure progress properly, right? So being able to track that effectively and know, hey, if I'm sending 50 messages a day and I'm only getting 10 responses, maybe I need to tweak something, right? Or if I'm sending 50 messages a day and I'm getting 25 back, okay, amazing. That's a phenomenal conversion rate. How do I make the most of the 25 that actually converted into, or I shouldn't say converted, I'm sorry. How many of the 25 can I then continue or get the conversation to continue? Because that allows me to now measure the success of what I'm doing in my outbound efforts. So we have to execute the strategy every day, right? It has to be a rinse, wash, repeat. Just like I had to execute the training for 22 years in order to be able to swim a 1650 is what it's called, but that's the mile, and swim 66 laps in a way that did get me to that precipice of being sub 17. So what's your black line, right? When it comes to prospecting on Instagram or social media in general, meaning where is your straight and narrow? Where is that marker that's going to keep you or be your companion, if you will, every day when you wake up and you look at Instagram or you look at Facebook or you look at LinkedIn, whatever platform you're using to be able to outbound prospect. So following this path that I'm about to share with you guys, much like my swimming career, is going to ensure that you guys stay on course, which is what I really, really want for you. We're going to cut through all of the noise on the social platforms because there is a lot of it. And most importantly, we are going to stop aimlessly scrolling the Instagram platform, because how many of us have opened Instagram and an hour goes by, 2 hours goes by, and you're like, what have I been doing this entire time? Oh my gosh, what a waste of time. Or what did I even just do with the hour that I was scrolling on Instagram? I didn't even realize it's been that long, right? We've all said that to ourselves. So the question then becomes, how do we cut through the noise of the other people who are not using the Instagram platform properly? And then how do we limit that aimlessly scrollingness or aimless scrolling as a whole that we're doing so that we can really reach the audience that we're after more strategically, right? And more intentionally. That's what our hope is. And that's what I pray to be able to share with you guys. So what I want you guys to take away from today with me is that you guys have one job every single day, and one job only. That is it. when it comes to active outbound prospecting on the Instagram or social platforms as a whole. But again, for the rest of the conversation, I'm going to hyper focus on Instagram because that is my platform of choice. So when I say Instagram, I want you to think Instagram, but at the same time, know that this can be and does effectively work on other platforms. We've seen it every single day for my clients that work with us or that I coach. So just know that. But every single day you have one job and one job only, and that is to find a new relationship on Instagram every day. Now, the fastest and easiest way to do this is through what we like to call leverage. But more importantly, if you guys are familiar with the concept of the 6 degrees of separation, that truly is how we build new relationships really efficiently through this Instagram platform. But on Instagram, there is a really fun button that allows us to do this fast, right? So I will show you guys as we get into this just a little bit that there is an actual tracker that we will use to be able to track who we're talking to, which category we're focused on each of the 5 days of the week. And one of those days is going to be this day of leverage, which simply means that we are going to utilize this little button that you see on the screen, which is this person with a plus sign. Hopefully you guys can see me. I'm circling over that, but the person with the plus sign button right here. So if you open up Instagram right now and you go to someone's Instagram account that you know, someone you've worked with, maybe it's a business partner, maybe it's a client of yours, maybe it's a vendor partner that you've worked with, maybe it's one of your realtor partners that you're currently doing business with. Click on that little person with the plus sign, and what will happen is Instagram is going to show you a ton of other people that you might know based off of your connection to that person. Now, great example, just the other day, I earned myself a podcast episode with someone who had recently interviewed a friend of mine. That friend of mine had also recently been on my podcast. So I was able to create a bridge between me and this other individual based off of this shared connection. Now, this other individual had never met me, did not know who I was, but we had a mutual relationship with the same individual. Now, how did I find that person? Right? I went to the person I'm speaking of's profile, clicked that little person with the plus sign, knowing that he had just been on a podcast. And luckily, I got lucky with Instagram showing me this individual's or this gentleman's profile, who he also happens to own, or not own, I guess you don't own a podcast, but you run a podcast, who also happened to run a podcast. And it was the same gentleman that had just interviewed our mutual friend. So we were able to, or I was able to leverage the relationship I had with the mutual friend to create a new relationship. Now, it was the easiest intro message that I've honestly probably ever sent because it was such a credible bridge that brought the two of us together. And that's the beautiful side of Instagram, because it gives us the opportunity to do exactly this, right? So we can, if you guys go to my profile and you click the person with the plus sign, Instagram's going to show you more people that you might know or might care to know based off your relationship with me. And that creates opportunity for us to build those new relationships that we're focused on finding every single day of the week. So the tracker that I'm going to share with you guys will show you how each of the 5 days can be built out. And one of those days is very, very specifically focused on leverage. And when I say leverage, I mean individual leverage, one-to-one with people that you might know based off of a previous relationship or a current relationship that you have, and how we do that. So again, it makes it so that you're not sending slimy messages. You're not doing weird first messages to someone that feels really uncomfortable, or you're like, oh, that wasn't very fun to send. And you know, on the receiving end, it was equally as unfun to receive. So we want to change that. The other thing about in cold calling or cold bumping, right, is it's very intrusive. And in doing this the way that I am coaching you or teaching you, that will go away, right? That intrusive feeling of the natural cold call completely goes away. And there's even more to it, but for sake of time, I can't get into all of that, but I will and have on other webinars and other things that you guys can consume that I've done lately. Now, the other thing I really want you guys to take away is that we have to stop consuming the Instagram platform, right? We are by nature consumers. What does that mean? That means we open Instagram, we're scrolling, we're just consuming brainlessly information over a long sustained period of time, right? Whether that's 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, 5 hours, right? However long you spend on social media or Instagram, as a whole. And what happens is it creates perception, right? We start to build these perceptions based off the consumption. But what if I challenged you to stop consuming so much and instead focus on consuming that creates connection, right? Meaning finding individuals that you want to connect with and then actually starting a conversation with them. Now, what we say, the message structure, how to talk to them, all of that, again, for sake of time, isn't going to be able to happen today during this conversation, but that is a huge part of what I teach because it is so relevant to how we make this platform successful for us. But that outbound prospecting effort is really, really, really important. So we'll talk through that. So we have to stop consuming and we have to start connecting, meaning we have to start actually sending messages to people to initiate contact with them. And to do that, it's really actually quite easy. Now, there's 4 big things that I want you guys to pay attention to. How can you connect on Instagram, right? And we're talking about not consuming so much and instead connecting, building a community of people that we can do business with, kind of scaling our opportunity to not only grow our companies, but to scale the number of relationships we have to then create more opportunity for us. So how can you connect more efficiently on Instagram? There's 4 big ways. First and foremost, we have to build familiarity. That's also a hard word to say if you've had too much coffee, but I have several more webinars after this today, guys. So I have so many coffees in my bloodstream right now. But first and foremost, building familiarity. So we have to start talking about personal things. And I just went on a tangent about this on Instagram the other day because I actually had a client who had hired a branding company to help with their branding as far as their colors, their logo, all of this to make it look really good. And my client told me that this company that she had hired for branding actually told her to never post, and she should never post personal content on her Instagram. And when my client told me this, honestly, I'm so grateful that it was just her and I on Zoom and it was a private coaching session because I was fumingly mad, right? In the sense of, I cannot believe that there are organizations out there actually telling people not to show up as a human being in their content. Now, why do I feel so strongly about that? The reason being is we are real people going through real things in real life. And when we get on a call with someone to either earn their business or in your guys' cases, trying to talk to a real estate agent to create an opportunity for them to start sending you business, you don't immediately get on the phone with them and say, hey, realtor, I'm the best lender in town. You really should just send me your next deal. No, we don't do that, right? Or at least you shouldn't be, I hope, right? We get on the phone and our focus is building a connection first, right? How is your day? I'm drinking a ton of coffee. I have a ton going on today. So I actually went to Dunkin', which I never go to Dunkin', but it was the closest to my son's school. So I had to get something. But what's going on in your world today, right? Or yesterday I was on the phone with someone and I'm not even kidding you. We talked about our kids for 5 minutes straight because he had actually booked a call on my calendar and mentioned in the store or in the initial part of the conversation right out of the gate, is your son home? Because I know you're a working mama and that's really cool. And I actually found that out about you through your Instagram content. And I was like, no, I appreciate that, but my son's actually at school. And it was really, really cool that the entire beginning of our sales call was actually personal, right? And that's the point of producing personal content is it gives us the opportunity to have personal conversations first, right? So when we are outbound prospecting on Instagram, we don't send somebody a message right out of the gate saying, hey, by the way, I'm the best lender in town and you should just hire me, right? No, we don't do that. We create a connection first based off of these shared interests or these mutual connections that we might have. And how do we do that? We have to consume their content, right? So we have to click on someone's profile. We have to review what they've shared. We have to look at the posts that they've put up. We have to read or watch the stories that someone's posting. And then we have to initiate contact acknowledging those things, right? So this photo on the screen is actually my son and I right before I started the half marathon that I did. And I posted this on my Instagram and had so many people message me because a lot of people had actually been following my training leading up to me doing my first half marathon. So they were really invested in that process with me. And it was so fun to see people come out of the woodwork saying, we've watched all your training. Like, what an amazing way to actually wrap this up. And if you've seen this post, it's actually 3 different pieces of content. And the third piece of content is actually my son Knox running up to me at the end of the race as I was getting ready to cross the finish line. But building that familiarity makes those sales calls way easier. It makes those initial messages or those outbound prospecting messages way more consumable from, or digestible, I guess is a better word, from the person receiving them. So we have to connect with someone's content first and tie that connection into how we initiate contact. Second thing, stop just hearting things, right? If you're producing story content, or sorry, if you see someone posting something in their stories and all you do is heart something, do not expect a reply, right? It's honestly kind of pointless in all fairness. And I say that lovingly, but if someone just responds to my story content with a heart, double tapping it, I am not responding to that, unfortunately, right? There's nothing for me to say back to that. That's just you sort of doing a drive-by wave. We're not really having a conversation. So if your point in creating that connection with me is to start a conversation, then newsflash, right? Start a conversation, initiate contact with an actual statement or acknowledgement or something of value to share. And then the third one is your comments are really weak. So don't just comment on people's content just to say you did, right? We're not checking boxes here, right? Your goal when you are commenting on people's content is to actually get it not just read, but responded to, right? And to create enough of a pull from the individual that you initiate a DM with them, right? Or you are responding to someone's story and you're doing it really intentionally, hoping for a reply, right? So being more intentional is so valuable. And I always talk about this constantly. It's not about the volume of them, right? It's not about the quantity of how many messages or how many comments or how many likes we're doing. It's about the quality of them and are we getting responses, right? I would rather you send 50 messages in a week and get 25 responses than 50 messages in a day and get 5 or 2 responses because you just rush through it to try to get and say you did your outbound engagement on the platform, right? That's not going to work the way that you want it to. Now, the next thing, there's 3 pieces. What I'm actually going to do quickly is I'm going to go to the slide with all 3 just for sake of time, because I know we're at 11:51 here. But are you using what you have? So how do we translate what I am telling you guys to do, which is to outbound prospect? How do we translate that into what we're doing on the daily, the action plan that you guys can take from right now and go start doing on the Instagram platform? And there's 3 buckets of this. And then there obviously will be a tracker of what we do to structure that for each of the days. But first and foremost, are you using what you already have? And our word of the year within my organization is you don't need more, or phrase of the year, I should say, is you don't need more. What you do need to do is use or create leverage within what you already have, right? And this is for you guys, right? This is my word for you guys who are trying to do this on a higher level. Are you using what you already have, right? What am I saying? You don't need more followers. You don't need more connections on LinkedIn. You don't need more subscribers on YouTube. You don't need more. What you do need is you need more quality conversations out of what you already have, right? So if your goal is to go from 20 million to 40 million, that's double, right? So how are you going to get there? And the question typically is, well, I need more, or I shouldn't say the question, the answer typically is, well, I need to talk to more people. I need more opportunity. Okay, well, you already have all of the opportunity, most likely, right in front of you. You don't actually need to go get more followers or more people in your CRM, or you don't need more Facebook friends, right? You probably have plenty to be able to go from 20 to 40 million in the year. Question is, what are you doing with them, right? So in your CRM, for example, are you connected to everyone from your CRM on Instagram? Are you using your email marketing to indoctrinate your audience to get them where you want them, right? Are you getting them to the Instagram space, which is where you're spending time and effort and energy to produce really valuable content and honestly money, right? If you're paying, I think Brian was just talking about video marketing, right? We've all fallen victim to spending a lot of money on video production. So are you utilizing the videos that you're putting out to create better emails, to indoctrinate them and push people to where the videos are, right? So email marketing is a huge part of this, and really speaking into or digging your teeth into your CRM is a huge part of that. And again, your email marketing needs to be strategic, right? We need to focus on what is the point of the email and where do I want them to go? For me, I use my email to get them to my Instagram or to get them to register for something through my Instagram, because that's my hub, right? And that's a really important dichotomy to understand. And then the second thing is your existing audience, right? So how many of you guys have, hundreds even? I don't care if it's 300, right? If you have 300 followers, if you have 3,000, if you have 30,000, right? How many of those people do you actually know? And I talked to a lady, not last week, but the week before. She's got 3,000 followers on Instagram. Most of them are local to where she lives in Minneapolis. And I said to this lady, I said, okay, so you want to go from 50 transactions to 100 transactions this year. What is your plan? Well, I need to get more Instagram followers. I need to just build my community, kind of just build my network. And I was like, nope, that is not the right answer. And she's like, what do you mean? And I was like, the right answer is you have 3,000 people that are consuming your content on a daily basis, right? And they're not all seeing it. So how do you make sure that you're digging your teeth into your existing audience? Well, guess what? How many of those 3,000 people that are consuming you do you know? She's like, oh gosh, maybe 10, 15%. Exactly. That's how you go from 50 transactions to 100 transactions. You speak to the audience of people that are already there, right? If they've made the decision to show up and support you in that manner, they will leave if they don't feel connected to you. And they will also leave if they are not getting the opportunity to forge a connection with you or to talk to you on a consistent basis. So your existing audience is all you will ever need. Now, will you grow naturally and organically? Absolutely. And you should, but you don't need more to do more. And that's an important thing to understand. And then the third one is your personal community. So who are you as a human, right? Are you engaged in conversations that light your soul on fire, right? So if I'm commenting on a realtor or commenting on a loan officer's content and they're posting about their 2.5-year-olds, or they're posting about horses, or they're posting about coffee, or they're posting about CrossFit or running, I'm really into that, right? Like those are kind of the areas of things that I'm really lit up by. And for me, that keeps me engaged in those conversations. I want to keep coming back and I want to keep talking to those people because we have these mutual interests and these shared connections. Now, if you're a realtor that you're posting about going golfing, it's not my thing, right? Like or a loan officer that goes out and, wants to do 18 holes on a Friday, more power to you. That's not how I would spend my Friday, right? Not that you might not be a great person for me to connect with, but that conversation about golf isn't going to be where I initiate contact with you. I'm going to try to go find something else that might be a bridge of communication or of connection with us. But it's not going to be golf. Now, why? Because I'm focused on having conversations in areas that light me on fire in a good way, that fill my cup, if you will. You guys have all heard that phrase. Because two things. One, it makes me more likely to stay engaged in the conversation. And two, I'm more likely to actually respond. I'm more likely to really be invested in the conversation to the point where I really want to make sure that this goes somewhere. Because we're talking about something that we obviously get along with or get along about. And that's going to translate into the second piece of that, which is getting them on the phone, right? Which we're going to have better, higher quality conversations when we do talk, because I get to take that personal connection offline into our call. Now, what does our tracker look like? Who should you be talking to? And the answer to that is, who should you be talking to? Meaning each of the 5 days of the week, where is your focus, right? And each of those 5 days is focused on something specific. So you are each day strategizing who you are outbound prospecting in a very specific way. So this tracker, it's probably a little bit small for you guys to see, but day number 1, or Mondays, if you will, is going to be people that you're already connected to. So these are going to be your top, if you're a loan officer listening to this, these are going to be your top 32, 50, 40, whatever the number is, real estate agents that are already currently sending you business. Now, it doesn't have to be realtors. It could be vendor partners. Like if you have a divorce attorney that's really actively sending you business, or a CPA, or a builder, or whatever it might be, right? In your business is going to be different than the person next to you's. But on that day, you're going to find those connections and put them there. And then you're going to click that little person with the plus sign, and you're going to go forge new connections based off of that connection. That is called leverage. So Monday is all about leverage. Now, each of the other other 4 more days of the week are focused on different categories. So obviously a little bit different depending on who you are. But Tuesdays is what we call your Dream 100 day, or your listing agent day. Now, there is another way to do listing agent day, but we can talk about that in just a moment. So Tuesdays could be your Dream 100 day in the sense of who are the top 100 agents or the top 100 partners or influencers or whoever they might be that fit that Dream 100 list. And those are the people that you are going to be prospecting on that day. So you're going to go find their Instagrams. You're going to go see if they have a new piece of content up, see if they have a new story up, and you're going to create conversation with them based off what they are posting, right? And there is a message structure as far as what that should sound like. But I can teach you that later on. Then listing agent day can either be Tuesday in place of, or you can move it over to Wednesday. And then Thursday is typically LinkedIn day. And then Friday is what we call re-engage day. Now, for sake of time, I can't really get into the weeds of all of that, but it is systematized and structured. So I want to end it on these 2 slides here and show you guys a client of mine who just sent me this text message yesterday. So this was from yesterday. He is a private coaching client of mine. I asked him how his prospecting was going leading up into our next coaching call, which is not till Friday. And this is what I got. He said, it's going well, 5 appointments, I think, and great conversation, 3 commitments to work with me so far as our #1 lender. Here are his stats, right? You can obviously see me responding in the green here. Stupid Android. Sorry, guys. Androids, get an iPhone, but it's fine. So meet DJ, right? This is my client. You guys can go look him up on Instagram. Home Loans by DJ is his Instagram account. He has been doing outbound active prospecting for 30 days that we have tracked so far. He just barely started about 60 days with me and has officially started prospecting about 30 days ago. So in those 30 days, his account has gone from 452 to 535, which is really, really good for a short duration of time. More importantly, they are really, really hyper local agents in the area that he is trying to do loans in Arizona. So he's had a total of 5 appointments. 3 of them have turned into verbal commitments to work with him, which is a 60% conversion rate of conversations into opportunity for him. Now that conversion rate for those conversations is insane, right? Because why? Because he's actually building and forging relationships the right way before going and saying, hey, can you get on a Zoom with me? Or do you want to jump on a call? Or do you want to go meet for coffee? Another client, this is somebody who got 13 opportunities of people who said yes to a meeting with her in less than 30 days. So we actually tracked this out. We have the exact dates, the accounts, exactly what happened out of the message. And we can attribute 13 yeses for this loan officer in less than 30 days. Again, in doing so, we're building relationships first, focused on the relationship aspect that leads to making the person on the receiving end of your prospecting feel very heard, feel very seen, and be more invested and more likely to say yes, which then obviously helps you stand out from the white noise, helps you stand out from the sea of ridiculous messages that we get all over every platform or calls that we get as agents, to alleviate that intrusive kind of gross salesy feeling that a lot of people feel, not only when they're doing the prospecting, but when they're on the receiving end of the prospecting as well. So all in all, does it work? The answer is obviously yes. And the most important thing is for you guys, I really want to just end it here and say, are you giving yourself the at-bat, right? Are you giving yourself the opportunity to get someone to actually say yes? And in doing so, we have to focus on the relationship piece first. Every conversation and every long-term prosperous opportunity for all of us, whether you're in the mortgage space, the real estate space, whether you're in my side of the world, whether you're in the event side, it doesn't matter what you do for a living, right? But the focus is the intention in me saying this is, are you focused on a relationship with that person that can then produce long-standing opportunity? And that's ultimately what we really, really want. So ask yourself the question, are you even giving yourself the at-bat? And do you have a black line, right? To tie this back to what we were talking about, do you have a black line or a North Star, if you will, your companion that is going to keep each stroke and each turn structured and calibrated so that you can really get into the rhythm that you need? In doing so, you're obviously going to find that clear and super direct, very purposeful path in how you accomplish your prospecting and ultimately how you accomplish your goal with social media, which is to generate conversations, as we know, create opportunity. So Mitch, if you're there, I'm going to hand it back over to you and say thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to jump in and chat with everybody. Oh, we can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, I want to thank you for reaching out today. And if anybody has questions or wants to, connect with you, what's the easiest way to do that?
Easiest way is Instagram. As I shared with you guys in the beginning of the presentation, you can just go on Instagram and type in Michelle Berman Michael and it'll come up. It's the fastest way. I answer all my own DMs. So
awesome. Well, I appreciate you joining us and helping out. And if anybody has questions, make sure you reach out to Michelle, and hopefully she can help you with discovering, how to use Instagram properly and not, sending, rude, unasked for messages.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you
Bye,
very
guys.
much. All right. I'm going to bring on our next sponsor, who just happens to be with My Home IQ. So give me a second here to bring on Todd. How you doing, Todd?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good, man. Welcome to the show.
All right. So we're going to dive right in. We have 5 minutes.
I'm going to give you the stage so you can take over and share about My Home IQ and how we can help loan officers out there watching today.
Yeah, sounds good. Select tab to share. Let's see here. Let's do Chrome tab. My Home IQ. Share this. Okay. You guys can see this? We're good?
Yep.
Okay. And then we're going to log out here. And then we're going to log in here. Oh, never mind. I know what to do. I'm sorry. 1 second. It messes me up because this only works in Chrome and I typically work off of Safari for demos. So bear with me. I apologize.
Yep.
This totally messed me up. Okay, let me find the account and I'll just log in through the back end here. Demo. Okay. Give me 10 seconds and we're going to be inside the old system and then we'll dive on in. Okay. Log in as user. Okay. Share this tab. All right, you guys can see this? We're good?
Yep.
Okay. So real quick, My Home IQ, post-sale follow-up for all of your closed deals, all of your refis, all of your purchase business, any lead that's ever come across your path, you can put them in here. We hover around 84% open rate with this individual report that goes out automatically. We have around 64% click-through rate. And then we deploy our predictive analytics on all of your past clients. So since 2020, we predicted 72% of the homes that have sold in the US. Last year, we predicted 76%. So we are always adjusting this algorithm. How this works, we're taking in all of the sold transactions in every single zip code. So when you put a client in here that lives in a zip code, we're going to segment all of those those sold homes and compare those sold transactions to your client and how many of those 191 data points match to the individual. So when you see a percentage that's in the green, so 70%, 90%, this person is on a path to selling their home. So we've identified them as they've already done the refi, they might have done the home improvements, and now they built up enough equity. So I can give you an example, a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home in a particular zip code that on average is selling 4.7 years from their purchase date with 78% average equity growth. And you put a client in here who put down 5% down payment, has done the cash out or a HELOC, and then has built up that equity, has lived in their house 4 years. Within the next year or so, they're going to be a very high probability seller. So that's what it's doing. It's just anticipating what the next thing that this individual is going to do based off of what other people are doing. So for you, this is a repeat business. This is your time to interact with a client, check in with them, see how they're doing, and go from there. Now, part of our system, the other side of it, is that you could give this to realtors for free. So we figured out how to be RESPA compliant, and you can connect with as many realtors as you want. When you give them our system, what's going to happen is we're going to pull in 5 years of their transactional history. So when you come into your account here, you can pull in a particular realtor. So here's this realtor's deals over the last, this is in beta right now. So this is 3 years. So just envision 5 years of transactional data, how many buyer transactions, total volume, average price, see if they're heavy on the listing side or on the buyer side. we're going to be cross-referencing these addresses. I mean, these homes. So if this home was listed with another realtor with a different license, it's going to go into the lost category. So you can see what an agent has lost. And then the predictive analytics running on the rest of their customers and how many loan officers that they're working with. So, who's their primary one and this and that. So then you can see all of their transactional data on a granular level. So here's the last 3 years on the buyer's side, and here's all the homes that have loans on them. So now when you invite this agent to connect with you, just put in their name, email, and phone number. What's going to happen is we're going to pull in all of their data. So instead of waiting on an agent's database, we've assembled all of their closed deals. Name off the deed, address, purchase date, purchase price, loan information, home value, and pre-mover scores instantly calculated. Your agent partners are going to be able to see which of their, how much business that they've lost and how much potential business they have coming down the pipeline. And then with our new active shopper pixel, that'll let you know as soon as one of your clients walks into a listing that's on the market. So whether it's an open house or an active listing, you're going to be notified in real time. So now we're going to walk each agent through their past transactions, go through the pre-mover score, and get these reports going out. And then you are automatically co-branded to every report that is going out to their customers. So let's say that you bring on a realtor and you've done zero business with that agent. It doesn't matter. This agent is now going to be a part of your ecosystem. Their database becomes part of your secondary database, and you are in front of their past clients every single month representing the mortgage space. So whether it's a HELOC question, a cash out question, lowering their house payment or their next purchase, this is putting you up in front of these people month after month. So you're going to be able to grow your audience and be able to hand agents tools to help them make more money, especially with this NAR change, really focusing on this listing aspect of it, because that's really what they control at this point. Now, let's go into the report section here. So a couple things. I'm just going to pull this up here. You can filter by viewed. And as these reports are going out, you're able to see, who's looking at this report numerous times per month. So let's click on one of these reports. We're going to share this tab instead. So this report's going to have your logo on it, your photo. Your clients can update anything that they want, in terms of their loan information, size of their property. Then here's their equity position. They gained this much since their purchase, estimate their home to be worth this. They think their house is in superior condition, what the difference would be, how accurate, good time to sell, ask a question, request for a CMA if you wanted to sell, cash out, HELOC. Ask you a question. What have you paid? Life of your loan. What's your home end up costing you? If you wanted to increase your monthly payment, which you can save. Interest you'll end up paying. Here's your 15. Here's your 30. So you can put your rates in front of your clients and in front of the agent's clients as well. So if anybody's in your recently closed deals that's above that 7% as time goes on, be able to show them how much you can save them month after month just to keep them contained. Then they can ask you a direct question if they wanted to rent, if they wanted to Airbnb, and if they wanted to purchase another home, what can they afford? Well, their house, their down payments around this number right here. Let's say their monthly debts are this, household income's that, and they think their credit's great. Here would be the ceiling that they could afford. So just to help you engage with your past clients to reduce those Zillow visits, you can control the home value with this thing. And as you see some of these equity growth, you can have those conversations with them, congratulate them on their equity, see what they've done to their home. If they've done anything, and if they haven't, maybe the next step is to put some money back into their house and max out on that future list price. So collectively, high open rate, reduced Zillow visits, keep you top of mind, tracks your client's activity, helps you grow your agent partners and identify agents that you want to work with and see their production and what they're going to bring to the table and how you can be a benefit to them so that you can increase the number of deals that you do with the realtor. The objective is give this to the realtors that you want, the ones that you work with. We will help you grow your audience and put you in front of more people. The monthly cost of this thing is $150 per month. Mitch has a special for you. You can reach out to Mitch if you want to do a demo with me. He has my calendar. And then from there, we will show you all of these tools and go and see if this is something that you'd like to work with. Pretty easy. We good? Did we do it in 5 minutes, Mitch?
Yeah, I think you did pretty good, man.
All right. That's like 5 cups of coffee right there. So we had to expedite it.
Between you and Michelle, you guys drink all the coffee in the place. In the country.
I think I took 2 breaths that whole time. All right. So you guys have a hell of a day. Appreciate you. Thank you for your time. Thanks for hearing me out. And if you want to check this out, reach out to Mitch. I have a special pricing through him. So you ask him. And then if you want to jump on the demo, you're going to get, I think it's roughly $750 off because of Mitch. So not a bad deal. Anyways, appreciate you. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you very much, Todd. All right, everybody. I did drop the link in there for Todd so that you can book a demo. If you can, go ahead and click on that, and then that'll get you set up. And like Todd said, we'll get some special pricing set up for you guys on there as well. We're just a couple seconds here away from bringing on our next speaker, so give me a second here, and we will do that. Sorry, just 1 second. All right, Paulie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. The day has been, a little crazy with technology. This StreamYard's been giving me a little grief, so had to shut down, reboot, and all that. Get everything amped back up. So, welcome to the show. I appreciate you joining us. I know you just did a webinar with our Thursday coaching corner, and we, the LOs that attended really enjoyed, listening to you and getting your perspectives on, how to build relationships with real estate agents. So, I think that's a really unique way of doing it, because who's going to, have more information on that than a real estate agent herself. So I'm excited to have you on board.
Thank you. And I appreciate coming back. And, anytime I can educate lenders on how we like to be approached, it's always a great thing. So I have a few things to talk to you guys about. I really love when it's interactive. So if you guys have questions, drop them in the chat box, and happy to answer any. I do want to just, I've been writing notes because I've been sitting on here, and it's really interesting as a realtor to listen to the lender perspective. Y'all are whack, by the way. I just want to tell you. But and I say this kind of in jest, but also a little bit, in a real way. There's a huge pet peeve amongst realtors. So I'm just going to tell you, realtor has 2 syllables, not 3. So one of the fastest ways that you can turn me off, if you call me to ask me a question, and if you say, I see you're one of the top realtors in town. So that's just my, I can't kind of say it facetiously, but I kind of mean it too. So if you learn nothing today, there's 2 syllables in realtor. It's like realtor, not realtor. So let's get that out of the way. I'm going to follow on with something that a couple of the other speakers have talked about, and that is the importance in coaching, before I talk about what I want to talk about. So, 7 years ago, I was making about $350,000 a year, and I thought, man, I'm all that in a bag of chips. And my lender partner, Shannon Schinkel with NFM Lending, talked me into going to a coaching, and I was like, okay, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid and I'm all in. And so, now I've been in coaching now for about 6 years, transitioned over to be coaching and consulting with Chad, who spoke earlier. It has truly been life-changing. If you are a lender and you are like, what does it take to get to the next level? I would encourage you to look at that. What I'm going to talk about today, I'm going to be up on stage in Las Vegas, April 20th at Accelerate with Be Coaching and Consulting, expanding on what I talk about a little bit with my very favorite, realtor or lender partner, Shannon Schinkel. I tried to get her on here today. Sadly, she chose to take a cruise for spring break with her family, which I found was, really rude. But I'm going to pull up here and just kind of share my screen a little bit if I can get this. Well, I sent it up. I don't know how to do this. I'm not that smart. I went to Texas A&M University, so some people will say maybe not that smart. I'm going to try and share my screen. You guys let me know. This is kind of what I want to talk about. Mitch, are you able to pull up what I sent you?
Yeah, give me a second here and see if I can.
Again, just like the last guy, I use everything in Safari. So going over to try to get this stuff on Google Chrome, which, my oldest daughter works for Google. So you'd think I would know a little bit more, but I don't. I really basically have about 10 things that I just kind of want to address. I've got some bullet points up. I don't have super fancy PowerPoints like everybody else, because as you can see, my staff is not here today because they're really loud, and I sent them away. Um, Number one, I want to talk about the clear communication that I think is really important between a lender and a realtor. I want to, one of the biggest things that you can do for me to earn my business if you are working with a new realtor is keep me informed every step of the way. Like, I really want to know, even if it's bad news, like, I want to know that. Shannon, one of the things I really like about her is that every Tuesday I get a Tuesday update call. The good, the bad, the indifferent. Like, so if we have issues with appraisal, or we have issues with, hey, we are not clear to close yet, or we're waiting on something, some documents from the buyer or the seller, whichever side of the transaction we're on at that time, that's something that you can do. I just closed a deal where I was the listing agent, and the lender also gave me the same thing. Like, once a week, it was the update call, and it was like, hey, we've received all the documents. They are now all at underwriting. We should have an answer back by this time, appraisals back, or wherever we are in the process. So a once a week call, even a twice a week call, goes a long way with your realtor partner. I did a deal where I had the buyer and they chose their own lender, and the lender, and I'm in Colorado Springs, Colorado. They used a lender that was a family friend out of Florida. And I kept calling the lender to say, hey, I've got some questions on this. Like, do you have all his documents? Do you have this? Do you have that? Where are we at with appraisal? Where are we at with this? And that lender actually said to me, I do not talk to the realtor and I do not give you that information. And I'm like, how am I supposed to know, if the appraisal's done, if you're not giving that information to me? So I do think that, the number one thing you could do for me to earn my business is really a good, clear communication. Secondly, I want to collaborate on some marketing efforts. I personally do not advertise on Zillow. I think it's a total waste of money, but that's just me, because we all know the national stat, only 4% of all Zillow leads actually close. So I think it's stupid. But I do want to do things like take that money and offer your realtor to maybe co-sponsor an event. We do, about once a quarter, a happy hour together where we're bringing all of our clients together. And I make my happy hours really family friendly, because I want like the kids to come, because if the kids love you, the parents can't say no. So we did a really successful happy hour at a pizza parlor that has beautiful Pikes Peak views in Colorado Springs. And we had almost 200 people come through. So I was like, hey, let's do this together. The whole event was $1,000. So if you're spending 500 and I'm spending 500, like, that's amazing. I happened to, speak on Mitch's platform on his coaching corner a couple weeks ago, and I actually stayed on and learned about Home IQ. I do currently have HomeBot that Shannon sponsors with me. I'm super excited for her to get on Home IQ. I actually really, if you haven't watched the demonstration, go watch that. That does some amazing stuff. So whatever that is, if you can have opportunities for joint marketing efforts, co-hosting events, creating co-branded materials, she will help sponsor my team's open houses. So we, have a flyer with both of our QR codes, so it's very easy for her to get in there. The other thing that we do, and I will talk to this a little bit, later on, but if somebody chooses to come in and they're unrepresented, and they're using both of us, we both give a little bit of a rebate, which is legal in Colorado. So I don't know how it is in other states. The education and training. And this one I've said before to other folks and other groups, I'm 56 years old. I went to college pre-computer. I had kids before computers or cell phones were coming out. So for me to learn stuff like classes like Instagram, TikTok, whatever the new X is, I haven't ventured into that. I would really love a LinkedIn class, because I do think that is something that is an underutilized opportunity. So if you as a lender have an opportunity to bring in an expert in that field, And I do think like lunch and learns are great. If you can bring somebody in that's local, that is maybe an influencer or maybe somebody that does those kind of things really well, I think that that is a way to really grab, a lot of realtors in there. Shannon did one on how to shoot videos successfully, and we found a model home through one of our builders who was like, absolutely come in and, you guys practice, shoot for a couple of hours. The builder got involved and brought in, donuts or, whatever it was. He had coffee, juice. And we spent 2 to 3 hours, and there were about 25 realtors there. So think about that impact, that if you can arrange something like that, that what that's going to do to your street credibility. The other thing is anytime you can give me market trends, any funky new mortgage update products, any regulatory changes. One thing that I will tell you, on almost every Friday, I get about 100 emails from lenders, and it has, here's the rates, here's this, here's that. These emails are this long. Your average realtor has the attention span of a gnat. We all have ADD. We just can't read that much. You got to keep it to like 2 small bullet points or less for us, because we just can't concentrate. But I would love that. Like, hey, here's a new regulatory change, and it's this, and this, whatever it is, but very quickly. Your referral partnerships. This, I think, too, you're demonstrating a mutual trust and respect and support. For me, long gone are the days where I feel that I need to give out 3 different lender names. What I say is, hey, if you're here locally, I want you to, call my gal Shannon. She's gonna take care of you. If you have, a good rapport with her, you're gonna continue on. One thing that I do tell them is, if you're not happy, then call me back and I'll give you some other names to interview. One thing that you guys and gals, because I don't know who else on here, can do that will really set you apart from other lenders. I have a couple of lender partners that are licensed, nationwide or in a lot of states. So Colorado Springs, Colorado, we have 5 military bases here, and we are 25% military. And I give probably 2 to 3 referrals out every week. If I do not have a referral partner where I'm going, like I just did this with Mitch a couple weeks ago. I was like, I need somebody who's licensed and who is a lender in Richmond, Virginia, because I sent three referrals to somebody in Richmond, and how great would it have been to have, a lender that I can call and go, hey, my very favorite clients are moving to Richmond. True, by the way, and they have a huge 185-pound pig named Jorge. So I did a whole section on like Instagram of how Jorge was PCSing, that's a permanent change of station for military, following him along from, from Colorado to Virginia. But anyway, here's something you can do. If you have realtor partners, if you're licensed in other states and you've got realtor partners, if you have somebody local and you have set yourself apart at the expert to say, like for me, hey, Holly, if you are looking for a realtor in Richmond, Virginia, guess what? I've got you covered. And then you connect me with that realtor in Richmond, Virginia, and now I get a referral fee from it. Or if you have a client who is coming to you first and they are saying, hey, Mitch, you know what? We are relocating and we're going to Sioux City, Iowa. I don't know anyone in Sioux City, Iowa. So you might say, you know what? I'm going to hook you up with my gal Holly. That allows me to get a referral fee. And doesn't that, you're now offering some incentive to your realtors to always use you and to always use you as a resource. So think outside the box if you are licensed in more than one state, and if you have some good realtor referral partners, how you can actually kind of hook that up. I made a big spreadsheet that I have a realtor in just about every location that there is a military installation, but I don't necessarily have lenders in all of those. So I have a few lenders that know to call me and say, hey, do you have somebody in Gulfport, Mississippi? Well, yes, I do. My old college roommate who's, a licensed realtor. And that way, that even though I'm not involved, he can call and get those realtors hooked up together, if that makes sense. I feel like I kind of didn't explain that greatly, but hopefully you guys understood that. Number 5, like, how do you streamline the process? For me, this is really easy. Again, I like to go back to those small bullet points. So, small words and small bullet points. But, Shannon actually, once a week on Friday, I get an update email and it comes out to me whether I am the buyer's agent or whether I am the listing agent. And it goes out to both of us. So if we're on a transaction, and it has kind of a spreadsheet, a checklist of where we are in the process. So everybody knows, has appraisal been ordered? Are we through inspection? Where are we at with underwriting? And that is pretty easy, actually. And so I feel like if I don't have to call you and ask you, that's one less thing off my plate. If you have a busy realtor who's working 60 to 80 hours a week, one less call to, even though you're one of our favorite people, that's one less call that I have to make to check up on stuff. If I know that you've set that expectation up front, that, hey, Holly, every Friday every Tuesday, I'm going to call you with an update. Every Friday, I'm going to send you an email with everything that we are doing through the week. And I can tell you that last year I did 78 transactions and I'm about 50-50 on listings versus buyers. The only realtor or the only lender that I got anything like this from was Shannon. And so when I'm working on the listing side and I'm not controlling, not that I can control anyway, it's always a consumer choice, but, I don't have any say in who their lender is. Wouldn't that be great? And if you are doing something like that, how are you, what kind of impression are you making on that realtor that you're working with? So if you're not doing something like that, set something up and that's going to make it, awesome. Networking opportunities. If you have an opportunity that you are a part of things like, I just drew a blank. I can tell you the things that I've been invited to locally. I don't know if they have this everywhere. There's a Home Partners of America. There's a housing partners in need. There are a few different organizations here that I'm not necessarily a part of, but if you invite me to one of those special events, I'm going to open my wallet and share some money with those charities. But the other thing that's doing is you're able to introduce me to other people that you are, that you're rubbing shoulder to shoulder with. And what realtor does not want to get invited to something where they might have an opportunity to, meet new contacts, have a way to, what is that like? It's that circle of trust. If you know and like me, and if you trust me, are you going to trust the recommendations that I give you? So if you have an opportunity to invite a couple of realtors to charitable events, parties, golf tournaments, even though I don't golf, I love to go to golf tournaments because who doesn't like to ride around in a golf cart and, drink a cold beer? And maybe meet some of the people that you are associating with, especially if you're going to charity events and they are a little bit higher volume prospective client. That's a great way to really put that person out there and get them in front of people. Again, we've kind of talked about number 7, that feedback mechanism. One thing that I will say that if you have an open line of communication with the people that you're working with, like your realtors, like I'm pretty blunt. I'm a pretty open book and I'm pretty honest. So if I have a client that says, I've tried calling this lender 3 times and they haven't returned my call, or I'm giving out CPA's name, financial planners, all kinds of stuff like that. If they give me that feedback that they are not getting in touch with them, we're going to have a pretty open conversation, and it's not going to be, ugly or anything like that. But I'm going to come to you and say, hey, Mitch, I sent Hannah to you and she said she's tried calling your office 3 times and has not received a call back. Or I'm working with them and, I've tried leaving messages and I'm not getting any information back. So I think that when you set that expectation up front, like, hey, I want you to tell me if your clients ever have a negative experience, or I want you to let me know if your clients are trying to get a hold of me and nobody from my office is calling back. And I'm going to do the same for you. If I send you a buyer and you're working with them, to me, and that buyer is not getting the service that they need, then I want to know that too. And I think that those are all learning experiences. I mean, most of us have some admin staff that help us out. And so sometimes there are times where, the information is not getting from point A to point B. So I think that that's important. And that is that part at number 8 of, emphasizing that client satisfaction. But what I will say is if you have a referral partner in a realtor and you've set this awesome experience and you've taught that realtor what your processes are, like I know that I can tell, my buyers if they're working with Shannon, hey, every Tuesday or whatever day it is, I can't remember what she does. Every Tuesday, you're going to get an update call, and Shannon or her office, they're going to tell you exactly where you are, what's coming next, and what's coming after that. And then on Friday, it's going to be like, hey, this is where we are in the process of, what's been ordered, what's been accomplished. And I think that that's really easy. Number 9, your adaptability and your flexibility. Here's something right now that I feel like lenders could really help out. I see, with the new NAR ruling, which honestly, like, Chicken Little, the sky is not falling, and this really is not going to impact top producers that much because we've already been using a buyer's agency. The only 2 things that the NAR ruling came out with, and if you go on LabCoat, you see all these wild conspiracy theories. The only 2 things is you are now required after July 1st to use a buyer's agency anytime you're going to show a house. And the second one is a buyer's compensation is not allowed to be listed in the MLS. It's always been negotiable. If you have somebody that comes to you and get pre-qualified, you can help your realtor partners by explaining to your clients, your buyers, why they want representation. And side note on this, back in the 90s, this is how it used to be. Everybody represented the listing agent, even the agents who were showing homes. And so a lawsuit came out and we changed to buyer's agency because the buyers felt like they were not getting representation. So do I think personally that this is going to change at some point in the future? Yes, I do. But so this is something that you can really help and have the back of your agents, your buyer's agents, by explaining the importance of having a realtor, having their own representation. And I think that's going to, be awesome. Your long-term relationship building, and this is something that I really like to talk to about. And how do you get those appointments with your realtor? So for me, if you are trying to get the business of a top producing agent, but you cannot stand them, move on to the next agent. There are, in Colorado Springs, El Paso County, there are 4,400 agents. If you don't like 2 or 3 of them, well, that happens. Move on. Stop trying to build a long-term relationship with somebody that you absolutely do not care for. What I do want you to do, though, instead of asking 25 realtors a day for coffee, like try to do something a little bit more meaningful. And maybe that is and I said this on the last time I spoke with Mitch's crew. I probably get 6 to 7 calls every single day from an ISA who's coming from the Philippines or India. And it goes something like this. Sorry, Mitch, that I'm going to bust on your name for a little bit, but it might be like, hello, this is whoever from Mitch's office. And I'm like, I don't even know who that is, first of all. So say, he's a lender or he's from, Cross Country Mortgage or whatever company it is. And they say, he'd like 15 minutes of your time to tell you about all his new programs. I never say yes to those. If you want to talk to me as the top producing agent, I want you to pick up the phone. And I want you to ask me questions that do not revolve immediately about me coming to do business with you. And it might be like, I'm watching your business and I want you to know what my stats are. Holly, I know that you closed 78 transactions last year for $46 million. Like, can we have a conversation? Do you have time to just like tell me what you're doing? Like, what is working for you? Realtors do love to talk about themselves. It's true. But if there's something that I can share with you, I'm happy to. If you tell me you want 15 minutes for a cup of coffee, which does not exist, by the way, that 15 minutes is always at least 30. I don't care about the different programs you have until I have a client that needs something specific. And then I'd be happy to. A lot of realtors know a lot about the different programs that are out there to start with. So I think if you build that trust on from coming from a standpoint of, I'd love to hear what you're doing and how you're having this success. I'd love to see how you're building your team. I'd love to see, what are some of the things you can do? What are things that I can do to help you? And I'd be very honest. I would say things like, you know what? I stink at TikTok. I do them, but I stink at it. I stink at Instagram. I do it, but I stink at it. If you want to see how bad I stink at it, my IG is Broker Holly Quinn. I'm completely irreverent. Yesterday, I did one about where I called my dog an asshole because he was. But, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just getting out there and guessing at it. So ask those questions on, what are you doing that's successful? How could I help you be more successful? Because I feel like if I can learn those things, then you're gonna much more likely to earn my business. And lastly, kind of on that subject, we actually developed a BNI group. So we have a financial planner, a CPA, a roofer, a lender, and myself, and we get together about every 6 to 8 weeks or so, and we go have lunch and we just kind of brainstorm, like, what do you need help with? What's great? We've planned events together where all of us will get together and everybody can mingle. And then you have this really amazing event where we do a fall carnival in October every year that has about 2,500 people that come to it, and it's a pumpkin patch and it's bouncy houses and it's a chili cook-off and it's apple cider and it's all this crazy stuff. But then you can have somebody working like each station, which does kind of go back to like throwing those events together. So when we do like our big fall carnival or we do like Christmas with Santa, at the fall carnival, maybe the roofer is sponsoring the face painter. Maybe the CPA is sponsoring the balloon artist. Maybe the financial planner is sponsoring the, pumpkin patch, things like that. And it's how can we help each other? And so with these groups, anytime somebody asks them for a realtor or lender, we are the only ones they recommend. And I will say, like, my financial planner is my number one referral source. Who do I send roofing to? Like, my roofer came out and said, okay, for everybody that you send us, like, we'll come out and do a free inspection on any roof that your buyers want to buy. The CPA gets all the new clients because everybody moves and they think they can't use the same CPA, but they can. And then we have, our lender who is working a craft station. So these are all things that you guys can do together. And that is pretty much all I have. So what, do you guys have any questions? Is there anything that I can expand on?
All right. I'm just wait here and see. Does anybody have any questions for Holly? It's the perfect opportunity to ask a successful real estate agent, what it takes to earn their business. So don't miss that opportunity.
And I will say, if somebody's waiting to ask any questions, Mitch, like, I'm going to follow up on something that Chad said, and he gave a very, I think poignant story of life. And people are usually surprised to hear that October 3rd of 1993, I left an abusive marriage and I was living on the streets with my 2 kids. And so that was my motivating factor, that I will never be poor again and I will never be in this position again. And that has driven where I am today. So I always look at people and go, if you've come from, like, I wasn't on drugs or anything. I was an abused spouse, but you can overcome anything, and, you can do whatever it takes to be successful in a down market or in adverse times. And I will say, for me, like, getting into coaching, getting into real estate and then getting into coaching has made 100% difference and change.
That's awesome. Well, that's, like you said, to Chad's point and your point, it doesn't matter where you come from. You put in the effort and you put in the time, and, you have your why on what you want to get to where you want to get to. That's going to push you and drive you to do that. And like Chad said, it's a lot like athletes. You got to have that drive to be the best. And if you have that, then, it's going to help you go a long ways.
Absolutely. And I just finished, I don't have to look at my phone for the name of this because I can't ever remember it because I'm 56 years old and that's how life goes. I just am finishing a book, and it is, oh hell, what is it? It's like How to Say Everything.
Okay.
How to respond to everyone. I'll look it up. I'll send it to you, Chad, if you want to share it. But one of the things that it's been such a main, it's geared towards real estate. So it's like how to respond to everything, real estate version. I'll get it to you. But, if you're not listening to audio tapes or whatever, and like some people get in the car and that's kind of their downtime to listen to, pretty sure Chad actually listens to heavy metal like Slipknot. And people are surprised that every time I go to a listing appointment, I'm listening to old school rap. But the rest of the time, if you get home and you're busy and you don't want to read for professional reading, doing audio, Audible, or if you have a subscription to Spotify, a lot of those books are included. So it's really easy if you're going between appointments for like 20 minutes to listen to a chapter. So that was not related to this. That's just my tip.
Right. Awesome. Well, Holly, I appreciate you very much for joining us and giving us your time and helping out everybody in the audience today. And if anybody has any questions for Holly in the future, reach out to her on social, and she'll be happy to help you out.
Will do. Thanks so much for having me, Mitch.
Yes, thank you very much, Holly. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
All right, I'm going to bring on our next sponsor. This is John Parker with Nexa, and there he is. Hey, John, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Mitch?
Hey, I'm doing all right, man.
Man, that was a great speaker you had on just before.
Yeah, we had Holly on with one of my other coaching corners, and I was like, man, she really helps people understand as as a lender, what it takes. Like, how do you get real estate, agents, and like she said, you could start by not offending them by pronouncing their occupation wrong. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
As a broker, you probably don't like when people call you different names that aren't a broker. Everybody else is a loan officer. Well,
yep. Yeah, that's true.
That's not what I am. I'm a mortgage broker. But yeah, man. Well, welcome to the show. Thank you, and Michael, again, for sponsoring our events. We really truly appreciate it. And I'll give you the stage so you can tell us about Nexa.
Okay, I was just gonna share my screen here.
Okay.
My name and everybody. My name is John Parker. I work with Michael Neal at Nexa Mortgage. Both been in the business for a long time, and he's got something he's got going on. He's got something going on right now, so I just figured I would come over here and tell you all a little bit about what we do, and see if maybe Nexa is a good fit for you. Can you see this, Mitch? Join Nexa.
Yep, it's there.
Okay. So like I said, I've been in the, I came in the business about 2004, have been in since then. But Nexa, I've been here for about 5 years, and Nexa started back in 2017. when I got here, I was around number 100 that joined the company. And now we have 2,300 loan officers in 48 different states. We did $7 billion in business in the most recent production year. And some things that really set Nexa apart from everybody else. One, you're always going to hear, compensation. So, we pay up to 275 bips on the Nexa side. There is no cap on the Axon mortgage side, which is our non-delegated side. But we pay you that while also giving you the low wholesale rates from our lenders with no markup. We have everyday payday. So if you close a loan, you submit it to payroll. Usually takes a day or two for it to get processed, and then they pay you on it. So we pay every day. We have live Zoom support available. We have loan officer coaches, LOS coaches online available to help you all day long. Got 200 plus staff, multiple language support. Our processors, here's something that's interesting. So our processors are commission only, so they only get paid when the loan closes, just like you do. We're licensed in every state except Massachusetts and New York, and those are coming soon. We also have Nexa Academy. So, traditionally we look for loan officers that, have experience in the business, have their own they're self-sourcing. And, once in a while we come up with loan officers that are newer to the business. They don't have experience. They need training. So we have Nexa Academy. And like I was talking about before, we also have Axon Mortgage, which is our non-delegated correspondent side. One of the great things about Nexa, we only have 2 rules. And one of those are be compliant and be profitable. We let you run your own business however you want. You own your data, you own your CRM. You can build your business however you want. We've got branches that buy leads. We've got branches that, get all their business from referral sources, real estate agents. You can run under your own name. You can have a DBA. It's also possible to be 1099. So as long as you're not in, California, Georgia, one of these states right here, you can be 1099 at Nexa. Let's see. So we have at Nexa, we have it's a really easy way to get support. We have Zoom. We've been doing Zoom before the pandemic, before everybody else started jumping on Zoom. So if you want to get in touch with anybody at Nexa, we use Zoom. And here is like a copy of our support page that, different, loan officer support. We have our Y Axon meeting. We have our Y Nexa meeting to learn more about Nexa Mortgage. We have our Y Nexa Academy, so you can learn more. YUWM. We have our corporate support. So we have 2 corporate support rooms that handle everything from compliance, licensing, marketing. And, you can, I'm going to have a link later where you can sign up for a free account. It has access to not only mine shows a comp calculator, but we have a rate checker. We have our vendors. We have scenario coaches, our lenders, processors. Everybody's on Zoom and available through loan officer support. And it is pretty amazing what they've done since I've come here. Everything is really anytime we have an issue, gets fixed, and we come up with a problem. I mean, we come up with a solution for all of our problems. Right now, we've got about 244 lenders, 4,000 products. We have 32 LOS coaches, 175 processors. We have a rate checker, so you can check our pricing against yours. Let me see what else. I'm not going to do that one. We also have, so part of Nexo, we have a, the difference in the margin, between, 3 million and up. Once you hit 3 million, we've got different ways that you can eliminate the corporate margin at Nexo and get paid 100% of the income. So one of them is through volume. So anything above 3 million a month, you make 100% of whatever you charge to the consumer. Also, we have a recruiting pathway to 100%. Where you help the company grow, and your pathway to 100% starts at a lower volume requirement. So if you recruit 20 loan officers, you get if you have 20 producers, you get 100% of commission on every one of your loans. And if you're an Axon branch, so this is something for all you branch managers. If your branch does cumulative volume over 200 loans, I mean, over 2 million a month, not 200 loans, but if you do over 2 million in a month, cumulative, you get 100% on your loans. So that also, and on the Nexa side, it's 3 million.
All right, John. How do people reach out to you?
So if they want to reach out to us, so I don't know if you can send this to them. We don't have chat here, but yeah, if you want to reach out to me, you can reach me at jparker@nexarecruiter.com, or you can give me a call on my phone number. I'm here in Texas. My phone number is 214-686-4373. If you want to get in touch with Mike, he's mneal@axonmortgage.com, and this is his phone number right here.
All right. Yeah. If you want to message those to me, then I'll get them in the chat.
Will do.
So people can reach out to you. And once again, I want to say thank you, John, and thank you, Michael, for supporting what we do and sponsoring our event.
Thank you very much for letting us be here and take part.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it, John, and have a good rest of your day.
Okay. I'm going to send that to chat right there. There you go.
All right, perfect. And I'll get that over and to everybody. So appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, everybody. We're going to be bringing on our next speaker, and this is Tommy Clifford. Give me 1 second here. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic. Happy afternoon to you, Mitch. It's a beautiful day here in Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I haven't been outside yet, so I don't know how Iowa's going to be treating me out there. It was rather nice this morning, but it's supposed to get cold today, I think.
It's actually pouring outside, so that's kind of hilarious.
Well, that's probably what it's doing here too then. Well, welcome to the show, man. I appreciate you joining us and giving us your time and sharing with our audience.
You are very welcome. Let's just dive right in it. Boy, Holly's great. I'm thankful for her. She had a great presentation. I loved it.
Yeah, everybody really enjoyed Holly the last time I had her on with my coaching corner. So I thought it was a no-brainer to bring her back and have her present today. So definitely. All right. Well, I will get out of your way, Tommy, and let you take the stage.
Okay, everybody. Thanks for joining me. Today, we're going to talk about leveling up your Google business profile and your Google reviews. So let's start out by asking everybody a question. How many of you have a Google business profile? It used to be also called Google My Business, but now it's called a Google business profile. How many of you have a Google business profile? everybody should have a Google business profile. It's free. It's the best way for people to find out and do what my good friend Kyle Draper says, social proof. Google business profile is important, is so important. Next question, how many 5-star reviews do you have? Do you have 1? Do you have 20? Do you have 100? There's no right or wrong answer. Everybody has to start with 1. I mean, CNN started with 1 viewer. MTV had 1 viewer. So if you don't have a Google business profile, that's okay. We're going to help you kind of not get started. Getting started is simple, but we're going to help you optimize it. Last question I have for the group is, what is a 5-star Google review worth to your business? What is 1 review worth to your business? Is it $5? Is it $10? Is it worth a $20 bill? I've talked to some people who've said that it's worth $50 to them. What is 1 5-star review worth to you? Okay, before we go anyplace else, if you haven't optimized your Google business profile, don't spend a dime on SEO. Do not waste your money when you haven't used all the free resources that you have at your disposal. There's a lot of people who want to take your money. There's a lot of people who are offering you things. Use your free resources first. Okay, this is Tommy's 8 steps to optimizing your Google business profile. The first thing we need to do is we need to optimize it. We need to go through and we need to update it. Well, Tommy, what does that mean? What we need to do is go and verify your information. Is your address correct? Is your phone number correct? Do you update? Do you add photos to it? What about your service area? Did you move into a new market and you haven't updated that yet? Maybe I'm in Indianapolis, or maybe I'm in Gary, wherever it happens to be. You need to make sure that if you've expanded, it's always good to put on your calendar once every 120 days to go through and verify your information in your Google business profile. Want to make sure to update your products and services. Did you just add a new, FHA product or a new jumbo loan product? Or maybe you started dealing in reverse mortgages. People are going to go here to look for information. And the thing to understand is the more you interact with your Google business profile, the higher your SEO goes. This is free Google juice for you. So the more you interact with your Google business profile, the more Google sees you as engaged, the higher you rank. Now, granted, there's a couple hundred different metrics involved in SEO, but right now we're talking about something that's 100% free, that you can do yourself, is super simple. You just have to, do it. Now, you want to add photos. Add photos and I add photos of your surroundings, what you're doing. Of course, you have privacy issues, so we don't want to give anything away. But certainly, as mortgage brokers, as we're in the real estate industry, there are so many. We're just littered with photo opportunities. We're in a content-heavy world. Remember to upload photos to your Google business profile. Lastly, we want to make sure that we have questions and answers. There's a Q&A area. Don't direct them to your website. Google doesn't want you directing them to their website. Google wants you answering questions here so people can know more than ours. Hey, what about this? I'm sure there's probably 15 or 20 first-time questions that people have, and you can answer those questions here. Again, when people Google mortgage lenders near me, real estate agents near me, whatever it happens to be, this information is going to show up and you're going to shine. And this is going to help escalate you to the top of the pile. Okay. Step 2, you need to start asking for reviews and you need to make this a habit. People drag their feet about asking reviews, and it should be easy. You just have to know when to do it, and you need to put processes in place so that you can ask for reviews. Now, what are good places for reviews? Well, hey, we need to make it easy for customers to leave a review. And this is a QR code to my Google Business Review. If you want to scan it and leave me a review, I would love that. That would be fantastic. Thank you kindly. But how many of you have thought about putting your Google Business Review link in your email signature? What about having it on the back of a business card? You know, direct mail is not dead. Putting a QR code there to leave a review can be effective. You know, there's digital business cards, there's dot business cards, leave me a review. You want to make it so that when people are, the happiest, they have no barrier to entry for leaving you a review. That is so important. Now, another thing we want to do, step 4, is I know there's people who are worried. I don't want someone to leave me a negative review. I don't want to leave a negative review. How do you handle that? How do you handle negative reviews? Well, there's tools and systems in place to have people ask. Instead of sending them right to your Google Business profile, you can send them to a landing page. How did we do? Did we do good? Thumbs up. Did we do bad? Thumbs down. And if it's thumbs down, give them the opportunity to vent, give you direct feedback. Then you can get them on the phone before they go and keyboard warrior and thrash you on Google. So there's tools in place that can help out with regard to that. I know people who get paralyzed because they think of Google reviews and the negativity that could come. If you dwell on the negative, you're never going to make it. You got to keep moving forward. So there's tools in place that can help you with that. This one's a big one. This is huge. You must respond to all reviews. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Respond to every single review, good or bad. Even more with the bad ones. You've got to respond to these. If you let them hang, well, first of all, it does 2 things. Can you imagine if you walked into a restaurant and you said, I want to talk to the chef and I want to tell him how great it was. And you said, this is the best steak I've ever had. And then you say it to the chef's face, and then they do a turnaround and they leave and they don't even say anything back to you. That's how it looks when your business doesn't respond to customer reviews. You must respond to all customer reviews, good or bad. Very important. And this also helps show Google, hey, they're attentive, they're watching their page, they're listening. This helps your SEO. Okay, we need to showcase our reviews on our social channels. If you're a Canva person, you can do this pretty easily, but you want to take these reviews and you want to showcase them wherever they happen to be, including your Google business profile. That's important also, because if you start showcasing, and I know it seems goofy, but the more content you put on your Google business profile, again, the better the rank. So that's important. That's very important to leverage your reviews and to always put your reviews on your socials, including your Google business profile. Huge, huge, huge steps. And this is important so people can see your reviews are social proof. If someone says, hey, I want you to go try this pen. This is the best pen in the entire world. I bought it on Amazon. you're going to go to Amazon, but the first thing you're going to do is you're going to drop all the way to the bottom and look at the reviews. And you say, this was reviewed 2,500 times, and there's 2,465 5-star reviews. That's social proof, and that's what you want to do. You want to spread all the good news about your business. You had a great experience, spread the news. There's no reason why you shouldn't bugle and toot your own horn with regard to this. Number eighth tip to leveling up your Google business profile and reviews is you need to have an online review management profile. You can use reviews to build your CRM. You can use So Easy Review Shield to limit negative reviews. You can use artificial intelligence to power the responses, and you can automate all the social posting all in one tool. And we have that tool. So Easy Solutions has this tool called So Easy Reviews. But the first thing you have to do is you really need to take control of your reviews, make it a habit, make it something that you look at and work on a daily basis. If you don't put time and energy into this, it is just going to flop. No energy put in means no energy out. That's all there's to it. Now, before I go, there's one more thing I want to show you. And I want to show you this card. This is a prototype card that So Easy Solutions has developed. It has a QR code on one side, and it has an NFC-enabled chip built into it. So when you tap it and hold it to the back of your phone, a little pop-up is going to come, and it's automatically going to take people to your Google review site. And I like to call this my magic one-tap card, my point of smile card, that when you're sitting at the closing table, when you're walking around, someone says, this is just great. Thank you so much for your effort. You bring this card out of your wallet and you tap it to the back of their phone or have them scan the QR code like a menu at a restaurant. And you said, would you leave us a 5-star review? And right there, eyeball to eyeball, they can leave you this review. And they can leave you a review. And I've seen companies get 50 5-star reviews in a week just by having this in their pocket and pulling it out when someone is smiling the widest. These cards work, and we're offering a pre-sale. I have they're being printed right now, and they're on their way to us. We're having a pre-sale now, $27 a card. If you look at other cards on the internet, there's other tools that are on the internet. They don't have a QR code. And this one was almost $60 with shipping. $27 a card. I sell them in 1, 3, 5, and 10s. Click this QR code or go to reviews.soeasy.pro/cards to buy them. And that is my 8-step process to leveling up your Google business profile and getting more reviews. I'd love to take questions and talk about your Google business profile and how I can help make it better. Let's see if we have any questions here. I know Mitch stepped out for a second. He had to get a bite to eat. You can't just do all this moderating without having some. So let's go back while we're waiting for Mitch to come back here. Let's talk about other ways that you can leverage your Google business profile and why it is so important. I talked about pictures. Pictures are key. Pictures are critical. That question and answer area is really critical. And your products and services are critical. When people want to search FHA loans near me, that is something that is going to pop up. putting time and energy into your Google business profile is really, really important. And I know that there's lots of people out there who say, I want you to do this, I want you to do this, I want you to do this. But this is years of experience. And if you take these things that we've talked about, you can totally level up your Google business profile and make it an intimate part of your daily activities. You wake up in the morning, you update your Google business profile, you look at your reviews, you respond to those reviews. Then the reviews you get, you put, you build a little Canva template, you send them around, you post them onto your socials. Now people don't think that your Google business profile is a hidden secret. Now they know it. And Google also knows it because of the amount of time and energy that you spend on your page. That is going to significantly, significantly help you. And if someone said, okay, here's a huge, big truckload of money, how do I influence Google the most and build my CRM? I would say you want to build your reviews. Then as part of that review building process, you want to gather their names for your CRM. Now the wheel's turning. You get a name, you get a review. And the more reviews you get, the more people are going to want to come and use your service. And as your wheel starts spinning faster and faster, you'll get more reviews, you'll get more customers. The more customers you get, the more reviews you get. Reviews are an integral part in building your business and in a growth strategy for your business. I promise you, the more reviews you get, the stronger your business will grow. Let's see here. So you need to optimize your Google business profile, ask for reviews, make it part of your daily hustle, make it easy. This review card makes it easy. It's so easy to do this one. Then if you're worried about negative reviews, you can filter out those negative reviews and we can put a review gate in place so that people can, how did it go? Up or down? If it was down, please leave us a note on how we can do better. If you still want to leave us a Google business review, you can. We don't want to go against Google's terms of service, but we want to get them an opportunity to speak without having to, before they put you on full blast. Then you need to make sure to respond to every review, 100%, every single review you respond to. Showcase those reviews, share the reviews, and then use a CRM to systematically post those reviews and build your business.
Hey, I'm back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Just making sure. My system has been wacky all day. So does anybody have any questions for Tommy out there in Facebook land or LinkedIn, wherever you may be tuning in from? We got a little bit of time to take questions. All right, someone's got a question. What is your question for Tommy?
Facebook user's got a question. I'm waiting patiently. You're welcome. You are very welcome. I don't know how I got this little timer on the screen. I don't know what that does, but somehow I got a 3-second thing. I don't know. I did something in Canva. I hit a button. I don't know. I hit a button. It's just gonna stay. It's just gonna stay there for a second.
Oh, the 3-second timer.
Oh, there it's gone. Now it's gone. No, these are amazing. These cards are really amazing. You want to get somebody when they're smiling the brightest. Bam. You pull the card out of your pocket. You said, hey, can you leave me a review? There it is. It scans on their card and it opens up that review on their page. And every one of these is set up for your Google business profile.
That's genius.
It's all automated. You go online, you buy the cards. I ship them to you once they come in from the printer. Then you can activate them online, and it's all part of the process. As simple as this.
So is that your invention?
It is. It is. See, let's go like that. Bam, goes right to your Google business profile. Yes, this is mine. So easy. We call this so easy reviews. One tap, Google reviews. You just have this in your pocket.
Very smart for real estate agents and loan officers alike, because
I think so too. Anybody who's out on the front line, who is ready, who's working with people, and as soon as they see them smile, pull this right out of your pocket. Hey, will you leave me a review? Yeah, just open up your phone. Let me tap it right to the back of your phone. Bam, it comes up at the top here. You click on it, and it takes them right to their page automatically. And it's unlimited uses. It's a pay one price kind of thing. You don't have to, there's no recharging. It's no nothing. It's just bam, tap, one tap reviews right here in your pocket, right?
Yeah, and they just get a stack of them and they can hand them out, or they can.
Well, you don't necessarily want to hand this out. You could just keep it in your pocket and say, hey, whenever they're happy, you just scan it and then bam, go. Then you can just put it back in your pocket and reuse it. You probably don't want to hand it out. I guess you could, but there it is. One tap reviews from So Easy Reviews. Bam. There it is.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right. Well, I know that Facebook user said yes, they had a question, but I don't see the question. So anybody hit Tommy with some good questions. I wanna see if we can stump him.
Stump Tommy. I'm ready.
We're
Stump the jury.
Game. Stump Tommy. So what do you guys got for him when it comes to Google ads, Google reviews? Yeah, I went outside and it is not nice out here in Iowa.
It's pouring here. It's pouring rain here. I'd rather have it liquid sunshine than snow.
Yeah, we don't have rain anymore. It was like 50 degrees this morning, but they said it's supposed to be like 30 today at about 5 o'clock. So we're going in reverse order today, back to winter. And I'm sure that's heading your direction. So
understood. Nope, understood.
Yeah, no one wants to play Stump Tommy.
And that's okay. That's okay. Just put your time into your Google business profile. That's time well spent. Get reviews, rock them out, showcase them. It's the best free advice anybody could have. It really is.
Yeah, well, we still got about 10 minutes here for our next speaker. So anything else you want to share with the audience before we are joined by Cindy?
Honestly, I don't. I thought might have some more questions on this, and that's perfectly understandable. That's perfectly okay. But no.
Let's talk about the big question is, I know you know a little bit about this, but is TikTok here to stay? Are they getting rid of it? What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's all a flex, to be honest with you. I really do. I think it's all I think it's going to be just fine. I think it's all going to work itself out. Holly mentioned TikTok, and I want to sound off on that a little bit. She said she's kind of, she made a comment about her dog, and I think it's just people want genuineness. I think that if TikTok were to die, and I don't think it's gonna, I really don't. There will be other tools that will come to the forefront, but I think short form video is the way to go about doing it. I think there's so much good in 60-second chunks of video, and I think that right there is a way to differentiate yourself from anybody else in the room. A 60-second video is just brilliant when it comes to differentiating yourself, showing that you're human, showing the social proof, if you will, on how this person is and how this person is going to interact with me. It's a perfect medium for answering first-time home buyer, first-time mortgage person questions. You could probably write 10 or 15, 20, 25 different questions that you get asked on every appointment. Now you have content that you can make short form videos about. You share this content, you talk about you answer these questions. Now you can be found. You can post that video on TikTok. You can post that video on YouTube. YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. When people are looking for real estate agents in Iowa, bam, your name could pop up and it will show you the questions that you have asked. It'll show your videos, Facebook Reels, Instagram Reels, TikTok, YouTube Shorts are all perfect mediums for doing short form video. And then, of course, you can post these short form videos on your Google business profile also. So all these come full circle. Video is such an important element in the process. It really is.
Yeah, and like you said, you can post one piece of content to 5, 6 different places, and different people are going to see it. There's a lot of loan officers that laughed when we said TikTok in the beginning, like, I'm not getting on there dancing, and then they realized, well, they can put personal stuff on there about their dog or whatever to get some attention, but just answering questions about credit or answering questions about FHA loans or reverse mortgages and just putting it out there, people are going to stumble upon it, and you're going to get a lot of leads.
You are going to get leads, because no one wants to say they're the smartest person in the room, but with TikTok and short form video, you now become the smartest person in the room, because you're educating people. The educator, the storyteller, is someone who gets vaulted to the head of the class automatically. And it's so important to tell a story.
Yeah, we see a lot of people on TikTok that are super successful for many different reasons. It's because they've been able to take what they get from TikTok and turn it into something else.
Correct.
There was one loan officer I talked to, and she did nothing but business on TikTok. Like, she literally had no other loans closing an entire year, except for leads that she received, from TikTok and from the work she's put in on that app. So that's scary to some people when, they talk about it disappearing. But like you said, you got reels, you got shorts, you got, everything else that's kind of just taking its place and providing the.
And so I'm not worried about TikTok. I would be worried about making sure that your short form video game is tight and that you do it, because I promise you it works. It absolutely works. I've gotten business because of it. I mean, you're really only 60 seconds away from your next buyer or 60 seconds away from your next seller in the market. I know it. I know it, and it's proven. It's a proven strategy, 100%.
Yeah, and 60 seconds, it doesn't take long for you to go out, in one day and record 5 to 10 different short videos and then post them throughout the week and, see, where it leads you. And the great thing about video is never gone. It's always there. So, a guy told me he had YouTube channel where he did the same thing, educational videos about mortgages. And he got a lead from a video he did 3 years ago. Because like you said, someone was searching on YouTube and they found his video, they watched it, and then they reached out to him. They're like, hey, where'd you hear about us? He's like, oh, I watched this video. He's like, man, that video is old.
Correct.
So,
you will be found. You will absolutely be found. You just need to, you just do it. I mean, you just need to, the first video is the hardest. And I'm not saying you need to post 100% of your videos, but you need to get good at short form videos. You need to, everybody's got a birthday coming up. Wish them a happy birthday via short form video. Send them a direct message or a text message include a video, I promise you, every video you send directly to someone, you'll get 100% reply. 100%. You want to get somebody's attention? Use your video camera in your pocket, send them a short form video.
Absolutely.
1,000%. 1,000%.
Especially on text and Facebook Messenger, it works. It works really well.
Yes, it sure does.
So, all right. Well, I don't see any questions for Tommy, so I'm going to let you get out of the way, and then I'm going to bring on our next speaker here.
Thanks, Mitch. Happy day, and we're glad to be a sponsor.
Yes, I appreciate you sponsoring the event, and I appreciate you speaking. And if anybody has any questions for Tommy, reach out to him. Great guy, always willing to help. And of course, go get these. What do you call them?
We're calling these one tap Google review cards.
Yeah,
Google review cards.
That's a genius idea, especially if you're on the front lines and you're at closings and everything else. I really like that idea. So good job with that, Tommy.
Hey,
and,
thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
You bet.
All right, everyone. I'm going to bring on our next speaker. Hey, Cindy, how are you?
I'm doing great, Mitch. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic as always. It's been a fun day. We're, getting towards the end, but I'm just excited that you and I finally have been able to connect and put together something so that you can, speak to our audience.
Me too. Thanks so much for having me. This is awesome.
Yeah, I know we've been trying. We've been trying for like the last 6 months or so, I think, and we finally got it together. But I know you've been on in the past, and you know what we're all about. So I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to get back to our community and speak. And I'm really excited to hear what you have to say.
Well, awesome. I'll just jump right in here. And let me just say, obviously we're coming into this new season. There's some new opportunities. It is exciting, I must say, to have my coaching community starting to get a little bit of traction in 2024. It feels good to get some momentum back in the sales because, as we know, momentum builds momentum, right? So the more we can start to build and fuel our business, get back in front of people and get excited about the year ahead, I think we're going to have a pretty big turning point this year for many reasons. And we'll see, right? We don't know what's coming, but I was reading Housing Wire's article last week, Mitch, that was talking about they're anticipating inventory being up by about 40% by July, which would change the game. So it'll be very interesting to see. I figure even if it's 20%, it's going to be a big life game changer. And obviously, if we can get rates to correct a little bit, I have a feeling that it's going to be a year to be remembered. So I just really want you to think about, as we go into this training, about, are you ready? I just led my Mortgage Mastermind Elite Retreat here in Manhattan Beach. I had 26 loan officers, leaders that flew in from all over the US. And that was kind of our theme was, are you ready if this market really turns? Where are the gaps in your business? Where do you really need to focus to take advantage of a new season? Because everybody's ready, right? Everybody's ready to have a new season, but have you done the work to actually prepare in the event that we start to really increase our lead flow? So for those of you that don't really know me, I'm Cindy Ertman. I'll give you just a little bit of history so you know who you're talking to. I have well over a 30-year career in the mortgage industry. I've had a very, very, very big career. It's just been very good to me. And many years ago, one of my dear friends, Tim Brahim, had said to me, Cindy, nobody can make you great. You've got to want to be great. And those words, although super simple, this was very early in my career. I was on Tim's faculty of Loan Toolbox for 17 years, coaching, teaching, training for them. But those words were very powerful to me. And I made a decision as I drove home that day, asking myself that question, like, no one's going to make me great. So I decided in that day that I was going to become one of the greatest mortgage loan originators in America. Now, I never became number one, but I was in the top 100 originators for well over a decade. I grew my business to over 200 million in personal production. My partner and I ran a $1.2 billion branch, had 35 LOs working for us. We went on to build a region here in Southern California for a mid-sized national mortgage bank and funded about 2.6 billion in mortgages in my career. So I have walked in your shoes, all of while raising 3 children, and it's not for the faint of heart. But what I want you to think about today, you've had so many talented leaders on this call, is to really think about where you need to get clarity in your business as we go into this new year. We have an opportunity ahead for those people that really want to step into it. I believe it with everything in my core. I've been in this business a long time. I track the market just like you. I'm constantly educating myself on the mortgage market. And we have huge opportunity ahead if you're willing to do the work. And we can't do the work as we've always done it. We do have to change up the game a little bit because we're in a new season completely. Just like what's going on with the NAR settlement. I mean, the reality is, you know, we've been in those shoes. We've been in those realtor shoes when TRID came out and, you know, LO comp and all the things we went through between 2010 and 2015. So I want us to think about, we got through it, and we're going to help our realtor partners get through this as well. We're just going to have a new normal that we need to step into and create more value, just like we're going to help our realtor partners do. So today, I just want you to know you are in the right place if you really want to take your business to the next level. If you're willing to just come into this, I'm going to ask you to pay really close attention. You've taken the time to be here. I want you to really invest in yourself because you're investing in your time. I am a mortgage coach. I launched my coaching career 10 years ago, and we've helped thousands of originators across the US. But I will tell you, I've had a coach for the last 35 years. You don't even want to know what I pay my coach. But the reality is I couldn't have done it without them. And I believe that it doesn't have to be me. You've got all kinds of great leaders on this call, but pick somebody that can help you be accountable to your goals. You take next steps. I always say, Mitch, that coaching helps you make bolder choices and helps keep you on track. So you'll make bolder choices than you would make for yourself. So today we're going to talk about 3 primary things. I'm going to have you do a quick mortgage assessment. I have my clients do this consistently because our business is always changing. So I want you to really look at, I want you to assess your mortgage business and kind of get clear on where you need to start first in terms of your focus right now as we go into the second quarter. Next, we're going to talk about discovering your why and your greatest strength. And it is a bigger proposition than you know, because all of our genuine gifts are within ourselves. And as we know, like, competition is fierce, but I want you to just think about, it's not about the exterior competition you need to focus on. It's just about competing with yourself and becoming the better version of yourself as we go into 2024. And I can help you do that for sure and give you some tools to actually get conscious about what you are really great at. In any profession, we have competition, but it's about what can we do with our own generous gifts to support people in our sphere in a bigger way and make a bigger splash. And then we're going to talk about how to execute the top 5 Realtor Referral Partner Program. I am a huge fan of using our sphere to expand our business, and we don't do it in the way that we should or with enough intention. And I've got an exercise that I'm going to share with you. If you stick around to the end, we're also going to be sending this out to you, so you'll actually get my training guide today. I want to make sure that we're giving something of significant value that you can begin to execute starting tomorrow. I want to make a difference in your life and your business. I've been a mortgage coach for really the last 25 years and coach people all over the nation. But at the end of the day, I don't just want your business to expand. I want your life to expand too. Because I want people to not only have a great, fulfilling, exponential career, and one that is certainly lucrative financially, but I want you to have a happy life. And that's about creating boundaries and systems and processes that allow you to have a thriving business as well as really high quality of life. And with 3 kids, I became determined in my profession to do that. So I'll share some of those strategies with you right now. Now, Mitch, I hope I can share here because I'm not a StreamYard. Let's see. Share screen. Okay. Let's see here.
It'll pop up on my side, and once I see it, I can pop it into the screen here. There we go.
Okay, I'm not seeing my guide here, though. Yeah, I don't think.
You may have to share when you do share the screen, you may have to pick just the one tab that you want to share.
Okay, hopefully this works. That work? Can you see that?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started here. I just figured I'm going to share this PDF with all of you. And again, you're going to be getting this in an email follow-up. So I want you to pay close attention to this because I'm going to have you score yourself. And even if you're in my programs and you've already done this, I want you to do it again because it's forever changing. So this is what we want to do. We want to look at these 8 key areas of our business. So let's go through them for a minute. We want you to really rank. Now you think about this, you would rate yourself completely different in 2020 than you would today in 2024, right? Because our business has evolved in a really major way. But I want you to score yourself with 0 being you are not satisfied and 10 being you're very highly satisfied with the number of referral partners that you feel you have really built a significant relationship with. Now, I can tell you in today's world, obviously, not too many people are overly thrilled with the number of referral partners they have right now because many of your referral partners aren't doing the business that they were doing a few years ago. Clearly, we know that. But the reality is we've got to talk about how we can really expand our reach because that's what's going to create success in the market we're in today. So I want you to score yourself. Are you a 3? Are you a 4? I mean, maybe you're an 8 and you've been doing a lot of work on your referral partners and you're starting to get traction. But just no one's going to see this but you. So I want you to really look at your personal production levels. Obviously, very few people have been satisfied with their personal production levels. Even some of the nation's top producers that I coach, it's been amazing to see how tough they've been on themselves, how much they beat themselves up for this last year of just feeling like they're capable of so much more. So just rank yourself on how do you fall in terms of your own personal production levels. And if they're not where you want them to be, then let's get intentional with you today to really make sure that you are prepared to do what it takes to elevate your production this year. Because I really want to help you do that in a meaningful way. If we can help you do 5 more loans a month, it can be life-changing for families. And that's what I'm here to help you do. So I want you to think about your client experience. Now, you all have one if you're in the mortgage business. But some of you are much more intentional about what type of compelling client experience you actually have. Many of my clients, when they're going through our program, the first thing we do is help them map out their actual process. What happens when a lead comes in the door to like 1 year post-close? Do you actually have a system and a process for what that lead experiences? How does that client become a 5-star review? And we don't want that to be happenstance. We want you to do it with a process and a system. So rank yourself. You know, do you think you have a great, compelling client experience, or is it a good one? And maybe you need to work on that as well. Marketing execution, lots of conversations. You had Michelle Berman on earlier, who I'm a super fan of. Michelle is fantastic in terms of being an Instagram expert, but marketing execution is so big right now, and it needs to be part of your pillars. You know, you need to have a marketing pillar where you are focused. One of the trainings that I teach is how to build a 12-month marketing calendar. If you have a simple calendar to show up to, it makes your marketing execution so much simpler, including your database marketing plan, including your social media plan, including your education plan for your referral partners. But having a plan makes life so much easier as a mortgage professional. And then I want you to rate yourself on your productivity. Like, how productive are you? We know how easy it is to be busy in our business 24/7, but are you productive with your time? One of my things with raising 3 kids and running a huge branch and having a lot of staff is that I wanted to be absolutely intentional with my day so that when I was at work, I could make that time count. I'm like, I want to make the biggest impact I can make. I want to help more homeowners achieve their dream of homeownership. I want to make sure I can make as much money as I possibly can, because with more money, I can lead a greater lifestyle and help more people. But you have to be really productive. And when I got home, I wanted my boundaries so I could raise my children, right? So I want you to really think about, how productive are you? Have you ever tracked your time to get really clear how you're spending it? So when you're at work, I want you working on income and relational activities that are going to move the needle for your business. But having a plan to do that is imperative to your success. And then high impact team. Obviously, a lot of people lost their teams this last year, right? It's been really tough for a lot of people. But I promise you, if you're one that's lost team members this last year, soon enough, you're going to be ready to rebuild the team. So I want you to think about, even if you have one part-time support person or you're sharing an LOA, is that person highly trained? Are they clear on their job responsibilities? Are you empowering them to take things off your plate? Or are you controlling every step of the process? Because you cannot scale your business if you're controlling every step of the process. I promise you, I've taught many loan originators to get out of the way and let their LOAs take that loan from contract to close so that our loan officers can focus on income and relational activities. And then your self-care. How many times do we go to the back of the bus, right? That we aren't taking care of ourselves. But without our health, we've got nothing. So it is at the first of my bucket. It's the top of my day. So what are you doing to take care of yourself? Seriously, each and every day. Do you have a morning plan? I have an hour morning ritual plan that is non-negotiable for anybody. I don't care what kind of training I'm going to lead. My hour in the morning is to make sure that I'm healthy and that I go into the day with a proper mindset and that I can go in and support those people that need my help throughout the day. So what are you doing to support you? And if you need help in that arena, reach out. Let's have a conversation about that, because without health, none of it matters. So put yourself first. I mean, I think it's imperative because this business is stressful, right? And then your work-life balance. Do you have non-negotiables around your business? I had a lot of non-negotiables with running such a big branch and being such a large originator. I had to put up non-negotiables to be able to have a successful family and a successful business. So a couple of mine were I had dinner with my children and my family every night. That was a non-negotiable. I was home by 6:30. I had to get help to have that meal put on the table. I took 2-week vacations every summer, non-negotiable. I was tired. My kids have been to islands all over the world, but that was a non-negotiable because I wanted to create memories with my family. So think about what those non-negotiables are for you so that you're not on the phone at the dinner table or hushing your kids so they don't interrupt you. The reality is we've got to create that. No one is going to give us that toolbox. We have to create it for ourselves. So when I give you this guide, what I want you to do is really go through those categories and write down where you really scored yourself. And what I'd love you to do in the chat, if you can, is to go ahead and put in what is the one area you need to focus on first? If you were to pick one area, is it your referral partnerships? Is it your own production levels? I mean, they're kind of tied hand in hand, right? Is it your client experience? Is you're not doing any marketing right now and you need to? Maybe you're not managing your database, which, by the way, I think should be your number one business task. If you're not managing a database consistently and getting in front of your past clients, imperative, because if this market turns as it's predicted to do, and we know it will, if you are not in front of your past clients, somebody else is going to be, right? So we want you to just put in one thing, one simple, intentional choice that you can make to move the needle from 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 or 2 to 3. You don't have to move to 100, but we want you to get intentional about your business. Those people that coach with me would tell you that word is really my whole coaching platform is around making intentional choices to thrive in today's tough market. And by making more intentional choices in your business, you can elevate the game pretty darn quickly. And I have hundreds and hundreds of testimonials to prove it. So I want you to just, when you get this exercise, go through it and go, what could I do? If you don't have a high impact team, then the goal is to get your production up to a place where you need a high impact team, or you need a dedicated LOA to support your business to drive you to that next level of success. Because this is a team sport. And I have to tell you, this business is so much more fun when you have a great team around you to help you really execute and move the needle. So next, I want you to pay close attention to this. I wish I was here live with you in person. I could see your faces because I would have you answer me live on some of these questions, but I am passionate about this exercise. I want you to think about what your greatest strengths are in the context of how it serves your referral partners and your clients. So I want you to think about your core strengths personally. And if you're new to the business, great. Then what are your just organic human strengths? So I want you to think about it again in the context of how that strength is going to serve your referral partners. So I'm going to give you an example because many people say to me, one of my core strengths is I'm a great communicator. Now I am too. That's one of my core strengths, right? And so that was one of the ones that came up for me when I first created this exercise. Is one of my things is I'm a relationship person. I want to communicate with people in a deep and meaningful way. But how does that differentiate myself from every other mortgage loan originator out in the world today? Because I would imagine most of us being in mortgage, are pretty good communicators. So this is what I did, and I want you to write it down. I don't have it as part of today's training, but I want to tell you how you can use this. So I'm like, all right, Cindy, you're a great communicator. We communicate on 10 milestones of every loan, right? So loan comes in, appraisal's ordered, loan goes into processing, here's the items you need, the processor wants before it goes into underwriting, your appraisal comes in at value. So we're communicating all these milestones of the loan. All I did is I wrote down every single piece of the pie that we communicate to our client base, our referral partners, and our listing agents, and we do it with the system. So I wrote that down. I'm like, okay, well, we already do these things. So I'm going to create the Cindy Ertman 10-point milestone communication plan. So when I go to meet with a new realtor partner or any kind of referral partner, I'm going to tell them about our 10-point milestone communication. That Mr. Borrower or Mr. Referral Partner, you are never going to have to check in with us to check status of the loan, because we know that is one of the most challenging things as a realtor partner, right? To not have status on your client's loan. But we are going to contact you on all 10 of these pillars and points, as well as every Tuesday. And we did, and we delivered on that 100% of the time. So we got known for our communication, always keeping our partners in the loop and our clients in the loop. Nobody ever had to check in with us on a loan ever. And that became a system. And I want to share something with you. One of my new clients out of Michigan took that 10-point milestone communication plan just 3 weeks ago, and he created a meeting with a builder down in Florida. He wants to build his presence in Florida. Awesome. He takes my milestone communication plan, makes it his own, goes into this builder meeting and talks about their 10-point milestone communication plan. And guess what? That builder is having trouble with their current in-house lender that they've had for 20 years, by the way. And they're having trouble with their communication with this particular lender. They're falling off on the communicating and they're not happy. So guess what? He got an opportunity on the first shot. And that was one of their deals that got this builder's attention, was his communication plan. Very simple, but very effective. So again, think about your core strengths. And it might be a mini Barry Habib and you're really educated on the financial markets. You might know underwriting guidelines like nobody's business. I did a lot of non-QM super jumbo loans. I was a whiz at tax returns and calculating and structuring difficult files. That was definitely one of my gifts. But what are those for you? What are your greatest strengths? And then we want you to look at your company's 3 core greatest strengths. It's important. Think about the products that you have. Some of the people that I coach right now have really unique products. You might have an all cash product right now that you could get somebody into a home without selling their house. Huge product in today's world. But think about what you have at your company. What are your 3 core company strengths? And if you start to put voice to that, meaning every client you're talking to, every referral partner, you're talking about your greatest strengths and your company's core strengths, it's powerful. Our language are our best sales tool. Talk about what you're great at. What are you an expert in? Begin to use expert language. We're so hesitant to talk about what we're experts in, but the reality is we need to share that with our partners, right? We need to share it with our client base and speak to, like, one of the things that I am an expert in is structuring really difficult loans. I have 100% close rate in my career because I've never submitted a file to underwriting that has not been approved, because I do my work on the front end, Mr. Borrower. Your loan and your property are secure with me. That was one of mine, right? So think about what your company's greatest strengths are and talk to the strength of your company that differentiates you from your competition. And then if you want to go a little deeper with your discover your why and greatest strengths, then I would encourage you to bring this together in a statement. Pull your greatest strengths together in a statement that you can speak to every time you get on a call. It's super easy to be having a conversation with the borrower and say, Mr. Borrower, one of the reasons I love the mortgage business so much is because I'm so passionate about helping my clients build wealth through real estate. I'm so passionate about helping them achieve their dream of home ownership. I know what it feels like to pick up the keys to my first home and what it felt like to open my eyes that first morning in my house and that experience of safety that we feel. Because I think a lot of times in today's world, we're so focused on talking about money and rates and payments and rising interest rates that we forget that buying a home is an emotional experience. You are helping them make the biggest investment of their lifetime. I will tell you personally, it's been a game changer for me, right? Is buying a home many years ago. So speak to the life-changing benefits of owning a home. Get them in. It's like my favorite book, Exactly What to Say, right? Get them in the experience of what it feels like to own their home and put that into language that you speak out loud. It's really, really powerful. And then think about, why do you do what you do? A lot of people lost their mojo last year, right? I still have a lot of clients struggling with their mindset. It's been a chronic issue this last 12 months, without question. So we got to go back to, why do we do what we do? What do we love about the mortgage business? I am still so incredibly passionate about our business. It's like, it's not what I do, it's who I am. You know, every moment of my waking days are spent trying to help people be successful in our current market using the tools that we have today, and getting people clear on, why do you really do what you do? Now I'm going to go into a strategy. I want to leave you with the strategy. And when I created this strategy, and this is a strategy you can use over and over and over again. And I'm sure many of you have done many forms of this over the years, but I'm going to encourage you to look at it with fresh eyes and just commit to do it again if you've already done it, but do it this way. Because I promise you, I have clients that do this over and over and over. And I'm not even on the front line of my production anymore. My mortgage partner took over that. I still do this exercise with my realtor partners. In fact, I asked this question 2 weeks ago when I was at dinner with a local realtor here in Manhattan Beach, California. This program works over and over again. And I created it for one of my clients that was very fearful of building realtor partnerships. She had 5 realtors that she worked with, and her goal was to get to 15 solid partners. So I created this warm lead strategy so she could get in front of her current partners and tap into their network. Now, this isn't rocket science, but let me tell you, if you do this, if you actually execute the strategy, you will get meetings with new referral partners. It's just the way that it works. But guess what? If you don't do the exercise, you have no ability of it working whatsoever. You actually have to commit to do the exercise. You can knock out the first part today if you want to, and you can knock out the second part tomorrow and actually begin to schedule meetings with new referral partners. So I focused on realtor partners, just so you know, for the sake of this exercise. But I want to share with you, this is what I actually did. So when I created this exercise, I just want you to know the truth. I would test everything I would teach. I would test it personally in my own production and career. I would go out and test it and see if I got traction. If I got traction, then I would roll it out to my 32 loan officers at our branch, at our sales meeting on a monthly basis. And I would give them the script and I would have them go out. And if we all got traction, then at the time I was on the faculty of Loan Toolbox and I'd roll it out nationally. So this is the way the strategy works. All you're doing is calling 5 people that know, like, and trust you. I did this with 5 realtor partners, but you don't have to. You could do it with any referral partner. You could do it with a financial planner. You could do it with your CPA. You could do this with any referral partner you have. But what I did, all I did is I said, hey, Bob, this is Cindy Ertman. I wanted to reach out to you because we value you greatly as a trusted referral partner and appreciate our relationship with you more than Our team is looking to expand our realtor referral business this year. We pride ourselves on helping our clients achieve their dream of homeownership and would like to serve more buyers this year. We value our relationship with you and wondered if you could recommend a couple of quality realtors that could benefit from the same kind of service that you've experienced in working with our team. We're not looking for quantity here. We're looking for quality. We would greatly appreciate it if you could help us by recommending just a couple of great realtors that could benefit from our service. Now, I have said this script so many times that I don't need the script. This just rolls off my tongue so easily. It's such a simple and easy question to ask for somebody that already knows, likes, and trusts you, to say, hey, who do you know that could benefit from my service? We are looking to grow our business this year, Bob, and it would mean the world to me if you could give us a couple of names. And this is the thing. If you're talking to them on the phone, do not let them get off the phone until they've given you the names. And this is what I would do, is I would say, look, because if they say, well, let me think about it, I'm like, that's fine, but this is the deal. They don't have to be in your office, Bob. Who have you done a transaction with in the last year that you had a good experience in working with? Or is there somebody that you have great camaraderie in your office with, that you really have great respect? You know, we want to work with people like you because you're one of our favorite referral partners, which is why I reached out to you first. So let me tell you what happened when I did this. On the very first day, I reached out to a realtor here in Manhattan Beach. Her name is Tara. Tara was only about 3 years in the business. She had just made a move to her new real estate company, but I know that she's very social. She knows a lot of people. She was working super hard. So I reached out to Tara because she had just moved about a month before. So I knew she would have engaged with some new realtors. And I used the script with her. And she goes, absolutely, Cindy. She said, I work in a pod with 3 other female realtors. And she goes, Sarah's a rock star. Sarah just closed 3 deals this week alone. She goes, I'm happy to introduce you. I go, that would be incredible. I said, would you be willing to send me their contact information? She's like, absolutely. And I said, Tara, can I use your name? Because we work so closely together. And she goes, yes, of course. How hard was that? I mean, it just dropped right into my lap. So I hang up the phone with Tara, and I'm waiting for the contact information so I can now make the call to the people she's referring. But this was the greatest part. Tara called me right back and she goes, hey, I have another idea. How about you schedule a lunch with all of them? You can call them and tell them all come too, and the 4 of us can go to lunch. Well, let me tell you, not only did we get 2 of those 3 realtors business, like in short order, but those 2 realtors still work with my mortgage partner today. This worked so effectively. I've done it again and again, and even with the same realtor at least once a year, because they give me new partners. And quickly, the second time I did it, the very second time, I reached out to a local builder, custom home builder. Great guy. He was also a realtor. We had a strong relationship. Dennis gave me the names of 8 people in his office. 5 of them I did not know. He gave me 8 names. I got 18 leads from asking 5 people. And I'll tell you, it's a very easy meeting to get with a referral partner when someone that they know, like, and trust has referred you in. So the balance of the script goes like this. You can put this into all of your own words, but hey, Lynn, this is Cindy Ertman. I just got off the phone with Bob Smith. Bob has been a valued referral partner of ours for many years. And I'd shared with Bob that we were looking to expand our realtor partnerships this year, since our passion is helping buyers secure their dream of homeownership. I asked Bob who he trusts and values doing business with. And I got to tell you, Lynn, he was so complimentary of you. So I'm going off script because that's what I do. He was so complimentary, Lynn, of the way you do business. And I just felt like it would be such a benefit to learn a little bit more about you, because I believe great people need to know great people. And that's a lot of the line I'll use sometimes, is like, look, you may already have a lender, but I believe great people need to know great people. So I would love to connect for a coffee appointment, a virtual appointment, to meet live and in person, but I would love to connect with you for, 30 minutes and learn a little bit more about you and your business. Are you open to that? Now, with the exception of 2 times, you all, I got the meeting because somebody that knows, likes, and trusts them, said yes. And they did, it was a warm lead basically. So, and then look, the 2 times that I had one guy who wouldn't meet with me because he was already working with someone in my office. That's totally fine, right? And then one guy that said, hey, look, I've had a 20-year relationship with my lender, so I'm not really interested. You'd just be wasting your time. And I'm okay with that, right? To which I respond, look, I value trusted partnerships more than you know. But I also know, in my experience and in the current lending environment, not every lender can handle every single loan, that's necessary in the market. I would still love the opportunity to meet with you for a few minutes. I'll drop off some marketing pieces that might be helpful for you and your business, but I would love to at least shake your hand and be your second choice lender should the need arise. If you have someone that wants 2 or 3 cards, I'd love to be part of that stack. If you have a loan that goes sideways, I'd love to be your backup resource. But I totally respect relationships. I will not hound you, but it would mean the world to me to just at least meet somebody that Bob said was such a valued resource in our community. And usually I would get them to agree to just at least a short meeting to shake my hand. So we don't want to give up, because it may be a no today, but it doesn't mean it's a no forever. Some of my biggest relationships were birthed from continuing to stay in touch with people that told me no, because I never gave up. And realtors see that in you if you don't give up just because you asked them a question they said no to. So I want to share with you before we get into any Q&A, if you have any interest in learning more. I'm not a hardcore salesperson. I'm about creating value in your lives to help you really win in this business in a meaningful way. And there's 2 different ways that, depending upon what you're looking for right now, this QR code will allow you to schedule a call with my team. And I'm happy to do some of these calls personally. I actually love doing our exploratory strategy calls. These are not sales calls. These are actual coaching calls to help you with the biggest challenges you're facing in your business right now. I have an amazing group of senior advisory coaches. All of our coaches are boots on the ground. We have 15 amazing coaches. They are all originators running their own businesses right now. They are just like you, and they are some of the best in class. And they're really in service to you. And I've got my next Mortgage Mastermind Elite group. You can go to my Facebook page at Cindy Ertman now and scroll down and look at the comments from this last weekend of what people said about my Mortgage Mastermind Elite group. Masterminding with high-level leaders is the fastest way to change the game. We launch April 25th. If you're interested in that program, I will talk to you personally. I would love to learn more about you and your business and how we can help you take it to the next level. We have private coaching, and we have our new program, 7 Steps to 7-Figure Mortgage Success, which I'm just going to share this shortly with you. But I want you to just tell me, this is a passion project for me. I spent the last 2 years, there is a QR code here, developing 7 Steps to 7-Figure Mortgage Success. In fact, many years ago, it was the most watched call on Mortgage Coach Productivity with Dave Savage. But for the last 2 years, we built our first ever online training program and created the 7 pillars that drove me to 7-figure income success. We have covered soup to nuts in 7 different pillars with 20 videos, exactly what you need to do to be successful. I am also leading a live training call once a month to show you how to get the most from the program, because I want you to succeed. If you don't have a huge budget for private coaching right now, you can get started for $397 a month for 3 months and get every single thing you need to be successful in this business, even in this market. I promise you, I will help you get there. This is my passion, is to help you grow right now, despite a challenging market, because we're here to win. And if you're in the business right now today, you've got some stamina and you're in it to win it. I absolutely have no doubt. So I would welcome any opportunity to help and support your growth. And I'm going to stop sharing this screen so I can come back to center here. Thank you, Mitch, so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Looks like you got the links in there that you need. Anybody have questions for Cindy? I think we got a few minutes here.
To be on the training. Any question you have, any challenge you're having right now?
Our audience has been very quiet today.
Come on, mortgage originators are not quiet.
Yeah, today they have been very quiet for some reason. I haven't got a lot out of them as far as questions go, but hopefully it just means they're busy taking notes and ready to implement, what they've learned. So.
Well, Mitch, also, if anybody wants to reach out, if you've got a particular question that you don't feel comfortable asking here, you can reach out to info@cindyertman.com. And my team manages that and they'll get it to me. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have or any particular challenge you're having, because I know this has been a tough season, but I so believe that we are turning a corner here. We've got some opportunity to really have a thriving year in mortgage and get our income levels up in a big way and our production up and serve more people. So if I can help in any way, I'm a huge fan of all that you do for our community, Mitch, and I really appreciate all that you do.
Well, thank you very much. And if anybody doesn't have any questions, then we will move on. We got one last speaker for the day and a couple sponsors. So thank you very much, Cindy, for joining us.
Hey,
and
thank you, Mitch. Thank you all. Talk soon.
yeah,
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right. Take this moment just to let everybody know if you have questions, make sure you put them in the chat. We'll make sure they get answered by the speakers. Do want to let you know that we have our next event already planned out. It's going to be May 8th, and that is going to be the Leading Ladies of Mortgage. We haven't done that in a while, so I'm excited to bring that back. Laura Brandeo will be my co-host again, and we are excited to bring that to you May 8th. So mark your calendars for that, and we will definitely be excited to bring that to you. All right. Our next sponsor I'm going to bring in here is Michael. Hey, Michael, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing good, man. Well, thank you for your support and helping us with these events. It takes the sponsors to do that in order for us to put them together and make them free, for everyone that attends. So we really appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, it's my pleasure.
All right, man. Well, do you have slides or are you going to just wing it?
Yeah, I've got some slides. I just threw them together. So it's pretty, it's like a kindergarten art show. So hang with me here. I wasn't sure what I wanted to talk about today, but I think today I would like to touch on something we call engagement marketing.
Okay.
And so I'm going to share my screen.
Yep. I'll add that in, then I'll get out of your way so you can talk about it.
Okay. All right.
There it is.
Go to the beginning here. Okay. All right. Engagement marketing, guys, how you build lasting connections in a distracting world. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Michael Neff. I'm the founder of Pre-Approve Me, but I also have been in the mortgage industry as a loan officer, branch manager, broker owner for almost 20 years now. And so, I got my licks in 2005. By 2010, I basically was like feeling burned out, stressed, and wanted to figure out how do I scale this business and keep my customers engaged with me long term. And so today what we're going to talk about is how to use engagement effectively. And the way you do that is by bringing value-based focus where your customers live. Okay. And so today we're going to talk about three separate borrower avatars. Okay. We're going to talk about Joe, Mac, and Susan. Most borrowers, when they enter the process of communicating or engaging with you, they don't know you at all. Okay. They come from somewhere through referral, through, an advertisement, through your YouTube presence, that they want to learn something before, and they also want to learn something before they give you any personal information. So they need tools, resources. They need to understand the process in order to feel comfortable moving forward. So once educated, they will apply for a loan to get pre-approved based on their comfort, based on the convenience, and based on reciprocity. So how much value did you give them? Was it enough for them to feel like they wanted to apply with you? Guys, listen, there's lots of people doing mortgages today. We generally offer the same product. So how much value are you providing your customers is going to be a good indicator on how many people will apply with you. Okay, so how do we engage those leads? Let's start with Joe. Joe actually has done all their education before they met you. They are ready to get pre-approved. They've been using resources they found online, they self-served, and they're comfortable enough. And you just happen to be the person they talk to who is ready to get them pre-approved. So congratulations, they applied with you. Joe's pre-approved. They're ready to go. They're going to now start shopping for homes. So why is it important that you engage Joe? Well, the reason why is because there are systems, businesses, as a matter of fact, the platforms that essentially run the home search space like Zillow, Craigslist, and Trulia, Rocket Money, these systems are designed to take your customers' information and sell it to the competition. They also coincidentally are the places your clients are going to be looking for homes. So you have to stay top of mind, providing value through their search process. And if they have any other questions, people are now trained to seek information. So they're going to go to TikTok and search things. They're going to go to YouTube. They're going to go to Google. And everyone who they're watching has their own agenda for your customers' time. Okay. So engagement is a moving target, right? It changes based on where your customers live in their journey. So somebody who's not applied yet needs very different information or education than somebody who's under contract and has got a green light toward moving toward closing. They have a very different journey or need than somebody who's already closed on a transaction. So here's where engagement marketing enters the equation. All right. What we help mortgage companies and loan officers do is essentially build an ecosystem where you get to play offense in your mortgage business on the device your customers are most addicted to. Okay. Statistically speaking, it's kind of sad today, but the thing that your customers are saying hello to in the morning first and saying goodnight to last is their cell phones. If I've ever walked into a Starbucks, you know this is true. People don't socialize now. They TikTok, they look at their phones. And so how do we make sure that somebody like Joe stays engaged with you while they're on platforms like Zillow and Trulia looking for homes? Well, you have to answer the questions they have at that phase in their journey. So what questions might he have? Well, what's their payment? Do they qualify for every home they're looking at? Can they get a pre-approval letter? How many of you guys on the phone have taken calls on the weekends and evenings to ask for updated pre-approval letters? Okay. We can help solve that issue. Now, I'm not going to get into the details. Just know that there is a solution for that. So let's talk about Mac's evolving experience. So Mac's very different than Joe. Mac's credit score is 500. How can we help him? Okay. How can we help Mac? Well, we invite him into our ecosystem. We send him our mobile app. We then change the status of Mac's loan to credit repair. We can then take that information. We can refer it to a credit restoration team. Inside your mobile app, we'll invite them to move through the credit restoration process. So they're leveraging your brand and mobile app to improve their credit. Okay. And we work with teams like My Credit Guy and credit restoration team to make sure that all happens. Okay. Susan is another borrower with a completely different avatar and a completely different journey. Now, guys, keep in mind, this is just examples of things you can build very simply within our platform. Okay. But Susan has no money saved. Great credit, great job, no money. So what you might do as a loan officer is embed a tool like Diggs. Diggs is a system that helps people round up. So every time you spend money at Starbucks or, at the supermarket, it rounds up, puts money into a separate savings account, and you as a loan officer, you get to track the progress. Now, pre-approving is not offering Diggs. We don't offer credit restoration. What we do is we provide the ecosystem to help your customers engage with that process. So they know there's a one-stop shop for all things they need to know about getting ready or moving through the mortgage process. Okay, so now all 3 loans are closed. And now we need to manage post-closing. So you can integrate your HomeBot or Home IQ. Okay, I prefer Home IQ, right? For your post-closing management. So that means that if your customers move through the entire journey inside your mobile app, inside your ecosystem, now they're closed on their loan, you need to make sure that value exchange transforms to providing value in the closing of the transaction. So what we do is we actually pass all the financial data to a post-closing system like Home IQ. We add that we set them up. Home IQ is going to return the appropriate information so that when your client goes into your branded mobile app, they have access to the equity reports, the data, the information, the value that great system like Home IQ can offer. All right. So at the end of the day, what we do is we build custom branded mobile apps for mortgage companies who want to take their engagement for customers to the next level. Our contact information is here on the left-hand side. And if you want to use your phone to scan a QR code to hit our website, there it is. I don't know. Do we have any time for questions? It's hard to fit that all in 5 minutes.
I understand that. Yeah, I think it's really awesome how you guys integrate with so much, when it comes to credit repair. That's very important on the front end. Obviously being able to, integrate with My Home IQ on the back end, that's, great, for business. The integration is wonderful. So anybody have any questions out there for Michael? I don't see any questions. All right. Well, if anybody needs to get hold of Michael, you can reach him obviously there on Facebook, or with they can get you on the QR code. Other than that, man, I just want to say thank you again for sponsoring our event. And if anybody is interested in what Michael has to offer, definitely reach out to him and see if you can get connected.
All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right.
Take
Thank
care,
you.
guys.
Bye. All right, everybody. We are moving on to our keynote speaker here. So give me just a second. And I'm going to bring on Phil Treadwell. Hey, Phil. How are you, man?
I'm good, Mitch. How are you?
Hey, I'm all right. Well, it's been a while since we've
Has been a minute.
Together on here. So excited to have you and keynoting today. So tell us a little bit about yourself for those that don't know you.
I'm a 20-year mortgage and real estate industry veteran. I've been loan officer, branch manager, regional, national director, everything in between. Year and a half ago, decided to step out and do coaching, consulting, speaking full time, of which I'd done a little bit of over the last 4 or 5 years through the podcast and some different things that I do. So I'm very passionate about helping mortgage and real estate professionals move their business forward and move it into a more modern and relevant industry.
Awesome, man. I love it. And, I know you had, 1 or 2 podcasts with Gary Vee.
I had one for sure. There might be a second coming.
Awesome. That's cool, man. I remember that. That was definitely an awesome opportunity, I'm sure, to go out there and sit with him and be able to interview the greatness. So I definitely imagine that was exciting. So yeah, man, I'm excited to have you today. And I know you're going to bring the fire to finish us off. We've had a great day with some great speakers.
Definitely.
I know you know Brian very well. And some of the others on this list.
Yep. Saw Brian and Cindy and David Lykken and Michelle and a lot of folks that I've known and gotten to collaborate with in the past. You guys have had an incredible day so far, so we're gonna try not to disappoint.
Awesome, man. Well, if you got slides to share, I can bring them up and then I'll get out of your way.
I do. Let's see here.
There we go.
All right. Well, I appreciate everybody sticking around. I know it's late in the day. You probably have a lot of information that you're trying to sort through. So we're going to take it in a little bit different direction. You've got a lot of tactical tips. You've got a lot of strategies. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit of mindset to it. As I mentioned just a second ago with Mitch, my company is M1 Academy. M1 Academy stands for Mindset First. Mindset is not the only thing that's going to help you become successful in your business, but it is the most important thing because our mindset controls our attitude and our actions. And those are the only 2 things that we can actually control. We can't control our clients. We can't control our partners. We sure can't control the market. But what we can do is control what we do and how we respond to things. So we're going to talk today about what the uncommon have in common. Now, the uncommon are high producers. They're successful people. They're elite professionals, both in and out of our industry. What do they have in common? We've all heard the expression that success leaves clues. We're going to try to unpack some of those clues and get you to think a little bit different so you can unpack all of that tactical information that you've gotten. And we're going to talk about some tactical stuff, but how to unpack that and execute that in your business at a very high level. As I was telling Mitch, I'm 20 years in the mortgage industry. I answered a newspaper ad when I got in the business. One of the first things I used to do on my podcast whenever I started about 5.5 years ago was ask people, how did you get in the business? Because all of us have an interesting story about how we got here. And I've heard some really interesting ones. I know Cindy Ertman had an interesting story and a lot of those early guests did. Mine was I answered a newspaper ad. I didn't even know it was a mortgage company. A 30-minute interview turned into a 3-hour conversation. And the guy said, if you decide to get in this business, you're going to look back at this conversation one day and cuss me because once you get in the mortgage business, it's really tough to get out of it. And here we are 20 years later, I'm still in the business. And like I said, I had started a podcast, as you see on your screen, called Mortgage Marketing Experts. Now, I didn't intend to start a podcast, really. If you think about 2017 and 2018 Instagram, there was tip of the day and quote of the day and pick of the day. Well, I thought, hey, let's jump on this trend and we're going to do a mortgage marketing tip of the day. And we just had a white background with blue writing, and we called it Mortgage Marketing Expert only because I owned the domain name. After 30 days, we had about 1,000 people following the page. After 90 days, frankly, I started running out of stuff to say. There's only so many one-liners I could come up with without repeating the same thing. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to start a podcast and bring on mortgage marketing experts, and we're going to use their quotes and their tips to feed this Instagram page. Now, keep in mind, we weren't talking about content repurposing. We weren't talking about all those things at that point in time. So the whole idea was, how do we feed this Instagram page? Well, fortunately, those first 6, 8, 10 guests were, Barry Habib and Tim Brahim and Casey Cunningham and Todd Bookspan and Dave Savage and Cindy Ertman and Jen Duplessis and Renee Rodriguez. And I looked up, and we've had some of the who's who within the industry. Brian Covey and Michelle Berman and David Lykken and some of the other speakers that you've had today have all been on this podcast. And I share this with you for a couple of reasons. One, I don't do it to pat myself on the back. I don't do it to put my name in the spotlight. I do it to offer value to the industry. The whole theme of this event, this virtual event, is the evolution of the mortgage industry. Well, uncommon people evolve with it. They understand that old school success principles only work if they're modern and they're relevant. We're going to talk about that a lot. What is relevant to today? Where's your client attention? How can you relevantly, I don't know if that's a word or not, how can you come alongside your partners in a relevant way? The podcast, we talk about this stuff. And the second reason I bring it up is some of these principles we're talking about, these people are uncommon. They're uncommon people in the best way. They're elite professionals. They're top performers. They're some of the best, both in and out of the mortgage industry. I highly recommend that you take a listen, but understand that these aren't just things that I've done in my business. They're not just things that I've coached on and talked about. These are things that really good people do, and we're going to unpack some of these. But before we do, we're going to talk about 2024. And I like to joke whenever I speak and give this talk live that 2024 kind of feels like that X that keeps sticking around, and we keep giving them chance after chance, just thinking they're going to change this time. Well, 2024 so far has been a lot of 2022 and a lot of 2023, but there are going to be some changes, and you can also choose to change it, because make no mistake, there are opportunities in every single market. You have to decide what those opportunities are, but we're going to go through a few numbers just so you can understand what's going on. A lot of you may have seen this stat. This is licensed originators in the United States that did at least one loan in that 12-month time period, just one. So it doesn't take into consideration licensed loan officer assistants or support staff. It doesn't take into consideration bank loan officers. But as you can see in the peak, there's 180,000 mortgage professionals that did at least one loan in 12 months. Now, tapered off in 2022, definitely halfway through 2023. We don't have the exact figures, but the number's around less than 80,000. Now, this isn't a doom and gloom. This is, hey, for those of you that are here, that are building your business, that are educating themselves, and more importantly, going out and taking action, there's plenty of business out there for you. Now, wait, Phil, along with the tapering off of loan officers, the business is tapered off. Has it? Now, refinances, yes, but look at this next chart. This is purchase originations in trillions. Look at the purchase business. We had $1.65 trillion in 2021 at the peak of mortgage production originations ever. Now, it was much higher than that because we had a ton of refinances as well. But if you look at 2022 and 2023, it's tapered off a little bit, but not the 60 or 70% of loan officers that have gotten out of business in the same time period. Now, in 2024, the projection is about $1.5 trillion, depending on who you talk to. Could be Fannie Mae, Mortgage Bankers Association. They're all a little bit different numbers. But we're only talking about a 10 or 20% decrease in purchase business, but yet 60% of the industry has moved on to other things. Guys, that's opportunity. So I don't care what the media says. I don't care what Diana Olick on CNBC says. Now is a huge opportunity for you and your business and your clients, more importantly, your clients and your partners. We hadn't planned on talking about this, but just as a side note, the stuff that's happening with NAR, with this settlement, with this lawsuit, guys, now is the most important time, or the biggest opportunity for you to come alongside and add real value to your realtors, to your referral partners. Ask them what you can do. Again, we're not here to debate semantics. I'm putting a compilation episode for stuff that's relevant for mortgage professionals around this NAR stuff that we're going to put out the first part of next week. And I'm sure you've seen a ton of content. But what you need to know is at the end of the day, those buyers agents, if they're not adding real value, you have an opportunity to come alongside them and create that buyer's consultation, help them create value in a very relevant way. So it's all about opportunities. Now, this next chart, this is where buyers found their lender. Now, this is a little bit dated, about a year and a half old. As you can see, 63% of buyers, almost 2/3 of buyers, found their lender from a referral, either from a friend or family member or from a realtor. Okay, it's important to remember business has been done, is being done, and will always be done based on relationships. We do business on a referral basis. We all know that, but what may be a little bit surprising to us, you can see there's some bank referrals, there's previous home buying, some online search, and then you see that sliver. I purposely put it in that part of the chart. 3% of buyers found their lender on social media. But the keyword to focus on is found their lender. Now, if you think about stuff coming from referrals, when someone refers you a movie or a restaurant or a product or a service or whatever, what's the first thing that you do? You go look it up online. You either Google it or you go look it up on social media. 10 years ago, if you were referred as a lender, if it was Mitch, hey, use Mitch. Mitch is a rock star. He's going to create a strategy for you. If he says he can get it done, he will. Mitch is who you need to use for your lender. 10 years ago, they just went and used Mitch. Today, they look up Mitch online. Now, when you Google someone, the first 2 or 3 choices are going to be social media platforms because they have some of the best SEO. If you look at the images and videos, those are all going to be social media content. Guys, we solidify and convert our referrals at a higher level, the people that get referred to us, through social media content. So don't look at this and say, oh, I don't need to do social media. I need to maybe focus a little more on online search. That's completely wrong. It's around social proof. When you get referred and someone looks you up, if they don't find anything, they're like, wait a minute, Phil, I thought you said Mitch was a rock star. I can't even find anything online. Guys, this is about converting at a higher level. Now, this next chart you may have seen before, you may not have seen before. Got this from my good friend Barry Habib and Dan Habib at MBS Highway. This is homes built in the United States by decade. From 2010 to 2019, there were only 5.8 million new homes built across the United States. Now, if you look at each of the 6 10-year time periods prior to that, there were between 20 and 27 million new homes built. Each of those decades, each of those 10-year time periods. 5.8 million new homes in 10 years is the lowest amount that we built as a country since the Great Depression. Okay, why does this matter? We know why there wasn't many homes built. We had foreclosures. Home building was almost non-existent because builders couldn't get finance for new homes. This is why there isn't a housing bubble. Again, we hear all the time, there's a housing bubble. Prices are going up so high. No, there's a shortage of supply. We've seen some of the millennial trends. There's 50 million millennials in the United States, 50 million, and only half of them own a home. Let's say that 10% of that 50 million is precluded from being able to buy for qualifying reasons, for one reason or another. That's still 20 million millennials just in that 15-year time period from mid-20s to early 40s that are going to be entering the home buying market. First-time home buyer right now is age 35 or 36. That's at the meat of the older millennial generation. So what we have to understand is we have the largest group of potential home buyers in history with one of the lowest percentages of supply. It's not about the raw numbers. We could look and say, oh, well, the numbers of existing homes or new homes, those are low or high. No, it's about percentage. It's simple supply and demand. How many people want to buy homes and how many options are there to buy homes? Guys, we have to be educating our clients and partners about this because all they're getting is the media. I'm not saying that all of your content needs to be about real estate related topics, but as you're talking to your clients, as you're talking to your partners, you're doing those one-on-ones, you've got to be a subject matter expert in this stuff. Now, one of the first concepts that we're going to talk about when it comes to what the uncommon have in common is that they understand what business that they're in. See, too often we think we're in the real estate or mortgage business and we're not. I'm gonna use a couple examples to explain why. The first logo we all recognize, the golden arches, McDonald's. Now, if this was a Zoom or a more interactive audience, I'd ask you, hey, what business do you think McDonald's is in? And most of the time I get, fast food, might get the answer real estate, convenience. And all those are true. But McDonald's is in the happiness business. They're in the business of making people happy. When you go get food and don't have to cook, it makes people happy. When you go through the drive-thru, it only takes you a couple minutes to get that food. It makes people happy. Their number one best-selling meal is a happy meal, right? They even put kids' toys in there because that makes kids happy. They created a clown because clowns, they used to make kids happy until Stephen King wrote a book and screwed that up for everybody. But they're in the happiness business. They know what business they're in is making people happy. Now, they sell convenience. They sell products, and they make money with real estate. Here's an interesting fact for you. McDonald's owns more real estate than any organization, second to only the Catholic Church. McDonald's makes money with real estate. They sell convenience and fast food, but they're in the happiness business. Even the best-selling product that McDonald's sells, what they sell the most of, it's not French fries, it's not burgers, it's not chicken nuggets. The thing they sell the most of is Coca-Cola. What did their slogan used to be? A coconut smile. They're in the happiness business, guys. Now, what does that matter with mortgage? Guys, we're not in the mortgage business. We're not in the real estate business. We're in the love and happiness business. People don't want a mortgage. They're not like, hey, give me a mortgage. Give me the biggest one you got. Give me the biggest payment that you've got. No, they don't want a mortgage. They want a mortgage so they can buy a home, and they want home to make them happy, either to create memories, to raise a family, to have a place they feel safe, to create generational wealth, to create passive income. We've got to unpack what business we're in because we're out there creating content, having client consults about the mortgage, and we're missing the boat. Because if you can take the time to find out why someone's actually in the market to buy a home and you find their reason, you're more likely to make that a sticky client, a sticky borrower that stays with you because now you're building them a strategy. I had an example of a lady that called me, wanted to talk about Bond, the down payment assistance program. And I said, hey, just before we get too far, I just want to say I'm excited that you're in the home buying journey. Congratulations for that. Hey, what's important about you becoming a homeowner for the first time? And she said, I want to own property. I said, that's awesome. That's part of the American dream. We all would love to own a home, to own a piece of real estate. She goes, I want to own property. I said, okay, what's significant about owning property for you? And she was a middle-aged lady. And she said, I have a boyfriend who owns a home. I want to own a home because I think we'll probably get married in a couple of years. And if we do, I want us to buy a house together and we can keep the individual homes we had and we can have those as rental properties. I'm like, okay, now that's awesome. We're talking about investment real estate. We're talking about passive income and net worth. Hey, how important would that be? How significant would it be for you to have investment properties? And then the real reason came. What she said was, well, my grandparents had a tough life, but they made a go of it and they owned property. But they passed that down to my parents and my aunts and uncles, and they squandered it. They lost it all. So my cousins and I feel like it's up to us to change our family tree. Guys, she came asking questions about bond and down payment assistance, but her why, what she was really looking for help with, was a strategy to create generational wealth. And see, what happens now is we can say, listen, I'm glad you were able to help us share, or I'm glad you shared that with us, because what we can do is be very intentional about this first home purchase, knowing that you're probably going to buy another one. And now we can duplicate this so you can show your family how to do it as well. Guys, this is important stuff that we need to talk about. Now let's talk about Apple for a second. The business that they were in. When they first came out with their first PC, their first personal computer, IBM was not in the personal computing space. They were the largest technology provider on planet Earth, but they stayed to business. So when IBM came out with their first personal computer, everyone was like, hey, you need to be very careful because IBM's coming for you. Like you got to be, they're going to be huge competition. Apple didn't see it that way. They weren't concerned about the inferiority of their products. So what they do, they took out a full page ad in the Wall Street Journal. They said, welcome, IBM. Seriously. Welcome to the most exciting and important market place since the computer revolution began 35 years ago. And congratulations on your first personal computer. Putting real computing power in the hands of the individuals, already improving the way people work, think, learn, and communicate. And then look at the bottom. Welcome to the task. See, Apple understood the business that they were in was changing people's lives, helping change the way and improve the way they work, think, learn, communicate, and spend their leisure hours. They weren't concerned about the inferiority of their product. And what happened is the biggest challenge in solving that problem for people was education. They didn't have a marketing budget for it. They didn't have the money to spend to educate people, but IBM did. So they were going to piggyback off of that and let IBM spend those dollars because they knew they had a good product. If people caught on to the idea of having a personal computer, they would want to buy their personal computer and not necessarily IBM's, who was trying to create a more cost-effective version, if you will. Now, did that strategy work? Well, I ask you, when was the last time you bought an IBM computer versus an Apple computer? Guys, they understood what business that they were in. And we have to do the same thing. We're constantly worried about what our competition's doing or the messaging and content that we're putting out there, when we need to have an abundance mindset and realize if we're educating people on why they need to have passive income and net worth and buy a home, then all of a sudden we can have a unique value offer and step into that place, and people may want to do business with us if we're doing it right. Okay, now think about another situation with Apple whenever they entered someone else's space, as opposed to IBM entering their space, when they came out with the iPhone. If you think back, the biggest, popular smartphone, if you will, at the time was a BlackBerry. And I loved my BlackBerry. I even moved my personal cell phone plan. I think I had Sprint at the time. I moved it to the company I worked for, to their corporate plan, because then every 6 months I got the new BlackBerry Curve. Right? There was the great security. We had our keypad, the little roller ball in the middle. See, BlackBerry, the reason that they were so popular is they were the first one to sync your emails. They had that exchange server technology. If you remember back when you checked your email on your phone and you checked on your computer, those didn't sync. They didn't talk to each other. BlackBerry changed that. So when Apple entered the BlackBerry space with smartphones, BlackBerry should have taken a page out of Apple's playbook with the PC. Because instead of focusing on what they did great and using another company to show people why it was important to have a smartphone instead of, their Razor or their Nokia, they started creating touchscreens. They started creating apps, and the phones sucked. They tried to become Apple because they saw Apple as competition instead of understanding what business that they were in, which is putting this smartphone technology in the hands of every individual. So I ask you, did that work? When was the last time you had a BlackBerry versus an iPhone? Guys, think about the business that you're in. If you're focusing on the mortgage and the mortgage only, you've lost. Why? Because there's other people out there that are focusing on helping people create a financial strategy. They're helping them use debt and use a mortgage and the real estate assets attached to it to achieve their financial goals. That are finding out the real reasons why someone wants to buy a home. Uncommon people know what business that they're in. Now, the second thing, uncommon people know what other people pay for. Now, if you don't catch a lot that I say in this whole talk, you need to make sure and catch this. People pay for solutions to their problems. They pay with their time. They pay with their money. They pay with their attention. People pay for solutions to their problems. So what problem do you solve? If you're not doing enough business, or you want to do more business, you want to make more money, you want to get more engagement in your content, whatever the metric is that you want to do more of, if you're not doing enough, it's for one of three reasons. The first one is you're simply not solving enough problems for people. It's pretty simple. Solve more problems. The second reason is you may not be clear about the problem that you solve. Either you're not clear about what that problem is, or you're not clearly articulating that to your audience. You've got to be super clear about, here's the problem that I solve. And the third reason is that people don't believe that you can solve their problem. Now, if they don't believe you can solve their problem, it's either because you're not clearly articulating it and you're not solving problems for people, This isn't a reputation thing. If you're a licensed mortgage originator and you work for a company, people should have belief that you can solve that problem. So if you're not doing enough business, if you want to make more income, more leads, solve more problems, be clear about the problem you solve, and make sure people can come alongside you and say, I believe that you can solve my problem. Now, one of the things you have to understand is when it comes to the content side, we don't have to boil the ocean coming up with these elaborate problems to solve. I use the example, if you're sitting in a doctor's office waiting room. Now, when you got to the doctor's office for a checkup, you probably had to come early, 15 minutes or so, and fill out all that freaking paperwork. Nothing's changed, right? Then your appointment time comes and you swear you're going to get called back and you don't. 10, 15 minutes later, you're just sitting there, right? Sitting at the doctor's office. I never understood why we sat there for so long. Like, what's the appointment time about then? But when someone's in that environment, they're frustrated, they want to get out of there, and they pick up their phone and they start scrolling social media. No one's saying, damn, I hope a loan officer gives me the definition of amortization. Man, I hope I see how many loans someone closed the month before. No, they want to be informed. They want to be entertained. They want to laugh. They want to be taken out of that environment. That's the problem that they have. So if you solve that problem, they will pay you with their time and their attention and their engagement and your content. They may even become a follower. Guys, solving problems is how you increase any metric that you want. It's the same reason we pay double for a gallon of milk at a grocery store than we do at a we pay double for a gallon of milk at a convenience store than we do from a grocery store. The problem we have is time. We don't have time to walk all the way back to the end of a grocery store to pick up a gallon of milk, and we're scared we're going to walk out with 50 or 100 bucks worth of other stuff. So we pay more to walk into a gas station because no grocery store is going to be like, come on in. The milk's right here to the left. It's strategically placed in the back. All the stuff that you have to have and need is always in the back. Everything in the front's impulse buys. Okay. What you have to understand is that's the problem that's solved. That's the problem McDonald's solved. Fast food, affordable food. Guys, you have to solve more problems for people. The other thing that uncommon people understand is how to build a personal brand. Now, I cross out personal brand and I change it to digitize reputation because too often when we're talking about a personal brand, people focus on the brand or the shtick instead of the person. So instead of saying personal brand, we say digitize reputation because we can get behind reputation. Reputation is who we are, not just what we do. Don't think professional reputation. Your reputation. Are you a good person? Are you a funny person? Are you a caring person? Are you an empathetic person? Have that come out in your content. That's your reputation. People don't care who you are. They don't care what you do. They care who you are. And I'll go as far as to say, they don't care what company is on your business card. See, the biggest brands in and out of the mortgage and real estate industry, but the biggest companies on planet Earth pay endorsements. They pay celebrities. They pay influencers to endorse their brand, but they do it to personify their brand. You can't have a relationship with a company. You have relationships with people. But ironically, in our business is the one where the relationship matters the most. And when we hear personal brand, we're like, oh, let's create a shtick or a logo or this whole thing to make it look big and corporate sounding. And that's the opposite of what we need to be doing. What we need to be doing is we need to have people that have relationships with other people. See, what uncommon people understand is no matter how big their company gets, no matter how successful it gets, they're still the person behind it. They have a personal brand. They digitize their reputation. Now, the easy way to do that is, as Gary Vee talks about, Mitch was talking about when I had Gary Vee on the podcast, I consume a ton of his content. He's got great books. Don't try to just create content. Document yourself. Document your life. Document, don't create. Share what you're doing. Share your hobbies. Share your passion. Share your life. Yes, some of that business is going to come through. Now, somebody's probably saying, what are we talking about, Phil? My business is my life. That is my passion. Okay, cool. Talk about your challenges through that. Share your wins. Share your losses. We always want to say authenticity and transparency, but how often do you say, I had a really shitty day today? Here's how I overcame it. Here's what I did to get my mind out of it. I listened to a podcast. I went for a run. I went and breathed oxygen, which, as a side note, is an easy way to get yourself out of a funk. See, when we breathe air, that oxygenates our blood. That oxygenated blood goes to our brain and releases serotonin, dopamine, endorphins, feel-good hormones. So when someone says, take a deep breath or go for a walk, they're saying, get oxygen in your system. Guys, you've got to share who you are. Share your challenges, share your wins, share stories about the people around you. Talk about the person that pissed you off in the drive-through line. Talk about the cool person that did this cool thing for you. Share gratitude. Hey, it's been freaking cold here for days. Oh my gosh, the sun's out. I love it. God, the media's sharing all kinds of terrible stuff. That's what we're bombarded with. You'd be shocked about how much people will engage with stories that are positive, that are funny. You do that through your pillars. When I say pillars, what are the 3 or 4 or 5 things about your life that you can share about yourself? What are your hobbies? What are the things that you like to do? I've got my Instagram handle on here. Anybody that follows me when I travel, I post wing pics, pictures of wings when I'm traveling. People ask all the time, where are you going? What are you doing? What's going on? I used to share pictures of my dog when we'd go for walks or hikes. I talk about when I get up in the morning and go to the gym. I talk about podcast recordings or things we're doing with our coaching community. I share stories about crazy stuff that happened or didn't happen. Guys, that's what you want to do with your life, is share it so that people can create a relationship with you. Now, this quote on here is something that you guys want to catch. The higher the requirement for trust in any profession, the more important it is to have a personal brand. Now, this comes from a study that the Brand Builders Group did. Brand Builders Group is in Nashville, Tennessee. It's Rory and AJ Vaden. They've helped build brands for Ed Milet and Lewis Howes, the School of Greatness podcast, the author John Gordon, and many, many, many others. And they commissioned a study of PhDs to find out about this marketing and attention thing. And what they found was that 2/3 of people wanted to see more of a personal brand from their doctor, from their attorney, from the financial advisor, and from their employer. Now, first off, those people have the same clients you do. And second off, the reason that's significant is when you go talk to an attorney, a doctor, an employer, or a financial advisor, there's a level of anxiety. There's a level of stress in having to talk to those people. We forget the same level of stress that those people, when we talk to those people, they have the same anxiety and level of stress with us. They're moving their home. They're having to expose their credit and their finances, their income, their assets. We've got to realize that that's the same type of way that people feel about us. So if a personal brand is going to help create trusted professionals in those people, a personal brand and knowing who you are, not just what you do, is also going to help create that element of trust. Now, there's 2 main ways to create trust. The first one is to find something in common with them. That's why we share who we are. When you find something in common with somebody, you kind of like them a little bit, and you automatically have an element of trust with them because they're like you. We trust people that are like us, that we have things in common with. The second way to create trust is offer them something of value without asking anything in return. That's what happens, is by sharing who you are, you're sharing something of value. Well, how is where I'm eating with my family sharing value? Because we're naturally voyeurs. We want to know what's going on with people. That's why more content is consumed on Instagram through the stories at the horizontal feed at the top than through the vertical feed in the posts. That's why Snapchat is popular. We're naturally voyeurs. That's why Facebook stalking is a term for a reason. We naturally want to know. Guys, if you catch this, you'll be amazed at how many more relationships you'll create, how many more conversions you'll have, because it's not just about who you are as a professional. People don't care as much about how many 5-star reviews, how many 5-star reviews you have as they do, are you nice? Are you funny? Do they like talking to you? Do they like hearing about you? The next thing, I'm trying to go a little bit faster here because we don't have a ton of time left. The next thing that uncommon people understand is how to utilize the marketing formula. Now, the marketing formula is completely something that I made up, if you will. I didn't know what to call it other than the marketing formula. It's 3 simple steps. The first thing we have to realize is that marketing is about getting someone's attention. Guys, sales comes later. It's when you convert them to a customer. It's when you offer something that they pay for or that they have to sign up for. Don't do that. Marketing is simply getting people's attention. So it doesn't have to be business related. There's 3 simple steps to the marketing formula. The first, who is your audience? Who's your target market? That's why there's a bullseye there. Who's the target audience you're going after? Now, you can have multiple segments and you can walk through these 3 steps with each specific audience. If there's a specific type of realtor, if there's a specific type of client or multiple types, you can do this with each one. But you have to clearly identify who's my audience. Don't just say first-time home buyers. Don't just say realtors that are doing business. Get specific. If it's a first-time home buyer, is that older millennial, younger Gen Xers, or is that younger millennial and older Gen Z? Because those people are at different places in life. They're consuming different types of content. They're probably on different platforms. They go to different places in the community. So get specific geographically, demographically. Same way with realtors that are doing business. What if I said this realtor right here does 10 deals a month? Oh, that's great. Oh, by the way, they're all listings. They don't ever deal with buyers. No, you got to get specific on who they are, what they do. That's the first step. Who's your target market? Who's your audience? Second step, what problem do you solve for them? What's the value that you're going to provide? What's the content and messaging that you want to provide that audience? So it goes back to what we're talking about. What problem do you solve? Again, maybe you're solving about what's the best budgeting apps or how to get started investing in real estate, or here's some funny memes about life, or here's some motivational, inspirational quotes. Guy, what's the message? What's the value? And the third, the globe, where? Where's the most effective place? What's the most effective medium to deliver that solution and that value to that audience? Now, that could be a specific social media platform. That could be in person. That could be online. This doesn't just work for social media. But again, in that first-time homebuyer example, if you're dealing with older millennials and younger Gen Xers, that's going to be Facebook and Instagram, probably LinkedIn. Or if it's younger millennials and older Gen Z, you're talking Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat. Guys, if you're doing reverse mortgages, it for sure needs to be Facebook, because the fastest growing demographic on Facebook is 55 and older. Probably YouTube, long form video content, and probably in-person events. Guys, we've got to think about where can we utilize this marketing formula? Who do we want to go after? What value to provide? And where can I provide that value for them? One of the next things they understand is they practice daily habits. One of the things that I build on my coaching program is daily habits, non-negotiables. See, what we have to do is we have to create a North Star. A North Star is the ideal version of us. You may have heard the quote, the definition of hell is meeting the person that you might have become. Let's not do the might have become. Let's become that person. So who are they? What type of business do they have? What type of relationships do they have? What's their financial picture? What are they like physically? And let's reverse engineer that into milestones. What are the steps along the way that happened to get us there? Then we can start with our initial goals, and we can break those goals down into daily habits. You can see over my shoulder, I have Atomic Habits. It's one of my favorite books. He talks about stacking habits. I want to talk about stacking wins. When you wake up a little earlier, that's a win. When you go to the gym instead of being lazy, that's a win. When you have a protein shake instead of a bagel, that's a win. When you post some content, listen to a podcast, make your bed, you stack all these wins. See, what happens is our mind only distinguishes between wins and losses, but not how big they are. So you could stack all these wins, and then your first appointment is, oh man, I blew that realtor call. Great, you made your bed. Those cancel each other out. You still have momentum. See, momentum creates motivation. When you have a list of items and you're checking stuff off the list, hey, I want to get more done. I'm excited, right? You get a few tasks done and you want to get a few more done. Momentum creates motivation. The other thing it creates is confidence. Guys, confidence is not a personality trait. Confidence is a skill that we learn. And we learn it by practicing daily habits, daily disciplines, and non-negotiables, because then all of a sudden we realize, holy cow, these little wins are moving the needle way more than the losses do. We've got to create wins, and you create wins by daily habits. I don't care if it's stuff you're already doing. Put it down on a list and check it off. Create a morning routine. There's a great book by Hal Elrod, Miracle Morning. I don't care what you do, but you've got to have habits in your business. What are your outbound lead generation activities? What are your attraction marketing? Okay. Uncommon people have daily habits and daily disciplines. The last slide, they embrace failure. They don't run from it. Now, this picture right here was one of the first flyers that I had. Guys failing miserably at catching a football. I use a lot of sports metaphors. Guys, my mom was a teacher, so I grew up around academia. And what I realized is that most of the time in academia, they're teaching that success is on one side and failures on the other, and you've got to decide which way you want to go. After interviewing hundreds of highly successful people on my podcast, being coached by dozens of others, one of the things I realized is that truly elite people don't run from failure. They embrace it. Because success and failure are actually stacked. We've all heard the stories on podcasts or in books. People have gone through failure after failure, and that's why they get to succeed. See, there's never a situation where doing nothing is better than doing something, even if you fail. Because if you do nothing, you get nothing. If you do something, you're either going to get a win and get a result, or you're going to take a loss. But that L in loss is actually L for learn. You get to learn something. So all of a sudden, it's still a win. You have to take action. See, when we take action, we're going to get a result or we're going to learn something. Either way, that's the win that we want. Guys, if you think about baseball, if you're a professional baseball player at any level, you have a 200 batting average. At a 200 batting average, you're probably minor leagues, AA, AAA. If you have a 300 batting average, you're for sure major leagues, probably an all-star. If you have a 400 batting average, you're Ted Williams, you're the greatest of all time. Now, if you don't speak baseball, a 300 batting average means that 3 out of 10 times you get a hit and get on base. The other 7 out of 10 times, you ground out, you fly out, you strike out, and you walk back to the dugout having failed. Now, simple math, 7 out of 10 times is 70%. We just said a 300 batting average is in the major leagues, probably an all-star. That means that to be the best in the world right now in baseball, you're going to fail 70% of the time. We have to reframe in our minds what elite professionals do. We have to change in our minds what it means to fail. We don't want to try something unless we know we're going to succeed. We don't want to post content in case we don't get enough views or listens or likes. We don't want to make those phone calls unless we know for sure they're going to respond. Guys, we've got to reframe it in our mind. If I handed someone a list of 100 names, if I handed Mitch a list of 100 names and said, Mitch, I want you to call all 100 names. And at the end of those 100 names, I'm going to give you $5,000. Would you do it? Mitch is probably going to do it. But see, that's what happens is for most of us, if you called 100 names, you're going to get a referral that's going to close and you're going to make $5,000. But we don't have that guarantee. So we need to reframe failure and say, okay, instead of 100 names where I fail 99 times or 95 times, it's nope. 100 calls is going to yield me $5,000. So now every phone call is worth $20. Whether they answer, whether they don't, whether it's a good call, whether it's not. Guys, the last thing I'll say, success is about consistent and persistent effort over time. Success is achieving our goal, whatever our goal is, whatever you're trying to accomplish. You've got to take consistent action. We know what it means to be consistent. You do it regularly, but you also have to be persistent, which means staying consistent whether you get results or not. So you have to take consistent and persistent action over time. It may be 3 months for some people or 3 years for another, but if you stick with it, you'll succeed. If I had told you guys, hey, in 3 years, you're going to have $10 million or the man or woman of your dreams or a private jet or $100 million production business. In 3 years, you're for sure going to have it, but you have to do these 3 things every single day to get it. Would you do it? Everyone's like, of course I would. That's what we're giving up by not practicing daily habits and staying consistent and persistent. And the reason we don't is in my example, I said, you're for sure going to have it. And we don't believe that we're for sure going to have it. It's a belief thing. And the irony of the whole thing is the only way that you create belief is to go take action. So the whole theme of this, uncommon people take action. They know what business they're in. They know what people pay for. They understand how to share who they are with other people. They understand how to get people's attention. They take action through their daily habits, and they're not afraid of failure. I've got a QR code here. This is for our text community. Just text the word evolve or hey Phil or how you doing to this number on the screen or scan the QR code. Join our text community. We send out 2 or 3 texts every week, some mindset tips, motivation, whatever. And I'd love to share what we're doing with M1 Academy. We have group programs, one-on-one programs. We do workshops. We do all kinds of stuff. Mindset is a huge part about what we talk about, but it's still probably 20, 30%. 70, 80% of what we do is tactical, but it's built on the right foundation of creating your why, your unique value offer, your messaging, creating that North Star and those milestones so you can create habits. And then we build all the tactical stuff on top of it. So I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys listening. Mitch, appreciate you having me on this webinar, and totally open to any questions if anybody has any.
Yeah, does anybody have any questions for Phil? I really appreciate you joining us, man. It's been great having you again, and I'm excited to see your continued success and growth.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you, brother.
I don't see any questions as of right now. Like I said, our audience has been pretty quiet today. I don't know.
I saw
what's
that.
going on.
Saw that with Cindy's as well. Been a pretty quiet audience. Well, Mitch,
Yeah.
is there any questions or anything I can answer for you?
Oh, I don't think so, man. I really appreciate you joining us and helping out and giving back to the community. I really appreciate it.
Happy to do it.
Awesome, man. We'll talk to you soon. All right, so we have one more here. Give me 1 second. Give me a second here. All right, one more sponsor, if you guys give me a second. All right, there, Dora?
I sure am. How are you, Mitch?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, thank you a lot for sponsoring with Karina and helping us put on this event. Karina's been a huge supporter of ours and a star of the stage, and many different things we've done in the past. So again, thank you for joining us, and tell us a little bit about what you guys got going on.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those of you that don't know, my name is Dora Gonzalez. I am the Strategic Operations Explorer here at CMS Mortgage Solutions. We are based in Virginia Beach, Virginia. And CMS is doing it like no other. I recently had the opportunity to join the team, and it has been amazing thus far. The team wholeheartedly is working on and believes in what is called unreasonable hospitality. We're not only catering to our borrowers out there, but also to our loan originators. We consider ourselves the unicorn of mortgage brokers. So it's basically our job to help you build your business based on your branding, which is really unheard of, right? You're joining your mortgage broker, you are following their marketing strategy, their branding strategy, but Karina is doing it a little bit different, right? We are onboarding loan originators weekly. We have just over 100 loan originators right now, a part of CMS. And we are putting them through a 31-day ramp up. So whether you are completely green to the industry or you are a seasoned professional, we have a roadmap built out for your specific role. So we provide to you a specific team. You have a processing team behind you. You have a mentor assigned to you. You have myself on a weekly call. We are providing all of our loan originators with 3 weekly coaching calls and 2 training calls a week. And what we're trying to really foster is collaboration. We're trying to push out that collaboration is important. We are trying to help our loan originators grow their book of business, right? Especially in the market that we are experiencing now. We think that fostering that collaboration environment is most important and is what's going to get us through the end. So here at CMS, we are doing it a little bit differently. We are super excited to see how our loan officers continue to grow, continue to push that unreasonable hospitality, and just make it all the way to the top. And I think we might have lost Mitch. All right, there you are. All right, Mitch, are you back?